Chapter 2509. C_T. The snapping of the vines might have been caused by Ma Nan's broken arm and longsword before he died. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, it would be extremely difficult to smoothly enter the small town today. It was only a matter of time before the battle began. The second wave of people attacked Chen without hesitation for the furs of the moon wolves and the countless amounts of sacred source fluid. The crowd was divided into two groups. The first group was the second wave, and they stood behind Ma Nan's dead body. The second group was the third wave. They had arrived late and did not advance. Instead, they stood outside the town, some distance away. Chen needed to deal with the second wave of people. There were nearly 20 of them, and all of them were aptitude users. Several coordinated attacks arrived in front of Chen in an instant, aiming for Chen's vital points. Although these people were only level 1 hunters, they formed a powerful fighting force when they worked together. Faced with these attacks, even Chen, who was a level 2 hunter, could only choose to dodge. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely die. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the first flash of lightning began. His figure was like a ghost as he dodged several attacks and arrived beside an aptitude user. Under the aptitude user's greedy and shocked gaze, the broken sword in his hand swept across the aptitude user's neck. Poof! This time, Chen used a lot of strength to intimidate the aptitude user. The broken sword slashed across, and a head flew into the air. Blood began to spurt out. Clang! 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 Multiple attacks intersected, sealing off all of Chen's escape routes. Chen turned around and slashed horizontally with the broken sword in his hand. When the attacks collided, he used the momentum to retreat. As he retreated, his figure flashed a second time and arrived beside the second aptitude user. Die! The aptitude user's reaction was undeniably fast. He immediately raised his weapon and slashed at Chen. Chen's figure moved horizontally like a ghost, and the opponent's attack brushed past the corner of his clothes. Once again, the attack missed. The aptitude user's heart trembled, and then a black arc of light appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, a poof sound was heard. Killing people was not the same as killing moon wolves. Their abilities were much stronger, and their combat power was much stronger than the moon wolves. Therefore, Chen, who could slaughter a pack of moon wolves in one strike, had to expend more effort to kill these people. Fortunately, there was a limit to their numbers, unlike the moon wolf's endless numbers. If Chen had a choice, he would still choose to kill instead of fighting moon wolf. His figure began to flash for the third time, and the broken sword in his hand slashed out once more, cutting off the head of the third ability user. This was the strength of a level 2 hunter, far surpassing a level 1 hunter. Moreover, Chen was a level 2 hunter with extreme speed. With this kind of speed, he would be invincible in this battle. Chen was even confident that he would not be injured in the slightest when fighting with these people. The 6th flash, the 7th flash, the 6th and 7th ability users were killed. Encountering the fastest people in the world, there was no way for them to escape the pursuit of the fastest people in the world, as well as the annihilation of the powerful broken blade. Outside the town, many ability users were shocked when they saw the massacre in front of them. At this moment, they no longer thought that this person was just a level 1 hunter that could be easily defeated. Obviously, with the strength displayed by this person, he had already stepped into the ranks of level 2 hunters, and he was one of the best level 2 hunters. In Sohui town, there would be one more level 2 hunter among the less than 10 level 2 hunters. Level 2 hunter, it's actually a level 2 hunter. Next to Jiu Huangtu, Jiu Crow murmured, his face full of shock. In this wave of people, there were both shocked and indifferent. The shocked ones were level 1 hunters, and the indifferent ones were naturally level 2 hunters. Is that Chen? That's him. It seems that Longman died in his hands. I didn't expect him to grow to such a level in just a few months. So what? He can only show off among level 1 hunters. His extreme speed is useless against level 2 hunters, it can only be used to save his life in battle. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men were talking in a low voice. They were very indifferent to the shocking battle in front of them. Zi Chen's seemingly terrifying method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a joke in their eyes. "Why don't I go and meet him?" one of them said. "Our goal is to kill him, it doesn't matter when we make a move. But this kid brought a cart of moonwolf skins, this matter is a bit tricky. If we make a move now, we will be in a passive position later. Don't worry, let's see what the others think." On the battlefield, Zi Chen's 9th flash ended, and 9 ability users died. There were still nearly half of the ability users left on the battlefield. So many of them couldn't hurt him at all. Now that they only had a few people left, they couldn't do anything to him. Although greed can make people lose their minds, fear can also make people alert. At this moment, the fear of death in their hearts finally suppressed the greed in their hearts, and they already had the intention to retreat. With the intention to retreat, they were no longer decisive in their attacks, and were even secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. Zi Chen, who clearly felt the change in the crowd, shook his head and said, "Compared to the Moonwolf, your fighting spirit is too weak." After saying this, Zi Chen used extreme speed again, and started the second 9th flash. Since he was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, he naturally had to show his decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he attacked mercilessly, not leaving a single person alive. The remaining people didn't manage to escape in the end, and were all killed by Zi Chen, their corpses lying in a pool of blood. Xiu Qi and the others watched Zi Chen's battle, and in their hearts, they were more and more certain of Zi Chen's fighting strength. But they, who were familiar with this town, also knew that today's matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Maybe the level 1 hunters were already scared, but there were still level 2 hunters. In this town, there were less than 10 level 2 hunters, and the number was pitifully low. It was rare to see even one level 2 hunter. However, on this day, a strange gust of wind had blown over, and all the level 2 hunters, who were rarely seen, seemed to have gathered here. Xiu Qi only took a cursory glance to find traces of 5 level 2 hunters. Therefore, he knew very well that it would be very difficult to enter the city today. Unless Zi Chen advanced again and became a level 3 hunter, he would be able to kill all the level 2 hunters, but this was obviously impossible. No one could advance from level 2 to level 3 in a short period of time. After all, these people had spent many years trying to advance from level 1 to level 2. As the last person fell, the people outside the town were now divided into 2 groups. One group was Zi Chen's team, while the other group was the people outside the town. Perhaps they had been shocked by Zi Chen's powerful fighting strength, but they didn't come over to snatch the loot. Tang Pu left the puppet cow's side and walked towards the corpses. He rummaged through their clothes, and without even looking, he knew that he was collecting the spoils of war. Soon, the corpses were all plundered, but the spoils were less than 20 drops of sacred source fluid. On average, each person got less than 1 drop. He handed the sacred origin fluid to Zi Chen. Zi Chen put it away and walked forward. Xiu Qi's team and the puppet cow followed behind him. During this time, no one else rushed out, but the people at the entrance of the town didn't disperse because of Zi Chen's arrival. "Young friend, please stop. The loot this time is too precious. If you don't give us an explanation, you won't be able to enter." An old voice rang out as an old man in long robes walked out. "You want to stop me?" Zi Chen looked at the old man. "I'm not the one who wants to stop you, we are the ones who want to stop you. No matter how strong you are, you definitely won't be able to kill everyone here." The old man looked at Zi Chen with a smile. As he spoke, several ability users walked out. Although they were all level 1 hunters, there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at Zi Chen. "That's right. Everyone is stopping you. Young friend, these resources are too precious for Sohui town. We have no choice but to stop you," another old man said. Another old man spoke and walked out from the crowd. Behind the old man, there were several level 1 hunters. Zi Chen didn't speak. He wasn't afraid of the level 1 hunters, but he was wary of the level 2 hunters who hadn't stepped forward. The 2 seemingly powerless old men had dared to step forward not because they believed that the level 1 hunters behind them could protect him, but because they believed in the level 2 hunters. After all, they were truly on the same side. "These are my things, not Sohui town's," Zi Chen said in a low voice. "That's true. Therefore, we thank you for bringing these resources back, said the old man in long robes. Just a thank you. Chen looked at the other party. He wasn't angry, and his expression was surprisingly calm. Of course it's not just a thank you. You must have suffered a lot to bring these resources here. We can't let you come here for nothing. How about this? We'll give you 100 drops of sacred source liquid as a reward, and we'll keep these things. 100 drops? Are you kidding me? You can't even get these things with 1,000 drops. Behind Chen, Tang Pu said angrily. You're not satisfied with this price? The old man looked at Tang Pu and narrowed his eyes. Not dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. We risked our lives to get these moon wolf pelts. Why should we be oppressed by you? Just because you're from the Hort family? Or do you think that the Hort family is the only family in Sohui town and can look down on everyone else? Tang Pu said angrily. Chen glanced at the old man. At the same time, he looked behind the old man. There were 2 middle-aged men standing there, staring at him with cold eyes. After guessing that they were level 2 hunters and the old man's identity, Chen shook his head and said, no. Chapter 2510. C_T, Chen, who had been bloodthirsty, decisive, and indifferent when he had slaughtered everyone, was now in a good mood. The old man in the long robe had offered Luo Yunyang only 100 drops of lunar wolf pelt, which was worth more than 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Surprisingly, Luo Yunyang wasn't angry. Instead, he shook his head calmly and said no. Although this was an exchange to begin with, his calm words still caused everyone to be stunned. Are you sure? The old man in the long robe narrowed his eyes at Chen. Chen shook his head again and said slowly and seriously, no. Just as the old man in the long robe was about to say something, the old man beside him chuckled and said, young friend, I can feel how you are feeling right now. However, if you don't give us a reasonable allocation of these things today, you won't be able to enter Wisdom Town. He turned to look at the people behind him and said, I know that you are very strong, but you can't possibly be strong enough to slaughter everyone. As long as there are people alive, you won't be able to enter. If I don't agree, are you going to rob me? Chen asked the old man. We're not bandits. We're reasonable people. We won't do things like robbing. The old man looked at Chen and smiled. They were indeed not bandits. They were all businessmen, but they were even more bandits than bandits. Chen's gaze swept past them and took in their expressions. It was obvious that the 2 old men before him represented the merchant faction in the town. They were both protected by second-rank hunters. Besides them, there were a few people who didn't step forward, but their attitudes were very clear. If Chen didn't give them an explanation today, they really wouldn't be able to enter. The corpses of the lunar wolves won't rot in a short period of time. They are in the mountain range with the violent bear. The pack of lunar wolves has already retreated, so it's very safe there, Chen suddenly said. When they heard Chen's words, they were stunned. They didn't understand what he meant. 200 kilometers to the southwest, Xiu Qi, who was standing behind Chen, added. Behind him, there was a small commotion. Those were all aptitude users who had nothing to do. They understood what Chen meant. After a slight hesitation, some of them turned around and entered the town, while others ran straight into the distance. It seemed like they were going in the direction Xiu Qi had mentioned. These people were well aware of Chen's strength. They couldn't afford to offend him, or at least, they didn't dare to. They were just standing there to join in the fun. Now that Chen had given them a way to make money, there was no need for them to stay here. Hundreds of moon wolf corpses, even without their fur, were still worth a fortune. It was enough to make many people jealous. Under normal circumstances, even the merchant factions, the lunar wolves, and the lunar wolves, and lunar wolf. But today, with so many valuable moon wolf furs, they couldn't care less about the corpses. Many people had left, but there were still some left. More than 90% of these people belonged to the powerful merchant families. Chen glanced at them, then looked at the 2 old men and said, I can't agree to your previous conditions. If you insist on an explanation and want these things, then come and buy them. Buy them? The 2 old men were stunned, but soon, the old man from the Hort family sneered. You're quite calculative. What price are you going to sell them to us? You can name the price, Zichen said again, his tone calm. Behind him, Xiu Qi and the others were stunned. Zichen's words were beyond their expectations. I'll name the price. What if I exchange 1 drop of sacred source liquid for 10? Or I exchange 1 drop for a whole cart? The long-robed old man looked at Zichen and sneered again. However, unlike the long-robed old man, the old man's expression turned slightly solemn. This time, he didn't reply. Zichen calmly said, if you think this is reasonable and everyone is happy, then this price is fine too. Haha, of course it's reasonable and we're happy. This is a win-win situation. The long-robed old man laughed heartily. Zichen turned to look at Tang Piyu and said, open the things. We'll start the trade now. Tang Piyu did as he was told and opened the vines, revealing the lunar wolf fur inside. This time, they could clearly see the number of lunar wolves. Hundreds. There were hundreds of lunar wolf fur. It was definitely a huge fortune. The sound of people sucking in cold air continuously rang out. Haha, since there's so much, I'll give you 10 drops to trade for all of them. The long-robed old man from the Hort family smiled proudly. Zichen wasn't angered by this. Instead, he calmly said, let's see if anyone else is willing to trade. If no one else is willing, I'll trade them to you at this price. The long-robed old man's expression changed. He couldn't understand Zichen's intentions and guessed that the latter was trying to drive a wedge between them. Hence, he said, all right then, everyone can trade as you wish. The old man beside him stepped forward and sized up the lunar wolf fur, his expression turning increasingly solemn. Looking at the corpses, he lifted his head to look at Zichen and said, 1 drop of sacred origin fluid for 3 lunar wolf fur. Zichen chuckled. Up to you. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, indicating for the others to come forward and start picking out some of the better lunar wolf fur. Zichen stood to the side without any change in expression. On the other hand, the long-robed old man from the Hort family had an unnatural expression because he had just said that 1 drop of sacred origin fluid would trade for a cart. After the old man, a few more elderly people walked forward. Even though Zichen hadn't toured the town before, he could tell that these people should be the shopkeepers of some shops. They might be weak in battle, but their knowledge and experience were extraordinary. While they were picking, one of the blue-robed old men said, the quality of these isn't good. I'll give you 1 drop for 5. Zichen still had that calm smile on his face as he said, up to you. The blue-robed old man nodded and led the others to pick out the best lunar wolf fur, making Tang Piyu and the others furious. They had risked their lives to obtain these items, but these people were ruthlessly squeezing them dry. Even the worst quality lunar wolf fur could be exchanged for 2 drops of sacred origin fluid. The other party was actually shameless enough to trade 1 for 5. What was even more shameless was that they were giving up on the bad ones and choosing the good ones. Zichen didn't have any objections to this and only watched in silence. The quality of these lunar wolf fur is indeed not good. I can only trade 1 for 5, another person said to Zichen. Up to you. Zichen still said the same thing with a smile on his face. He didn't seem angry at all. As a result, a few more people stepped forward to trade 1 for 5. This made the old man from before feel rather uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, he said, my eyes were playing tricks on me just now. The quality is indeed not very good. 1 for 3 is indeed a loss. Zichen looked at the old man and asked, how do you want to trade? The old man stared at Zichen and said, 1 for 6. Just as he was about to blurt out, the old man said 6 instead of 5. He was gambling. Zichen waved his hand and said, let's do it that way then. The others were dumbfounded when they heard this. They had clearly suffered a loss again. Just as they were considering whether to lower the price again, Zichen said, I don't owe you anything. However much you take, you must give up the same amount of sacred origin fluid. Of course, the few of them smiled but didn't haggle any further. However, they were even more meticulous in their selection, taking away the best lunar wolf fur. Forget it. 1 for 6 it is. It was at this moment that the old man from the Hort clan could no longer sit still. If all the good stuff here was taken away by them, Even if he exchanged a drop of sacred origin fluid for an entire cart, what he got would be trash. Hence, he walked over and joined the line of people choosing. Under normal circumstances, each piece of moon wolf pelt was very valuable. However, there were hundreds of moon wolf pelts to choose from. Those that were not complete were thrown to the side. Some were even thrown off from the cart and thrown away like trash. The eyes of Xiao Qi and the other three were spitting fire, but they couldn't change anything. Even Zi Chen couldn't do anything, let alone them. Zi Chen still had a smile on his face, as if these things hadn't been exchanged for with his life, but had been picked up by accident. Just as they were being picky and complaining, another old man walked over from behind the crowd. Compared to the others, this person was even older and his face was full of wrinkles. He even needed a young man to support him as he walked forward. The old man arrived in front of the cart but didn't look at the things on it. Instead, he looked at the scattered lunar wolf furs on the ground and said, "These things are wasted on the ground." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the items. The young man beside him was quick to react and picked up the moon wolf skins that were casually thrown on the ground one by one. Compared to the lunar wolf furs they had chosen, the quality of these lunar wolf furs wasn't good, but they would definitely be good stuff under normal circumstances. The young man picked up the lunar wolf furs nearby, folded them, and put them aside. He was about to support the old man again when the old man waved his hand and said, "Go and pick up those two." The young man nodded. Then, he walked around the cart and picked up all the moon wolf skins that he didn't like and discarded. Then, he neatly stacked them together, forming a thick pile. The old man nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the thick pile of lunar wolf furs. He then looked at Zi Chen and said, "Kid, are these yours?" "Yes." Zi Chen nodded, still smiling. "Are you selling these?" The old man pointed at the pile of lunar wolf furs. "Yes." "What's the price?" "Whatever price you say, as long as you're happy," said Zi Chen. The old man from the Hort family heard the conversation and disdainfully said, "These broken things aren't worth much. A drop of sacred source liquid will be enough to take them away." The old man looked at Zi Chen and feigned ignorance. "Can I?" Zi Chen smiled and replied, "As long as you're willing, you can take them away." The old man nodded and turned to the young man. "Yam. How many are there in total?" "A total of 86. 16 of them are incomplete," said the young man. "I'll give you 86 drops of sacred source liquid." The moment the old man finished speaking, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Chapter 25:11. C_T. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent. Dollar cotton, flour candy, small talk. The shopkeepers who had been complaining about the poor quality of the moon wolf pelts and the fact that they needed 5 pelts each turned their heads and stared at the old man in astonishment. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces as if they were hallucinating. Zi Chen stared at the old man in astonishment, clearly surprised by this scene. Although Xiao Qi and the other three were furious, they were still stunned when they heard a reasonable price. The old man from the Hort clan was the first to ask, "Old man Ge, what did you say?" The old man called Old Man Ge pointed to the pile of moonwolf pelts beside him and said, "I took 86 moonwolf pelts and gave them 86 drops of Saint Genesis liquid. This lousy stuff isn't even worth a drop of Saint Genesis liquid, yet you're giving 86 drops? Old Man Ge, you've always been stingy. When did you become so generous?" Old Man Ge chuckled. "To an old man like me, these things are worth a few drops of Saint Genesis liquid. Bu Sen, your appetite is too big." Old Man Ge no longer paid any attention to the other party and instead turned to Zi Chen. "Kid, I'll take advantage of you today." Under his gaze, the young man beside him took out a large jade bottle and poured out 14 drops of Saint Genesis liquid. He then sealed the bottle and gave the rest to Zi Chen. Zi Chen received the bottle with the same smile as before. "I already said that I'll take whatever price you give me. Haha, this old man feels that this price is worth it." After speaking, the old man turned around and the young man immediately supported him. At the same time, 2 burly men walked out from the crowd and carried the moon wolf pelts away. This was only a small interlude. The others continued to pick when it was time to do so. Of course, when they reached the very bottom, Tang Pu swiftly walked up and forcefully took away the Moon Wolf King pelts that had been rolled up. The others did not pay too much attention to this. After all, it was difficult to tell the quality of the rolled-up pelts. Soon, the selection process reached a climax. Among them, there were people from 6 shops who took all of Zi Chen's remaining Moon Wolf pelts. During this period, the old man from the Huati clan had taken 263 sheets, which should have been given to Zi Chen by 48 drops of sacred source fluid. In the old man's words, Zhu Yuan was a big customer, so giving him 3 extra sheets shouldn't be a big deal. As such, Hort Bussen from the Hort family gave Tang Pu 48 drops of sacred source liquid. Tang Pu received the jade bottle, opened it, and poured out a drop for a closer look. His expression instantly turned ugly as he angrily said, "This isn't sacred source liquid." The Hort family's Bu Sen said, "If this isn't sacred source fluid, then what is it?" "It's diluted sacred source liquid. It's not the real sacred source liquid." Tang Pu's face flushed red. Suppressing his anger, he turned to look at the confused Zi Chen and said, "Diluted sacred source fluid requires 10 drops to exchange for a normal drop. The dozens of drops in here are only equivalent to less than 5 drops of sacred source liquid." Zi Chen looked at Hort Bussen, who smiled faintly and said, "You didn't say clearly that you didn't want diluted sacred source fluid. I thought that 1 for 6 was diluted. If it was normal sacred source fluid, who would be willing to exchange with you at such a price?" Just as Bu Sen was speaking, 2 middle-aged men walked over. They stared at Zi Chen with cold eyes. It was obvious that they were threatening Zi Chen. "If it's diluted, then so be it," Zi Chen said again. Seeing that Tang Pu was about to say something, he waved his hand, indicating for the other party to stop talking. Tang Pu shut his mouth and put away the items, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Xiu Qi and the others had already accepted their fate. What ability did they have to go against all the factions in a small town? With the previous example, the others also learned their lesson and gave out diluted sacred source fluid. Zi Chen had exchanged an entire cart of Moon Wolf pelts for less than 100 drops of sacred source fluid. It was a disastrous loss. He might as well have agreed to it. Fortunately, old GE, who had taken the worst pelt but paid the highest price, had given him more than 80 drops. Otherwise, they would have gotten nothing this time. The Moon Wolf pelts on the cart were divided up, leaving only the withered branches on the ground. Zi Chen turned to the 4 of them and said, "You guys can take those. Don't give them to me. We'll go our separate ways in the future." After saying that, Zi Chen ignored the 4 of them and headed straight for the town. Seeing that the person in question had left just like that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was clearly over. But was it really over? Old GE returned to his shop with the help of the young man. He owned a general store. Although the shop wasn't big, it had all kinds of general goods. However, his business wasn't doing well because the items sold here were too expensive. It was considered one of the few unscrupulous shops in Sohui town, comparable to old Fat Wei's blacksmith shop in the corner. "Grandpa, why did you give out so much sacred source fluid? Isn't 1 drop enough?" the young man asked in confusion after returning to the general store. "These are Moon Wolf pelts. Even if we took defective goods, we could at least earn twice the price if we sold them," old GE said with a grin. "But you could have earned a few 100 times more," the young man mumbled. "Silly child, have you heard of anyone who managed to survive the encirclement of Moon Wolf hunters? Have you seen anyone obtain so many Moon Wolf pelts at once?" Old GE looked at Yam and said, "You saw the previous battle. Those first-rank hunters couldn't even last a single exchange before they were slaughtered. So what? He can't possibly make everyone in town his enemy. Didn't he compromise in the end?" Yam said. "That's right. That kid did compromise in the end, but it was only a temporary compromise, child. This doesn't prove anything. It only proves that the kid knows how to endure and is a truly dangerous existence." Old GE looked outside and said, "In this world, there are indeed experts who can tame tigers and force them to bow their heads. However, such experts definitely aren't in our Sohui town. That kid isn't just a tiger, he's a tiger with extremely high intelligence." "What do you mean?" "Just wait and see." It won't be long before something big happens in this town. If you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you need to at least have the strength to subdue the tiger. Without this strength, the only outcome of snatching food from the tiger's mouth is death. Zichen brought dozens of drops of sacred source fluid into the town. He didn't return to the blacksmith shop directly, but instead went to a small shop. Now that he was rich, it was time to change out of his bloody clothes. Wearing them made him feel very uncomfortable. After buying a new set of clothes, Zichen found an inn and took a comfortable bath. After washing off all the bloodstains on his body, he walked out with a relaxed expression. After walking out, Zichen ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. Just like that, he ate and drank alone. Zichen was surrounded by people who kept looking at Zichen. These were people who had followed Zichen the whole time. Clearly, not everyone was at ease with an existence that could slaughter first-rank hunters. After drinking a jug of wine, Zichen stood up and was about to pay the bill and leave when he saw 4 people walk in. It was Xiu Qi and the others, all dressed in bloody clothes. Zichen. The 4 people came to Zichen's side. "Why are you still here? Look at how dirty you are. Hurry up and wash up," said Zichen as he looked at the 4 of them. "We're not leaving. We'll always follow you. We'll go wherever you go," Xiu Qi said resolutely. He already had some guesses in his heart. "Forget it. You guys are too weak." Zichen waved his hand and turned to leave. In the town, Zichen randomly grabbed a person and asked him a few questions before heading to the shop that person had described. It was a general store. It was said that there was a complete range of goods inside, but the prices were very expensive. Under normal circumstances, the price would be about 50% higher. Zichen now had over 100 drops of sacred source fluid on him. He was truly rich and overbearing. He wasn't afraid of how expensive the goods were, as long as they were real. Zichen walked in when he saw that almost no one patronized the general store. He was stunned when he saw the old man he'd traded with. "Welcome, kid." Old man Ge was all smiles as he looked at Zichen, as if he'd already expected the latter to come. "Why are you here, old man? Is this your store?" Zichen asked in surprise. "Of course. Kid, what do you want? Just tell me. My store's prices are fair and honest. Does your store have tri-colored poison fog? It might take some effort to find 4-colored fog, but my store has plenty of tri-colored fog. Moreover, I can guarantee that the tri-colored poison fog in Sohui town is the most authentic and the most powerful. Of course, it's also the most expensive. How much do you want?" "I want as much as you have." This was a big deal for the general store. It was usually very difficult to come across such a business opportunity. Old man Ge was very happy today. It wasn't because his store finally had a big deal, but because his moon wolf pelts would truly become his after this transaction was completed. He personally sent Zichen out of the general store and watched as Zichen left in a black windbreaker and a gourd filled with tri-colored poison fog. Beside him, the young yam was so shocked that he was speechless. Old man Ge sighed as he watched Zichen's figure gradually disappear. The tiger is about to retaliate. Something big is about to happen. Now, let's see if they have the strength to subdue the tiger. Grandpa, he bought the tri-colored poison fog, but he didn't buy the antidote. Some people don't need the antidote. He doesn't need the antidote. Then where is he going? He should be going to the Hort family to find Hort Busson. To the Hort family. There are 2 rank 2 hunters there, and many rank 1 hunters. Maybe there won't be a single one left by tomorrow. Zichen stood outside the shop controlled by the Huoti family. Looking at the shop in front of him, his expression gradually turned cold. Chapter 25:12. C_T. Zichen stood outside the Huoti family's shop. The people who had been following him also stopped and looked at this scene from afar with shock on their faces. They had naturally heard about Zichen's matter. Under great pressure, he had chosen to compromise. He had received thousands of sacred source liquid in exchange for less than 100 drops of sacred source liquid. Very few people could accept such a huge loss. As such, they followed Zichen and arrived outside the Huoti family's shop. "You're finally here." Before Zichen could enter the shop, a middle-aged man walked out. He was a member of the Hueti family and one of the 2 rank 2 hunters. He seemed to have guessed that Zi Chen would come here and had been waiting for him. I seem to have miscalculated the bill just now, so I'm here to recalculate it. Zi Chen looked at the rank 2 hunter and said indifferently. We do have some debts to settle, but it's not today's. It's the previous ones. Right now, I'm waiting for you inside to settle the bill. Let's see if you dare to come. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned around and walked back into the shop. Without any hesitation, Zi Chen walked towards the shop in front of him. When Xiu Qi and the other 3 arrived, they happened to see Zi Chen enter the Hueti family's shop. However, they did not chase after him, not because they were afraid of offending the Hueti family, but because they did not have the ability to do so. This was because after Zi Chen entered, a 3-colored poisonous fog began to spurt out from the shop. This poisonous fog should be a recognized poison in Sohui town. Even an ability user would find it difficult to resist. The moment they saw the poisonous fog, the 4 people's expressions became indescribably complicated. As for the spectators in the distance, they were extremely shocked. News of a single person picking a fight with the Hueti family quickly spread throughout the town. Many residents of the town rushed over to join in the fun. The first to learn of this news were, of course, the shopkeepers of the shops that had previously benefited greatly from Zi Chen. The first person he went to look for is the Hueti family. This is a bit surprising. However, this is also good. Once he's seriously injured, we can take the opportunity to kill him. Keeping such a person alive is a big threat to us. When the old man, whose harvest was second only to Huetebu-sen, heard the news, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Today, Zi Chen went to the Hueti clan, so no one could guarantee that the next time he came to their home, this kind of potential threat had to be dealt with. Just like the other party, those who had only paid a tiny amount of diluted sacred source fluid also did not want to give up on the resources they had obtained. Hence, they gave the order to kill Zi Chen. Soon, many ability users gathered outside the Hueti family's shop. There were even a few level 2 hunters among them. Their goal was clear. As long as Zi Chen came out of the Hort family alive, they would go all out to kill him. Gato Huangtu and Gato Kello came here again. Their Gato family had not participated in the previous suppression of Zi Chen. Just as Gato Kello had said every time, they would not participate in Zi Chen's matters, nor did they want to have anything to do with Zi Chen. At this moment, looking at the thick 3-colored poison fog, Gato Kello's feelings were very complicated. In just a few months, Zi Chen had grown to the point where he could challenge level 2 hunters. The entire interior of the shop was filled with the 3-colored poison fog. No one dared to enter, so naturally, no one knew what was going on inside. He couldn't even hear the sounds of battle or screams that should have been heard. When Zi Chen entered the shop, a large cloud of 3-colored poison fog appeared along with him. When the 3-colored poison fog appeared, several cold rays of light shot straight toward him. Someone was ambushing him, and it was someone who was not afraid of the 3-colored poison fog. Knowing that Zi Chen was not afraid of the 3-colored poison fog, they were naturally prepared. They had already prepared the antidote for the 3-colored poison fog. However, they only lasted a few breaths in the poison fog before they started to feel uncomfortable. This was because the 3-colored poison fog came from Old Man Ji's shop, so it was more poisonous and powerful. Because they had taken the antidote, although they did not disappear in the poison fog, their speed and reaction were greatly limited. Pu. Zi Chen unsheathed the broken sword in his hand and easily killed the 2 ambushers. After that, he continued to move forward. As he moved forward, the 3-colored poison fog continued to spread and soon filled every corner of the shop. Releasing so much 3-colored poison fog in an instant was truly a big move. Damn it, this is a special 3-colored poison fog. Hurry up and retreat. As the 3-colored poison fog spread, one could hear such a voice coming from deep within. Soon after, chaotic footsteps could be heard. Within the 3-colored poison fog, Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared from his original spot. Pu. A few meters away, Zi Chen's figure appeared and cut down a rank 1 hunter. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 attacks came from behind Zi Chen. Chen lowered his head and dodged them. He turned around and slashed horizontally with the broken sword, easily cutting down the two hunters. Chen was very experienced in killing people. Moreover, the pressure was much less than when he was fighting Moon Wolf. Chen was not clear about the layout of the shop, and the three-colored poison fog could not allow him to see further. However, he could clearly determine the location, direction, and attack of the crowd. This was not only because of his ability to hear, but also because of Chen's awakened ability, which allowed him to clearly form a three-dimensional image of the surroundings in his mind. The sound of footsteps could be heard continuously, as well as the sound of slashing flesh. The sound was so soft that the crowd outside could not hear it at all. However, if someone could see the entire scene, they would realize that a good game of cat and mouse was being played in the shop. One after another, the aptitude users were cut down by Chen. Everyone, don't run around. Don't make any noise. Within the three-colored poison fog, the rank 2 hunter's voice could be heard again. Although the poison fog was special, it could not do anything to the rank 2 hunters who had taken the antidote. However, the two of them could not pinpoint Chen's exact location, so they missed him several times. They did not know where Chen was, but Chen could accurately sense their location. He could even see their every move. As expected, after the rank 2 hunter's warning, the footsteps in the surroundings became much softer. However, Chen could easily kill the enemies, not because of his ability to hear. Therefore, the rank 1 hunters died one after another. As the massacre continued, Chen could sense that the number of hunters alive was decreasing. After entering the main shop, he could sense that there were only 7 people alive. The old man named Bu Sen, the 2 rank 2 hunters, and the 4 rank 1 hunters guarding the side. This room was not filled with the 3-colored poison fog. The 7 of them looked at the door cautiously. Today's scene had caused them to miscalculate and suffer a great loss. The 3-colored poison fog trembled slightly. Chen walked out of the fog and into the main shop. Up until now, there was not a single wound on his body. There was not even a trace of blood. His clothes were very clean, and the cloak behind him was also very clean. Under the cloak, one could see a few gourds tied to his waist. It was obvious that the tricolor poison mist was stored there. Walking into the main shop, Chen looked at the 7 people and said calmly, "The transaction just now seems to have been miscalculated. I'm here today to settle the accounts." As he spoke, Chen took off the cloak behind him and the gourds on his waist. He placed the remaining 3 gourds on the cloak. Holding the scabbard in his left hand, he stood up and looked at the 7 people. The old man named Bu Sen sat at the head of the table. He pretended to be calm and said, "How do you plan to settle the accounts?" "That account is wrong. I suffered a great loss, but I can't settle it. I've decided to end this transaction. The Moon Wolf pelts should be in the inner room. I'll take them away later. But you guys have gone too far. You have to pay the price. Cut the crap. Let's see what you've got," one of the rank 2 hunters said. "Then I'll show you." After Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward. When he stepped forward, his right hand landed on the hilt of his saber and he pulled it out of the scabbard. The 4 rank 1 hunters shouted loudly and rushed towards Chen. "Pu! Pu! Pu! Pu!" Chen's body flashed 4 times. During this time, the broken saber struck 4 times. The 4 rank 1 hunters stopped attacking. Their bodies also stopped moving. Their expressions froze. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Dark red blood flowed out from their necks. Their bodies fell backward. In one move, the 4 of them were dead. Your extreme speed can only bully them. To us, it's useless, the rank 2 hunter said. Is that so? Chen smiled at him. His body began to flash as he displayed the 9 lightning strikes. His body began to flash in an instant, constantly changing his position. The 2 rank 2 hunters also took the initiative to attack Chen with their weapons. In the 9 flashes, the sound of weapons colliding rang out 8 times. Chen's 8 attacks were blocked. There was also one that didn't hit the target at all. After the 9th flash, Chen retreated to his original position. The rank 2 hunter mocked him again, Now do you believe that your extreme speed is useless to us? Chen smiled mysteriously at him again. Then, he charged forward again. But this time, his body suddenly emitted a strong light. After this light appeared, Chen's body seemed to have turned into a real light, wandering around the two hunters. This light changed rapidly 7 times. During this time, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard 5 times. The other 2 times were not heard. After flashing 7 times, Chen appeared in front of the 2 hunters. On his back, the 10 heavenly thunder wings slowly retracted into his body. The heavenly thunder wings were like an extension of his body. In this world, he could retract them as he wished. The 2 rank 2 hunters' expressions froze. They looked at Chen in disbelief. Among those of the same level, I have the fastest speed, Chen said as he looked at the 2 of them. Blood began to flow from the necks of the 2 hunters. Their bodies fell to the side. The blood that gushed out splashed onto Huotabusen's face. His calm expression collapsed. His old face was full of fear. Chapter 25:13. C_T. Huotabusen's biggest reliance was the 2 level 2 hunters. 1. For a small town like this, the Hua family, which had 2 level 2 hunters, was already considered an outstanding force. This was also the reason why the family had always kept 2 level 2 hunters in this town. It was also because of the existence of these 2 that he dared to force Chen and exploit him like this. Anyway, both sides were already in a situation where one party had to die, so there was nothing wrong with exploiting him like this. Moreover, if Chen did not come back with a huge amount of wealth, they would have killed Chen immediately. Huotabusen knew that both sides were already in a situation where one party had to die, so he arranged for Longman to kill the 2 level 2 hunters before they returned. However, what he did not expect was that Chen was actually so strong. Not only did he break through to become a level 2 hunter in a short time, but he also killed 2 level 2 hunters in an instant. All of his reliance was gone, and his combat power was not even comparable to an ordinary aptitude user, so he did not have the strength to face Chen at all. You, he stretched out his old finger and pointed at Chen with a trembling finger. Chen stepped forward and grabbed Huotabusen's neck, saying, "Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why, are you scared now?" Of course, Huotabusen was scared and regretful. If he had known that Chen was so strong, he would have joined forces with others to kill him. He believed that under the cooperation of several level 2 hunters, Chen would be dead for sure. However, he underestimated Chen's strength and was blinded by the value of the moonwolf pelt, which led to this scene. Do you want to know why I didn't do anything when we were outside? Chen, who was holding Huotabusen's neck, sneered and said, "Because there were others behind me, and I didn't want to get them involved. Besides, I didn't have the confidence to kill the others, and of course, I didn't want to kill everyone. My target was you, and I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. Don't you feel like you've gotten a huge bargain? You got so many moon wolf pelts for less than 5 drops of Saint Origin fluid, right?" Huotabusen couldn't utter a single word. He was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but when he saw Chen's cold expression, he knew that Chen wouldn't let him go. I am from the Huoti family. Kill me, you. Are you threatening me? You're Huoti family and I have long been mortal enemies. If one day I can walk out of here, I will make the Huoti family pay a price. Now, I should take my things and, of course, the things you have here." After that, Chen broke the man's neck and walked back. He put on his cloak again and tied the gourd. He walked into the inner room and saw the moon wolf skin that Huotabusen had brought back. He wrapped up the moon wolf pelt again, and then rummaged around for a while. Finally, he found Huotabusen's personal collection and harvest over the years. It had to be said that this was also a considerable amount of wealth. Chen carried the moon wolf pelt and the Saint Origin fluid he could carry as he walked out of the shop. The moment he walked out, a commotion broke out among the people nervously watching this scene. Chen, Xiuqi and the other 3 cried out in surprise when they saw Chen come out. A smile also appeared on Jiatu and Huangtu's faces. Apart from them, the other people's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Chen in disbelief. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Zichen looked at Xiu-Qi and nodded with a smile. You guys came at the right time. Tang Piyu, bring your cow over and help me pull some things. Don't worry, I will reward you. The crude handcart from before had already been chopped into pieces by the angry Tang Piyu. Fortunately, the Hotbussen clan had other handcarts, so it could be used by the puppet cow. Zichen took away almost everything that could be taken from the Hotbussen clan's shop, filling the cart to the brim. Looking at the goods, Zichen nodded with satisfaction and then walked towards the crowd. Xiu-Qi and the other three, as well as the puppet cow, followed behind. After walking to the front of the crowd, Zichen stopped. He looked at the cautious crowd and said, Go back and tell the person who sent you here that I have good things to sell. The price is up to you. As long as you think it is reasonable, it will be fine as long as you are happy. Remember, I live in Old Fart Wei's blacksmith shop. After speaking, Zichen no longer paid attention to the rank 2 hunters, whose expressions were changing, and walked towards Old Fart Wei's residence. The rank 2 hunters stared at Zichen's back. After hesitating for a while, they did not dare to make a move. The entire Hotbussen clan, including many hunters and 2 rank 2 hunters, did not even last for a moment before they were wiped out. Even the clan was cleaned out. They did not know what methods Zichen had, but to be able to end the battle so easily, without even a trace of blood on his body, it was obvious that Zichen had an extraordinary and powerful method. They were not stupid enough to think that it was because of the tricolored poison fog. They did not dare to make a move, and could only return to report. When the shopkeepers heard the news, their faces turned ugly. He wiped out the entire Hotbussen clan without a single injury. What about the 2 rank 2 hunters? After the battle, we went in to take a look. Everyone was dead, and they were all killed in one hit. The 2 rank 2 hunters were the same, their wounds were on their necks, just like the rest. It seems that Zichen did not expend too much energy to kill the 2 of them. Did he say anything? Yes, he said that he got a lot of good things this time and is preparing to sell them. If there is a need, we can go there. He said that the price is up to you, as long as it is reasonable and you are happy. When Zichen said this sentence before, it meant that he had no choice but to compromise. Everyone was very satisfied with Zichen's understanding of the situation. However, when they heard this sentence again, it was filled with a threatening tone. The Hotbussen clan, who only cared about their own happiness and did not care about the happiness of others, had completely disappeared from this town. This was the result. And now, they had done the same thing. What should they do? It was obvious that Zichen had given them 2 choices. One was for them to gather everyone to kill him, and the other was to resolve this matter. Of course, if they did not resolve this matter, perhaps they would follow in the footsteps of the Hotbussen clan tomorrow. If they gathered everyone who had obtained benefits and staked everything, the possibility of killing Zichen was still very high. But the premise was, would these people be willing to stake everything? The death of the 2 rank 2 hunters of the Hotbussen clan made the other rank 2 hunters feel a sense of crisis. Would they risk their lives because of this? There was a possibility, but it was very small. Go, send some sacred source liquid to Zichen. Tell him that after we came back and went through everything, we realized that there was indeed a mistake in today's accounts. We'll compensate him according to the price of 3 drops of sacred source liquid per skin. This price might not be high, but it definitely wasn't low either. It might even be higher than the normal price. They wouldn't make a profit this time, but they wouldn't lose too much either. Just as Zichen returned to the smithy with a cart full of items, the representatives of the factions that had obtained benefits arrived and expressed that there had been a mistake in the accounts. As if they had discussed this beforehand, they all made up the difference at the price of 3 drops of sacred source liquid per moon wolf skin. The amount of sacred source liquid Zichen had on him had exceeded 1,000 in an instant. He had really obtained a huge sum of money. After several setbacks outside the town, Zichen was the only one who had profited greatly. The wealth of the Hotbussen clan, as well as the moon wolf skin that had been sold for 3 drops of sacred source liquid per moon wolf skin, was something that Xiu-Qi had calculated based on the price of 1 drop of sacred source liquid per moon wolf skin. Apart from Zichen, Old Man Ge was the only one who had profited from this transaction. After hearing the news of the Hotbussen clan's destruction, a look of surprise appeared on Old Man Ge's face. Although he had expected this to happen, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. As for the youth beside him, he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. Soon, new news arrived that other factions had made up the difference, and it was at the price of 3 drops of sacred source liquid per moon wolf skin. Old Man Ge laughed heartily as he stroked his beard. He looked at the youth Yam and said proudly, "Child, look at your grandfather's actions back then. Was it stupid or not?" The youth Yam lowered his head, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, he recalled Zi Chen's smiling face. Back then, Zi Chen's expression had looked very cowardly, but he had no choice but to compromise in the face of pressure, which had made him despise Zi Chen. Soon after, he recalled his grandfather's words. Zi Chen was a ferocious tiger, an intelligent and dangerous tiger. Perhaps there was someone who could subdue this tiger, but that person would definitely not be in Shaohui town. Yam curiously asked, "Could it be that Zi Chen will be the strongest person in Shaohui town in the future?" Foolish child, how could such an existence be willing to stay in a small town? This is only his starting point, and we can only be considered as witnesses. The actions of the various shops undoubtedly showed that they had acknowledged Zi Chen. As a result, many people came to visit the blacksmith shop that was rarely visited. Zi Chen didn't meet any of these people because he didn't plan on staying here for long. On this day, Jiatu Huangtu came to visit, and Zi Chen personally met him. "Zi Chen, we have to leave. In fact, we should have left long ago, but unfortunately, we were surrounded by moon wolves, so we stayed here for a while. You should have noticed when you went to the Hort family. You didn't see those 4 people because they left earlier than us. I haven't awakened any abilities yet, but I've been building a foundation for them. To others, 1st and 2nd level hunters might be the end, but we're different. That's only the beginning." Jiatu Huangtu told him everything he knew. Just like before, their route had already been arranged. In the early stages, they didn't need to work hard for the sacred origin liquid. They just needed to follow the family's arrangements step by step. Their final goal was that city. This was the Jiatu family's arrangement. If everything went smoothly, they would take the sacred weapon and return to their family on the Star Road from that city. Jiatu Huangtu left that day. Zi Chen didn't go with them. He had promised Xiu Qi and the others that he would follow them to Mingfei town. Chapter 25:14. C_T. This time, Zi Chen's harvest was split between the 4 of them according to their agreement. Of course, Zi Chen did not share the sacred source liquid he got from the Huoti family. It was not because he was stingy, but because the 4 of them were determined not to accept it. Just the harvest from the battle with Moon Wolf this time was all Zi Chen's work alone. Not only did he not thank Zi Chen for saving his life, he even took away several hundred drops. This was already a huge advantage for him. How could he dare to take anything from Zi Chen? In the Huoti family, Zi Chen had gotten more than 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Other than that, the items that were used to pull the cart were also worth a lot. Old Fart Wei kept some that he could use, while he sold the rest to Old Fart Ge. After this incident, other than Zi Chen, Old Fart Ge was the one who benefited the most. After getting so much sacred source liquid, Xiu Qi and the other 3 went into seclusion to break through to the rank of 2nd-grade hunters. Zi Chen prepared some things and headed to the small village he lived in when he first came to this world. After the sky turned dark, the wind whistled, and the divine mosquitoes and divine ants appeared again. Seeing the black mass of divine ants rushing towards him with the wind, Zi Chen chuckled and moved forward quickly. At this moment, his speed had already surpassed the speed of the wind. No matter how the divine mosquitoes and divine ants chased after him with the help of the wind, they could not catch up to Zi Chen. The dark night was no longer a danger to him. Zi Chen saw the small village from afar and chuckled as he walked towards the stone house in the depths. Bang! 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 In the dark night, there was a knock on the door. In the stone house, the old man who was sleeping soundly was startled. He flipped over and looked out the window vigilantly. Bang! 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 There was another knock on the door. This time, it was clearer and more forceful. The old man was bewildered. He was not sure what was knocking on the door so late at night. He had no intention of opening the door. At this moment, Zichen's voice rang out, "Old man, open the door." "It's me, Zichen." The old man recognized Zichen's voice, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by worry, and he immediately got off the bed to open the door. "Why are you back so late?" After opening the door, the old man looked at Zichen from head to toe. After seeing that he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and said with slight reproach, "It's dangerous to walk in the dark. Come in quickly." Zichen walked into the room with his bag on his back. The old man looked at him and started to worry again. "Are you trying to convince me that you can't survive in Hui town anymore? Are you going to follow me back to mine?" Zichen put the bag on the table, looked back at the old man and said with a smile, "How is that possible? I'm doing pretty well. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. I've been preparing to leave Sohui town recently, so I came to see you." "Leave? Where to?" The old man was startled. "Mingfei town. You actually went there? Is the town of instigating wisdom unable to tolerate you?" "More or less. I'm already a level 2 hunter now. Let's not talk about me anymore. I brought you some good wine and meat today. Have a taste." Zichen opened the bag, and there were wrapped beast meat and 2 jars of wine inside. The old man was an alcoholic. When he saw the 2 jars of wine, he grabbed one of them and opened it without hesitation. Suddenly, the smell of the wine filled his nose. The old man took a big gulp and smacked his lips. He grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The old man said with a lisp, "Not bad. You even know to bring something back for me. It seems like you're doing pretty well in Hui town. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. You have a conscience. Bringing you some food is called having a conscience. Back then, I gave you a house." Zichen laughed involuntarily. "That's different." "How is it different?" "To show that I have a conscience, how about I give you a big house in Hui town? Kid, it seems like you're doing pretty well." "Of course. How about it? Think about it. A big house. You can live in it or open a shop. You won't have to mine in the future." Zichen looked at the old man with some hope. "Forget it, this old man is quite comfortable living here. I'm too lazy to move my nest. Kid, you really have a conscience. Don't die outside. Find some time to come back and visit me. Bring more meat. You should know that I can't eat this kind of meat here." The two of them chatted for half the night. The old man stubbornly insisted on staying here. This made Zichen feel helpless. The next morning, Zichen left. Before he left about 100 drops of sacred source liquid for the old man. Of course, the old man refused. However, Zichen insisted on letting the old man awaken his ability. As a sage king, there was no need to mention the old man's potential. With the sacred source liquid, it was inevitable that he would awaken his ability. Even if he wanted to live a low-key life in the mountain village, he should be a low-key ability user and not an ordinary person. This way, he would be able to protect himself in the face of unexpected situations. After returning to Sohui town, Xiuqi and the others still hadn't broken through. Zichen began to consume the sacred source liquid drop by drop to strengthen himself. As a second-rank hunter, there was nothing to be proud of. The Jiatu Emperor had said that for people like them who had special missions, it was just the beginning. Even among the 3 great families, there were pitifully few saint-level bodies. Without the rainbow sacred tree, it was very difficult to nurture an existence with a saint-level body. The Jiatu family could only nurture 4 people at the same time. Giving Zichen a spot was more or less the reason why the Jiatu family hadn't been able to nurture a 5th person with a saint-level body. A saint-level body had great potential in this world. However, Zichen didn't know what this potential meant. A few days later, Xiuqi came to the smithy to find Zichen and tell him that he had become a second-rank hunter. In fact, he had only been 1 step away from becoming a second-rank hunter. Now that he had so much sacred source liquid, he had smoothly taken that last step. He wasn't the only one. Xiong Xian and the others would also break through in the shortest time possible. Congratulations! Zi Chen was very happy about Xiu Qi's breakthrough. This way, he would have one more assistant when he entered Mingfei town. The two of them had a private meeting before Xiu Qi returned to her residence to wait for the others to break through. Zi Chen returned to the smithy and consumed the sacred source liquid drop by drop. When the sacred source liquid entered the body, it would automatically strengthen the body without the need for any technique to control it. Moreover, this strengthening method was very comprehensive. It could strengthen almost every part of the body. Everyone swallowed the sacred source liquid to strengthen the body in the same way. The only difference was the speed at which the body absorbed the sacred source liquid. Take Zi Chen and Xiu Qi for example. Zi Chen absorbed a drop of sacred source liquid 10 times faster than Xiu Qi. If Zi Chen could refine 10 drops of sacred source liquid a day, Xiu Qi would only be able to refine 10 drops in 10 days. On average, she would only be able to refine 1 drop a day. This was potential. There was no doubt that Zi Chen's potential was extremely high. During the refining process, Zi Chen's physical strength also increased in all aspects, causing Zi Chen's body to change again and again. One day, after refining a drop of sacred source liquid, Zi Chen suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from his body. Then, an indescribable feeling filled his entire body. This feeling made Zi Chen feel refreshed and unprecedentedly comfortable. Have I leveled up? Feeling the changes in his body, Zi Chen stretched out his hand and carefully observed. The power in his body was rapidly increasing. The feeling of power spreading throughout his body made Zi Chen so comfortable that he wanted to tremble. He had leveled up. He had really leveled up. Zi Chen, who had just broken through to rank 2, had leveled up again and become a rank 3 hunter. There wasn't a single rank 3 hunter in the entire Sohui town. Furthermore, after his breakthrough, Zi Chen felt that his strength and speed had greatly increased. If Xiu Qi and the other 3 knew that Zi Chen had leveled up at this time, their jaws would probably drop to the ground in shock. Zi Chen's leveling speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was somewhat abnormal. After his breakthrough, Zi Chen did not go out, but continued to refine the sacred source liquid in his room. This breakthrough was like a bucket that was once filled with water being replaced with a bigger one. The water that was about to overflow could be refilled. Under such circumstances, Zi Chen's improvement was extremely fast. The entire Sohui town had limited resources and could not accommodate too many rank 2 hunters. If a rank 3 hunter wanted to improve, the resources here were simply unable to satisfy them. After waiting for half a month, Xiong Xian and the other 2 broke through one after another. At this point, the 4 of them had all become rank 2 hunters and possessed extremely powerful fighting strength. After staying in Sohui town for a day, the group of 5 embarked on their journey to Mingfei town. Old Fat Wei, who rarely went out, sent the 5 of them out of the town and waved his hand at them. Don't die outside, if you can't do well, come back. After that, he said to Zi Chen, I won't be long-winded about being careful, you should be very clear. If you have the chance to enter the town, send my regards to Master, and tell him that their arrangement back then was correct. If you really have the chance to go out, tell junior brother. After knowing that he is still alive, senior brother is very happy. Zi Chen nodded solemnly. Xiu Qi and the other 3 looked at Zi Chen with some surprise. Everyone knew that once they came here, they would not be able to leave, but old Fat Wei actually said that there was a chance to go out. At this moment, they were extremely curious about Zi Chen's identity. Old Fat Wei did not send them off with his gaze, but turned and returned to the town. After staying here for so many years, I really can't bear to leave so suddenly. Xiu Qi said with some regret. So what, let's hurry up and go, I still want to go to Mingfei town to buy a powerful puppet. Tang Piyu said impatiently. Now that he had a lot of Saint Source liquid on him, he was brooding about not being able to exchange for a puppet that he wanted. The distance between Mingfei town and Sohui town was not short, and required a few days to reach. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter pseudo-divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, even a rank 1 hunter would have to form a team to go to Mingfei town. The journey was peaceful, and everyone had some complaints about it. After breaking through to rank 2, they had not made a move to test their fighting strength. When they were about 200 li away from Mingfei town, they came across a vast forest. There was a small path in the forest, and in front of the path, there were 2 pseudo-divine beasts. Chapter 25:15. C_T. The path in the forest was often used as a walkway, and the road was flat and smooth enough for a handcart to pass through. Quick update: the website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website. You must give it a good review. At this moment, the group was sitting on a handcart pulled by a puppet cow. When they saw the 2 pseudo-divine beasts blocking their way, they were startled. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were lying in the middle of the road. When they saw the group, they immediately stood up and stared at them. The group looked at each other with strange expressions. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were a black tiger and a leopard. They were clearly not of the same species, but they were standing together. Roar! Roar! 2 beastly roars rang out one after another, but they were only meant to intimidate. They did not show any hostility or killing intent. Did we encounter a beastmaster? Xiao-Qi looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Those who could control pseudo-divine beasts were called beastmasters. They were a much higher level existence than puppet masters. In this world, only poison masters could compare to them. Just like poison masters, beastmasters were very rare existences and were very difficult to encounter. But if they weren't beastmasters, it would be impossible to understand why the 2 pseudo-divine beasts were blocking their way. That's right. You're lucky to have met a great beastmaster. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave some money behind. Otherwise, you'll become food in the belly of these pseudo-divine beasts. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind the pseudo-divine beasts, but there was no one in sight. Obviously, they had encountered a robber blocking their way, and a beastmaster robber at that. Xiao-Qi and the other 3 were shocked and revealed looks of disbelief. As a beast tamer, how could he lack resources and rely on robbing others to make a living? Don't look so surprised. This is just my side business. It's just for fun, not my main business. 100 drops of sacred source liquid per person. No bargaining. Take it out and leave. If not, die. The voice rang out from behind the 2 pseudo-divine beasts. It was not far from the group, but they couldn't see anyone. This scene was very strange. Chen released his perception, and clearly saw everything in front of him. There was indeed no one behind the 2 pseudo-divine beasts, and the source of the sound was only a white diamond-shaped stone. A beast tamer who was robbing and hiding in plain sight was asking for 100 drops of sacred source fluid. This was interesting. The corners of Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. After all, they were still level 2 hunters. After a short moment of shock, the 4 of them finally regained their senses. Those 2 pseudo-divine beasts were indeed very frightening, but their fighting strength was not strong. Through sensing their aura, they were comparable to the 2-headed tiger they had encountered before. However, everyone's strength was no longer what it used to be. They simply didn't place these 2 pseudo-divine beasts in their eyes. Trying to rob them in this way seemed a little laughable. Chen withdrew his perception. The master of the pseudo-divine beast was not within the range of his perception. Interesting. He turned his head to look at both sides, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Xiao-Qi looked at the 2 pseudo-divine beasts and said, "Friend, 100 drops of sacred source fluid per person is too much. Where do we have so much sacred source fluid on us? Not a single drop less." That voice was very tyrannical. "Then let us see what you're capable of." Xiao Jin gripped his long sword tightly and said with a cold face. Clearly, he wanted to compete. "Then die." As the cold voice sounded, the 2 pseudo-divine beasts roared and charged at the 4 people in front of them. "Die." Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin roared at the same time and charged forward with their long swords in hand. Behind the 2, Xiong Xian's eyes flashed. She first glanced at the black tiger, only to see that the black tiger's movements slowed down slightly, and its speed slowed down. PFFF. The long sword instantly pierced through the black tiger's head. The black tiger's body froze in midair, and its vitality dissipated. Then, Xiong Xian glanced at the leopard, and the leopard's body also froze. Xiu Jin quickly attacked and killed the leopard. These two pseudo-divine beasts, which weren't considered weak, were killed by the three of them just like that. Zi Chen stood at the back and quietly watched the two kill the pseudo-divine beasts. He didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. When Xiong Xian and Tang Piyu saw that the pseudo-divine beasts had died, they immediately went forward to check. The four of them stood beside the corpses at the same time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right at this moment, a black light flew out from Zi Chen's sleeve and circled around the ground before returning to his sleeve. The four of them couldn't see anything from the pseudo-divine beasts' corpses. When they went forward again, they saw a strange white stone at the place where the pseudo-divine beasts were previously standing. The voice came from here. Tang Piyu looked at the stone in confusion. This should be the sound transmission stone. That beast tamer isn't here. Xiu Qi picked up the stone. Zi Chen followed behind and slowly walked forward. He released the perception that he had previously retracted. He didn't go straight to the stone. Instead, he went in the direction where the flying dagger had swept past. There, he saw a small snake that had died like weeds. It was only 7 inches long and had already died in the weeds. Its fatal wound was on its head. In another direction, there was a similar snake. Just when the four of them were sizing up the stone, they heard a cold voice from the stone, "I will remember you. We will meet again." This sentence was obviously wrong. It should be you and not just you. Because it was Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin who had killed the two pseudo-divine beasts. Could it be that the other party felt that it was because of Xiong Xian's ability and bore a grudge against her? But even without Xiong Xian's ability, they could still kill the two pseudo-divine beasts. After all, they were all second-rank hunters. Just when the four of them were guessing why the other party said such a wrong sentence, Zi Chen walked to the side of the four of them. He took the sound transmission stone from Xiu Qi's hand and said indifferently, "If you are an enemy, the next time we meet, the one who will die will be you. Then let's wait and see." After that, there was no sound from the sound transmission stone. Its luster gradually dimmed, and it became like an ordinary stone. Zi Chen put the sound transmission stone into his bosom. He didn't throw it away. Xiu Qi asked doubtfully, "Zi Chen, what's going on? Maybe it has something to do with the Huoti family." Zi Chen said. "The Huoti family? Could it be that they have their eyes on us?" Xiu Qi's expression changed slightly. "It should be. Even if it isn't, this person isn't easy to deal with. You guys almost died just now." Seeing the four of them confused, Zi Chen pointed to the two directions behind him and said, "Let's go there and take a look." When the four of them saw the dead snake, their expressions became very ugly. "This is a cyan dark snake. That damned guy is so cruel." The cyan dark snake was a highly poisonous snake. Its skin could change color, and the poison in its body was even more intense than the tricolored poison mist. Although it was only a level 1 pseudo-divine beast, its poison was enough to kill a level 2 hunter. Previously, the four of them hadn't sensed that there were two such snakes hiding in the dark. If Zi Chen hadn't acted in time, they would have been ambushed by the cyan dark snakes while they were investigating the two pseudo-divine beast corpses. They would have died from the poison. They hadn't even reached Mingfei town, yet they had already encountered such a troublesome existence. This made their expressions even uglier. "Let's go," Zi Chen said as he looked at the four people's ugly expressions. His expression didn't change much. Even if this matter wasn't arranged by the Huoti family, it was definitely related to them. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have demanded an exorbitant price of 100 drops of sacred source liquid per person. If they weren't a shopkeeper, who could take out so much sacred source liquid? "I'm not leaving. I'm going to eat them," Tang Piyu said angrily as he stared at the two dead pseudo-divine beasts. Thus, the five of them took a short break here and ate an extremely sumptuous meal of barbecued meat. It could be considered as a relief for the four of them who had just survived a calamity. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued on their way. Mingfei town was obviously larger than Sohui town. The surrounding walls were also higher, and the town had two main gates, the east and west. At this moment, a young man wearing luxurious robes was walking towards the east gate with a slightly angry expression. His expression was very ugly. "Lindsay, why do you look so dejected?" A voice suddenly sounded as another young man walked out of the town. "I'm so angry. I had a bad day and lost 2 cyan dark snakes," Lindsay said unhappily. "Oh, what happened?" "A guy wearing a black robe discovered my green dark serpent. I don't know how he killed them. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be your target," Lindsay said angrily. "He's already here? If that's the case, then you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it." A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. "Although we didn't fight head-on, I can see that guy's senses are very sharp. Tor, you have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Don't worry. It's easy for a level 3 to kill a level 2. Tor walked out of the town while Lindsay walked towards the center. The two parted ways. A few hundred meters away from the town, 2 middle-aged men were watching the 2 young men who were talking. One of the middle-aged men said, Tor clearly intended to use Lindsay to scout the situation. "What do you think of this? He's already joined us, and he's got great potential. Plus, Lindsay agreed to it himself. As long as it doesn't affect our interests, we'll let it go." Lindsay's expression shows that he suffered a small loss. What if Tor can't beat that guy? Lindsay isn't stupid. He's just going for fun. It's just a level 2 hunter. Tor should be able to handle it. If he can't even handle a level 2 hunter and gets killed instead, then so be it. I'm sure even the Hort family won't say anything. That's good. Looks like we can see a big battle. Level 3 versus level 2, what kind of battle is that? Chapter 25:16. C_T, because of the previous Beastmasters blocking their way, they were much more careful. But reality proved that this caution was unnecessary. They didn't encounter any attacks until they reached Ming Fei Town. Seeing Ming Fei Town in the distance, Xiao Qi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This place had more resources, greater opportunities, and more opportunities. Of course, it also had greater dangers. But danger always came with reward. More importantly, there were many things here that couldn't be purchased in Sohui Town. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there were many people gathered outside the town. Most of these people stood on both sides with excited expressions, as if they were waiting for something exciting to happen. Everyone who tried to enter the town deliberately took a detour. Outside the town's main gate stood a person. They couldn't see the person's face clearly from afar, but they could see the person's beautiful robes fluttering in the wind. A long knife reflecting the cold light of the sun was stuck in the ground in front of the person. It seemed that the person was waiting for someone to arrive. Ming Fei Town is indeed worthy of its name. We just got here and we're already seeing a good show. Let's hurry up and get a good spot, Tang Pu said excitedly when he saw this scene. Xiao Qi and the others frowned. They weren't as brainless as Tang Pu. As expected, when they turned around, they saw Zi Chen's expression turn serious. "Zi Chen, this is..." Xiao Qi looked at Zi Chen. "You guys go into the town to exchange for things first. I'll go in later," Zi Chen said in a low voice. "What could it be?" Tang Pu reacted belatedly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You guys go on first." Zi Chen walked forward, not taking a detour like the others, but walking in a straight line. If he followed this path, he would meet the person outside the town before entering the town. Zi Chen's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. All sorts of mocking laughter rang out. Among the mocking laughter, words like idiot and idiot were the most common. "Is it him?" a middle-aged man in the crowd asked. "It's him. I don't know what method he used to kill 2 of my dark serpents in an instant." Beside the middle-aged man, Lindsay stared at Zi Chen angrily. Judging from his expression, he seems to be very confident in this battle. As expected of someone from a small town, he didn't even notice that Tor was a level 3 hunter. Another middle-aged man sneered. Xiao Qi and the other 3 followed Zi Chen's instructions and took a detour towards the center of the town. Perhaps it was because there were too many people around, everyone walked very quietly. Even Tang Pu did not show off. However, they were completely ignored like air. Their eyes were all fixed on Chen. This idiot, doesn't he know that he can't pass through here? He even dares to walk on the path blocked by Lord Tor. He's simply courting death. Isn't that so? Master Tor is already a level 3 hunter. Killing him is as easy as flipping his hand. My lord has been waiting here for half a day. I really don't know who he is waiting for. Could it be that he's waiting for this person? Waiting for this fool who doesn't know his place? How is that possible? Xiu Qi and the other 3 were ignored. Everywhere they passed, they could hear the discussions. The faces of the 4 people in front of them became paler and paler. Since the opponent was a level 3 hunter, could Chen, who was only level 2, deal with him? The 4 people in front of them looked at each other and then stopped at the same time. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. There was almost no need for words to communicate. They made the same choice at this moment. When they were close to Tor, the 4 of them stopped. Once Chen was in danger, the 4 of them would immediately rush out and save Chen. Amidst the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding people, Chen, who had not yet reached Tor, already had a bit of understanding of him. Tor, a level 3 hunter. This made him a little surprised, but it was also reasonable. The Hort family's counterattack would definitely be more fierce. It was normal for them to send a level 3 hunter. When he was 10 meters away from Hort Tor, Chen stopped. The ridicule of the surrounding people did not decrease, but instead became noisier. There were even some disdainful jeers mixed in. You're finally here. Hort Tor looked at Chen and said. The moment these words were spoken, the mocking and disdainful voices in the surroundings suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Chen with some disbelief. They never thought that the person Hort Tor was waiting for was actually him. Hort Tor was known by almost everyone in Mingfei town. He was a battle maniac with many glorious achievements. When he first became a level 3 hunter, he had defeated many experienced level 3 hunters. Now, he had been a level 3 hunter for many years. There had always been rumors that he was infinitely close to becoming a level 4 hunter. He could cross the threshold at any time and reach another height. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between level 3 and level 4, the significance of the difference was huge. However, such an invincible expert, who had been waiting for half a day, turned out to be such an inconspicuous young man. Moreover, he looked even younger than Sir Tor. In this place, age was seniority. There were very few people who were as young and powerful as Tor. Furthermore, for Mingfei town to have someone like Lord Tor, it was already very good. Therefore, Chen, who had arrived, was no longer a braggart in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, it was synonymous with ignorance. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down because of Hort Tor's words, Chen said indifferently, "You seem to be very popular here. My name is Hort Tor. I know. You should know my purpose very well. I know. The grudge between us will be settled here today. No problem. But before that, don't you need to understand the cause and effect? No need. Today, one of us will die. For the dead, there is no need for karma. Understood?" The conversation between the 2 ended at this moment. Hort Tor took 2 steps forward and grabbed the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword as he stared at Chen. The quiet atmosphere instantly boiled over. Uproars and cries of surprise rose and fell. Clearly, this was a life-and-death battle that hadn't been seen in a long time. Moreover, it was a life-and-death battle by Hort Tor. For the entire Mingfei town, this was a must-see battle. Of course, as they cried out, they hoped that the young man would be able to last a little longer. They didn't want him to be killed before the battle even began. Knowing Tor's background and yet still so calm, this battle will be worth watching, the middle-aged man said. I already said that this guy was difficult to deal with. Even now, I don't know how he killed my 2 dark snakes, Lin Sai said. Peng. Hort Tor grasped his long sword and stomped his left foot on the ground. His entire body leapt up, and he used the recoil to charge at Chen. The air whistled. Hort Tor's speed was already accompanied by the sound of breaking air. His black robe fluttering in the wind, Chen stared at his opponent without moving. Die. In an instant, Haut Tor arrived in front of him. He held his sword with both hands and chopped down. An ear-piercing whistle sounded in the air. This attack was ruthless, fast, and powerful. Zichen grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and blocked with the scabbard in front of him. Clang! The long sword hit the scabbard. A strong force surged. Zichen's body instantly retreated, neutralizing the strong force coming from the scabbard. Similarly, Haut Tor's body flew backwards in the air. He did a 360-degree flip in the air and landed on his feet. He took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. When the battle began, the surroundings were quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle. After seeing Zichen block Hoteta's attack without even using his saber, everyone was very surprised and happy in their hearts. In this way, this battle would be able to last a little longer, and the spectators would be able to watch it a little better. After stabilizing his body, Haut Tor tapped his foot and rushed forward again. This time, he ran on the ground at an even faster speed. Swish! Zichen didn't show any signs of weakness and rushed forward to Haut Tor. Clang! 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 All kinds of clashing sounds were heard in an instant. Every time the two of them clashed, they separated immediately and then adjusted their direction again to attack each other. In the eyes of the people watching the battle from a distance, the two of them were circling around each other. Haut Tor's every attack was full of strength, and Zichen's block was also full of strength. The most important thing was that Zichen's weapon hadn't been unsheathed from the beginning of the battle. Haut Tor's extraordinary weapon didn't leave any mark on his opponent's scabbard. Looking at the two of them who were equally matched, the expressions of everyone present changed once again. They knew that this battle was really going to be interesting. Swish! The long sword slashed horizontally. Zichen's body instantly retreated and avoided the attack. At the same time, the broken sword in his hand and the scabbard pointed at the opponent's forehead. The long saber in Hoteta's hand was withdrawn in an instant and blocked in front of him. After that, the two of them quickly retreated, no longer giving the other party a chance to attack. While retreating, they neutralized the force. After adjusting their bodies, the two of them charged forward again, just like before. From the beginning of the battle until now, the two of them had displayed extremely powerful combat skills. Every time they attacked, they were able to protect themselves without the slightest flaw. It could be said that they were both offensive and defensive. This was an evenly matched battle. If the two of them did not use any other means, then the battle would continue like this. What was even more surprising was that Zichen's weapon had not been unsheathed since the beginning of the battle, which gave him a slight advantage. If that's all you've got, then die. With a roar, Hoteta's aura changed and his attack became faster. His saber chopped down twice as fast as before. This was his true strength. Chapter 25:17. C_T. This change was very shocking. His speed and attack power had doubled in an instant, and the sound of breaking sound was a little harsh to the ears. Cries of surprise rang out in the quiet surroundings. This clearly showed that Hoteta had been holding back in the previous battle, or rather, he hadn't used his full strength as a level 3 hunter. He had been fighting like a cat toying with a mouse, and now, he was obviously tired of it, so he really used his full strength. Could his opponent still block it? At this moment, the crowd all had the same guess. Facing this attack, Zichen didn't dodge. Instead, he unsheathed the broken sword that had never been unsheathed before. With a speed that was not inferior to his opponent's, he placed the broken sword in front of him and blocked the attack. Clang! When the two swords met, there was a clang, and sparks flew everywhere. This time, neither of them retreated. They were competing with their own strength. Sensing that his opponent was not inferior to his own strength, Hoteta stared at Zichen with a look of surprise. Zichen's expression was as cold as before. Level 3, he's also a level 3. A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. After that cry of surprise, another uproar rang out. Level 3, I didn't expect him to be a level 3 hunter. He looks so young, I didn't expect him to be a level 3 hunter. Following the uproar, Xiao, Qi, and the other three, who had been incomparably nervous, were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know when Zichen had become a level 3 hunter, they were still happy for Zichen. After this period of time, they had a certain understanding of Zichen's strength. Perhaps Hoteta was very strong and had many brilliant achievements, but Zichen was definitely not weaker than him. We were wrong, he's actually a level 3 hunter, one of the two middle-aged men who were with Lin Sai said. Looking at his age, his potential seems to be greater than Hoteta's, the other said. What, you want to invite him? Lin Sai looked at the two and said in surprise. There's only one spot, whoever lives gets it. The real battle had only begun at this moment. When the blades met, they split apart with a piercing sound. During this time, both of them had used their full strength. The moment the blades separated, a cold killing intent flashed in both of their eyes at the same time. Then, in an instant, they attacked with their blades. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The two of them were like two rays of light, constantly chasing after each other, striking, sweeping, and chopping. All kinds of saber moves appeared. Advertisement, aside from attacking, the two of them were also competing in terms of speed. The ultimate blade. A black saber arc appeared and swept past Hoteta's body, instantly chopping his body into pieces. However, that was only an afterimage left behind by the other party's rapid movement. Then, Zichen's figure flickered and appeared on the other side. The same blade arc swept past the place where he had been standing. Due to the extreme speed of the two people fighting in the field, no one could see where their real bodies were. What they saw were almost all afterimages. One by one, the images appeared and disappeared, constantly disappearing. In the eyes of the crowd, the two people fighting had already disappeared. Only afterimages and saber arcs were left. However, the saber arcs were both short and long. With this, the two of them could see whose afterimage it was. Those people who had been very dismissive of Zichen gradually put away their contemptuous attitude. To be able to fight with Hoteta for so long was enough to prove the other party's strength. Pu. 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 The slightly longer saber arcs were flashing quickly. The shorter saber arcs seemed to be gradually slowing down. The frequency of flashing gradually decreased. Several sounds were heard. Strips of cloth fell from the sky and were then cut into several pieces by the two saber arcs. The sharp-eyed people had already seen that the robe was black. It belonged to the person who had fought with Hoteta. It belonged to a latecomer. Swish. Without waiting for them to guess what had happened on the battlefield, they saw the two figures of light separate, creating a distance of 10 meters. Hoteta stood there unscathed. His breathing became rapid. Sweat dripped from his forehead and wet his clothes. There were no obvious wounds on his body. Only a section of his sleeve was torn. In front of him, Zichen's body clearly had a few more wounds. His clothes were also incomplete. Dark red bloodstains could be seen in the places where they were torn. The quiet surroundings were once again filled with cheers. Clearly, in this battle, Hoteta clearly had the upper hand. In this regard, Xiao Qi and the others were not worried. They even had a slight trace of disdain in their hearts. They understood Zichen. They knew that Zichen's true extreme speed had not been fully displayed. At the moment, he was only slightly slower than Hoteta. Once he used his true extreme speed, the latter would definitely be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, I'm also very good at speed. Even more unfortunately, your speed is slower than mine. Hoteta looked at Zichen and sneered. Oh, there's one more thing. I have an advantage. My endurance is better than yours. You should have consumed a lot of energy right now. That's nothing. Zichen lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his body. They were all superficial wounds. Not a single one was fatal. Hoteta's speed was actually not as fast as his, but he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation base was lower. Zichen took out a jade bottle and immediately swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. Using this kind of thing used to awaken abilities to recover energy at this moment was undoubtedly a bit too much of a waste. The smile on Hoteta's face did not fade. He also swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. His advantage was not too obvious for the time being, so he could not be too careless. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, this battle will end in a very short time. Hoteta gripped his blade with both hands as his expression gradually turned ice-cold. "This is what I was going to say to you." Zichen gripped the broken blade with one hand and charged forward, his figure like a ray of light. "Righteous blade net!" With a low shout, Hoteta's figure disappeared. What appeared was a dense net of blades that flew towards Zichen with unstoppable momentum. Zichen was like a fish or a bird that had encountered a large net falling from the sky. There was no way out. Cross-blade art. Zichen swung the broken blade in his hand, forming a cross-blade arc in front of him. This was not a casual strike, but the second move of the 9 extreme blade art. It was even more powerful than the peak blade art. Space seemed to be torn apart by this strike. The cross-blade art instantly expanded and collided with the blade net. With a series of cracking sounds, the net of knives spread out from the middle, splitting into 4 parts and moving to the sides. At the same time, the cross-blade arc continued to advance in a straight line towards Hoteta. Whoosh! The split blade net disappeared, and the long blade appeared once again, blocking the cross-blade arc. A clanging sound rang out as Hoteta's figure retreated. However, as he retreated, his eyes were fixed on Zichen, a sinister smile on his face. Pa! Zichen's upper robe split open, revealing a web-like cut on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound. This injury was not fatal, but it was shocking. If he had been faster and more ruthless, Zichen's body would have been torn apart by this strike. On the ground, Hoteta, who had retreated close to the ground, left behind 2 deep ravines. He stood at the end of the ravine, looking at Zichen and saying, 3 moves. In 3 moves, your body will be completely separated by the blade net. The battle will be over in 3 moves. Such confident words caused endless cheers to erupt from the crowd. This guy is really strong. He even forced Tor to use the heavenly blade net. This should be his strongest move so far. If he can block it, Tor will not be able to do anything to him. His cross-blade art can easily break the blade net. It should be a very strong blade art. Unfortunately, speed is his weakness after all. If he meets other 3rd-level hunters, he may be able to win. However, he meets Tor, who is good at speed. He has almost no chance of winning this battle. Unless, his speed is faster than Tor's. No one thought that Zichen could be faster than Hoteta, because he was good at speed. This was also the main reason why their forces invited him to join. This battle seemed to be over now. Besides, Hoteta said that he only needed 3 moves to kill Zichen. 3 moves, huh? Zichen looked at Hoteta and smiled coldly. He then pointed a finger and said, 1 move. This battle will be over in 1 move. Although it's a little difficult, maybe I can really kill you after 1 move. Hoteta sneered. After that, he rushed forward with his blade, faster than before. Heavenly blade net. The net of blades, which was denser and stronger than before, appeared once again, attempting to envelop Zichen within it. Bzzz. Zichen's body suddenly burst with a strong light. He was already very fast, but at this moment, his speed more than doubled. His speed was like a real stream of light. Before the blade net enveloped him, he went around it from the other side and arrived in front of Hoteta. This scene happened so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the eyes could not catch the changes. Cross-blade art. Zichen's cold voice sounded. The cross-blade arc appeared outside the blade net and went toward Hoteta, who was close at hand. Under such circumstances, Hoteta showed extraordinary adaptability. He dodged to the side and the blade net in front of him disappeared in an instant. Then, he blocked in front of him with his long blade. These movements were almost done in one breath. His reaction was very timely. However, compared to Zichen, he was much slower this time. By the time he raised his saber in front of him, the cross-shaped saber arc had already reached the back of his saber and swept past the space between his eyebrows. Fart. The blade arc cut through Hoteta's body, leaving a cross mark between his eyebrows. Blood flowed out from the wound. Hoteta's expression of shock and panic was completely frozen. Chapter 25:18. C_T. Originally, Hoteta said that the battle would end in 3 moves, but it ended in just 1 move. Advertisement. This proved Zichen's words, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The whole place became dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror, and they felt that it was unbelievable. On the battlefield, Hoteta, who was full of confidence, stood there motionless. The long saber in his right hand was in front of his chest, and his movements and expression were frozen. Zichen appeared behind him, with his back facing Hoteta. He held the broken saber in his hand tightly and stood there motionless. The two of them seemed to be frozen, and the expressions of the people around them were also completely frozen. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. After an unknown amount of time, there were heavy breathing sounds, followed by exclamations, an uproar, and all kinds of disbelief. After the silence, the surroundings were noisy. Dead, Hoteta is dead. The opponent's final speed was simply too fast. The two middle-aged men and Lin Sai's expressions changed drastically. The reason why they invited Hoteta to join their team was because he was fast and strong. He had made a name for himself in Mingfei town, and he had great potential. But they did not expect that he would be killed by a level 2 brat this time. Of course, this also proved that their information was wrong. Hoteta had already advanced to level 3. The discussion around them became more intense, and no one could accept what they saw. Some people naively thought that the battle was not over. Peng! Hoteta's body fell, and the last hope of the crowd was extinguished. Fat! Zichen, who was standing motionless, could no longer hold it in. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground, using the broken saber to support himself. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury. 1 dead and 1 injured. This result was still acceptable to the crowd. After all, Hoteta was an extremely powerful existence. I knew that Zichen would not lose. Tang Piyu clenched his fist and said excitedly. Xiu Qi and the rest nodded. At this moment, they were even more excited than Zichen. He should have just entered level 3, but he killed Tor. He is stronger than Tor. Why? Are you going to invite him? Of course, such an expert should join us. After he finished speaking, he prepared to step forward and state his purpose of visit. At the same time, Xiu Qi and the others prepared to go to Zichen. After all, Zichen was injured and needed to be taken care of. However, there was someone who was even faster than them. It wasn't just one person, but a group of people. There were more than a dozen of them. They appeared from all directions and headed straight for Zichen. This scene caused numerous exclamations of surprise. He didn't need to guess to know that these people were all from the Hort family. They couldn't let Hoteta die, nor could they let a heavily injured enemy leave. Zichen knelt on the ground and did not make any further movements. It seemed that his injuries were too serious and he could not move. The others rushed over from all directions with weapons in their hands. Then, they charged towards Zichen. The change happened so quickly that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Zichen. Their weapons were about to pierce Zichen's body. At this moment, they had surrounded Zichen, and no one outside could see what was going on. Of course, no one could see what was going to happen next. Buzz! A light vibration came from Zichen's arm. A black light rushed out from it and spread out in all directions at an indescribable speed. At this moment, everyone had already attacked. They were certain that Zichen had no chance of fighting back. When he was about to be killed, it was inevitable that they would let their guard down. Therefore, at this moment, the black light that suddenly appeared was too late for them to block, nor did they have the ability to block it. The black light circled around everyone and then returned to Zichen's side. It then circled around him and returned to his sleeve. At this moment, many of the attacks were already in front of him. They were very close, but they had all stopped. Zichen, with his sharp senses, could clearly sense who had the intention to kill him. After killing Hoteta, he had already anticipated that such a scene would occur. No matter how many level 2 hunters there were among these people, Zichen could easily kill all of them. The uproar was still ringing out. No one knew what the situation was like on the battlefield. When these people fell to the ground and Zichen stood up, the surroundings were in an uproar. Dead. So many aptitude users had died in an instant. Zichen, who was heavily injured and should not have been able to dodge these attacks, miraculously stood up without any injuries on his body. No one knew what had just happened, or how these people had died. This scene was too strange. This is the move, this is the situation. When Lindsay saw this scene, he cried out involuntarily, "My green dark serpent was killed like this, in an instant." Beside him, the two middle-aged men's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Even with their eyesight, they could not see what had just happened. They only felt something flash by. The upheaval had happened too quickly, and the scene had changed too quickly. No one could react quickly enough. However, those who had previously felt sorry for Hotetta's death no longer thought that Zichen was weaker than Hotetta after seeing the fallen corpses. Furthermore, it was originally a fair competition. However, because of the appearance of those people, it had become unfair. For a moment, the crowd was quite critical of the Hotetta family's actions. "What a ruthless kid." A cold voice rang out from the crowd. A middle-aged man with a cold expression walked out. He stared at Zichen, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. At first glance, Zichen only had one feeling in his heart, and that was danger. It was a feeling that was 10 times more dangerous than Hotetta. The murderous intent in his eyes was clearly directed at him. It was also clear that he was from the Hotetta family. "You clearly weren't injured, but you deliberately pretended to be so that you could kill these people. You're too scheming, you can't be allowed to live," the middle-aged man said coldly. He walked towards Zichen step by step, giving Zichen great pressure. He gripped the broken sword in his right hand tightly and took a deep breath. He forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart and prepared to use the heavenly thunder wings again. The surroundings quieted down again. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the middle-aged man. This person's reputation was even greater than Hotetta's. He had also had a brilliant battle record. Now, he was the representative of the Hotetta family in Mingfei town. Hotetta Bowen, a rank 4 hunter, a true powerhouse. Who would have thought that a fair duel would turn out like this? Looking at Bowen's expression, it was clear that he wanted to kill Zichen. Those who didn't think highly of Zichen before now sympathized with him. After all, his potential was greater than Hotetta's, but he was going to die at the hands of a rank 4 hunter. Zichen's expression quickly calmed down. He wasn't afraid of battle. He had never been afraid. Even if he was facing a rank 4 hunter, he still wasn't afraid. Just when everyone thought that there would be another battle, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Bowen, what are you doing?" A low voice sounded out, and a person walked out from another direction, heading towards them. Behind this person, there were 2 people. One of them was a young man. This young man stared at Zichen with an unfriendly gaze. "Dun Li, you want to stop me?" Bowen looked at this person, frowned, and said coldly. "This was a fair duel. It's a pity that Hotetta died, but as a rank 4 hunter, you can't interfere," the middle-aged man named Dun Li said. To be able to speak to a rank 4 hunter in such a tone, it was obvious that the opponent was at least a rank 4 hunter. "He's an enemy of the Hort family. He's our target. There's no fairness in today's duel. He must die," Bowen emphasized. "This is the rule of the Hort family. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with him, but he's a member of Annihilation Dragon. This duel must be fair." Dun Li didn't back down. Zichen didn't know what Annihilation Dragon was, but he could guess that it was a force that wasn't weaker than the Hort family. When the spectators heard the 2 words Annihilation Dragon, they were shocked again. "He's a member of Annihilation Dragon? Are you kidding? You don't even know his name, right? His name isn't important. What's important is whether or not he's a member of Annihilation Dragon." Dun Li turned his head to look at Zichen and said, "Little guy, Tor joined Annihilation Dragon earlier. He's a member of Annihilation Dragon. But he was killed by you, so there's a spot left. Do you want to join Annihilation Dragon?" The spectators all looked at Zichen with envy and jealousy. It seemed that Zichen had gotten a great deal. "I'm willing." Zichen didn't think too much and nodded decisively. If he didn't agree, the opponent obviously wouldn't help him. Today's duel must go on. Even if he could kill this level 4 hunter named Hotetta Bowen, no one knew if there would be others who would appear. Dun Li's appearance was an opportunity that Zi Chen must seize. Very good, you're a member of Annihilation Dragon. Nodding at Zi Chen, Dun Li looked back at Hort Bowen and said, Annihilation Dragon's rule is that all grudges must be settled one-on-one. His rank 3, so you can send a rank 3 hunter. If you don't think a rank 3 hunter is enough and want a rank 4 hunter, then Annihilation Dragon will send a rank 4 hunter. Looking at Bowen's ugly face, Zi Chen was full of curiosity about this Annihilation Dragon. It was a good rule, very humane. The stalemate didn't last long. Bowen turned his head and left. Along with him were the other members of the Hort family and the corpses on the ground. This time, Zi Chen didn't really ask for his spoils. He belonged to a rich family and had a lot of resources. He didn't care about what he got from the dead. Chapter 25:19. C_T. The battle was over, and there was no more drama to watch. The spectators gradually dispersed. In today's battle, they had witnessed the rise of Zi Chen, the fall of the brilliant Hotechua, and the shameless behavior of the Hotechua family. Their hearts were filled with regret. Xiu Qi and the other 3 also left with the crowd. Zi Chen was with them, so he was definitely not in any danger. Next, they would have to exchange the Moonwolf pelts for sacred source fluid. They couldn't compare to Zi Chen. Zi Chen had broken through to level 3 in a short time, but they had spent many years to reach level 2. The gap between them and Zi Chen would only grow larger. Moreover, the organization Zi Chen had joined was clearly a powerful one. They didn't need to worry about Zi Chen at all. My name is Dun Li, level 4 hunter. After the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man who stood up for Zi Chen introduced himself. Zi Chen. Very good. Zi Chen, you made the right choice today. Annihilation Dragon will not disappoint you. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Hong, a level 4 hunter like me. This is Lin Sai, a level 3 hunter. Zi Chen looked at the two and nodded. He was shocked at how powerful Annihilation Dragon was. They actually had 2 level 4 hunters. Yuan Hong looked at Zi Chen and said with a smile, Zi Chen, welcome to the team. As for Lin Sai, he snorted at Zi Chen. Seeing the hostility in his eyes, Zi Chen said, do we know each other? Compensate me with 2 dark serpents, or we fight again. Lin Sai said indifferently. Zi Chen's eyes flashed, and his expression turned cold. You're that treacherous beast master. What do you mean by treacherous? Lin Sai said unhappily. All right, whatever happened between the 2 of you was just a misunderstanding caused by Hoteta. We're all on the same side from now on. Annihilation Dragon has a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. Dun Li waved his hand. Now that we're entering the town, Zi Chen, you should change your clothes. In the previous battle, Zi Chen had been swept by the net of blades. The wounds on his body were shocking, and his robes were torn in many places. Zi Chen nodded, and the group walked into the town. Lin Sai didn't continue to show any hostility, but he didn't exchange pleasantries with Zi Chen either. What kind of organization is Annihilation Dragon, and what do I need to do after joining? Zi Chen asked as they entered the town. It's a mercenary organization, and we usually look for escort missions to earn some income. Moreover, we're all doing the mission together. There's no need for anyone to act alone, Yuan Hong explained. If a mercenary group could make the Hort family feel apprehensive, it was obvious that this mercenary group was not small. The missions we take are all big missions, and the rewards are great. The risk is relatively low. Dong Li patted Zi Chen's shoulder and said, you're in luck. We've only accepted 1 mission this time. I believe we'll set off in a few days. When the time comes, the reward will definitely surprise you. So this is an exciting battle. That's so boring. That Hoteta guy is so weak. A few hundred meters away from the battle, when the crowd dispersed, a clear voice filled with dissatisfaction sounded. The speaker was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Her long hair was loose, and she wore tight clothes that outlined her beautiful figure. Her beautiful face was filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Beside the girl stood an old man. He wore a long white robe, and his face was old. He stood a step behind the girl like a butler. For a 3rd-level hunter, such a battle is already exciting. Every single one of them has displayed an extremely strong combat talent. The girl said hopefully, "You call that great talent in battle?" It looked like two kittens were fighting. "No, it's not as good as kittens fighting. Their talent is naturally much worse than yours, miss. It's not even 1,000th of yours. But it's still rare in a small place like this. In a place like this battle is indeed exciting," the white-robed old man said again. He knew very well what his miss liked to hear, so he deliberately chose to say something nice. If he really had to give an evaluation of the battle just now, it wasn't just exciting. The methods that the young man who won had shown moved him. Among those of the same level, there were very few who could be stronger than him. He was a true genius. "It's SOSO. Let's go. Let's go back and eat something good. We'll have fun for a few days before we leave." The girl didn't dwell on the battle just now. She immediately walked towards the town, looking lively and active. The white-robed old man smiled helplessly and followed her. Zichen's potential was much higher than Hoteta's. Since he had agreed to join the Dragon Slayer organization, they certainly couldn't let Zichen run around Mingfei town like a fly. Dun Li directly brought Zichen to a shop and picked out a few good quality black robes. "Why did you pick so many?" During this time, Zichen expressed his doubts. Dun Li explained that there might be a battle, so it was not suitable for his clothes to be torn. Furthermore, Zichen was good at speed, so he couldn't wear those heavy armors, so he had to prepare a few more. When they first came, Zichen clearly asked Old Fart Wei if he had any acquaintances to rely on. Just like how Old Fart Zhonwu asked him to look for Old Fart Wei, they could take care of each other. Obviously, Zichen's expectations were too high. In this small town, Old Fart Wei didn't know anyone. Although the lifestyle was huge, it couldn't be compared to the three powers that worked for the God Clan. They couldn't develop and arrange everything properly. Most of the people who came to this lifestyle did whatever they wanted. Coming out of the shop, according to Zichen's request, the few of them brought Zichen to a large general store. There was almost everything here. Zichen didn't find anything useful in the store, so he directly walked into a private room. That was the place to buy some secret items. After entering, there was naturally a service staff who came to receive them. Looking at Zichen, he asked, "Do you have the 5-colored poison mist here?" The poison mist was divided into 9 colors. Among them, the 9-colored poison mist was the strongest. It was said that it could kill all living things. It belonged to the category of poison that was rarely seen. Zichen had resistance to the poison mist. He had seen the 4-colored poison mist at Old Fart Ge's place. Old Fart Ge only had a little of it, but Zichen had personally experienced it and could resist it. At that time, Old Fart Ge said that if he wanted something stronger, he had to come to Mingfei town. The service staff slightly hesitated before nodding and leaving the room. After a while, he took 2 jade bottles and walked in. One of the jade bottles contained the poison mist, while the other contained the antidote. Zichen looked at the service staff and said, "Don't come in without my order." The service staff left and closed the door. The 5-colored poison mist was something that could kill a level 4 hunter. If Zichen could withstand it, then he would have one more trump card up his sleeve. In fact, he could have bought the 4-colored poison mist, and he could have resisted it 100%. However, he had just arrived in this town, and he had already met 3 level 4 hunters. This made Zichen have to be more cautious. He picked up the jade bottle with the antidote and rubbed it gently. His expression became hesitant. After a few breaths, he finally made up his mind. He put down the antidote in his hand, picked up the jade bottle with the poison mist, and opened it. The 5-colored poison mist filled the air. Zichen put the poison mist under his nose and took a deep breath. The 5-colored poison mist entered his body through his nose. In an instant, the poison mist began to spread in his body. Zichen felt short of breath and dizzy. A sense of discomfort spread throughout his body. With the invasion of the poison mist, his body gradually lost consciousness. It was as if he had been paralyzed, and it was very difficult for him to move. This feeling spread throughout his body, making Zichen a little worried. He didn't want to be killed by the Huati clan, but instead die from the poison mist. Therefore, He didn't hesitate to reach out and swallow the antidote. However, at this moment, his body was out of his control. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. He trembled and reached out his hand several times, but he couldn't accurately grab the jade bottle with the antidote. At this moment, he wanted to call for help, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't make any sound. The god of death began to hover around him, and death could come at any time. He didn't know if it was the stimulation of the poison mist that caused Zichen's body to change, or if it had angered the poison resistance in his body. A slight tremor came from his body, and then the poison seemed to have met its nemesis. It instantly began to retract, enter his lungs, and squeeze out from his lungs. Accompanied by a long exhalation, Zichen's discomfort dissipated, and he regained control of his body. Regaining control of his body, Zichen gasped for breath. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked. His action just now was too risky, and he almost lost his life because of it. However, it also stimulated the resistance in his body, and the five-colored poison mist no longer posed the slightest threat to him. In order to reach a certain conclusion, Zichen held the antidote in one hand and the poison mist jade bottle in the other. He took a deep breath again, and saw that after the poison mist entered his body, it was like ordinary air, and came out with a breath. He didn't feel any discomfort. Success. Putting down the antidote and jade bottle, Zichen's eyes were full of excitement. Now he had another trump card. Even if he met Huati Bowen again, he would have the power to fight. He believed that in the five-colored poison mist, even if Huati Bowen wasn't poisoned to death, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. After the poison mist in the room completely dissipated, Zichen called the service staff and decided to buy some antidotes, as well as a large amount of five-colored poison mist. Although he had a lot of sacred source fluid on him, Zichen's heart still thumped fiercely when he heard the price of the five-colored poison mist and the antidote. As expected of the poison mist that could kill a fourth-rank hunter, the price was enough to make many people retreat. Therefore, Zichen could only grit his teeth and cut his budget in half. He only bought a few antidotes and a small amount of five-colored poison mist. When he walked out of the private room, Zichen found that the three of them were still waiting. He could only greet them and say that he still needed to find a few friends. Zichen wanted to find Xiu Qi and the others. They had brought so many resources to Mingfei town, and Zichen was still a little worried. During the battle, he sensed that the four of them hadn't left. They were clearly worried about his safety. When Zichen saw the four of them, they were choosing puppets for Tang Pu. It was a large shop with a lot of people, but the four of them were looking at the puppets placed outside. Indicating for the three of them to wait for a moment, Zichen walked towards Xiu Qi and the others. Chapter 2520. C_T. Zichen didn't know what kind of organization Annihilation Dragon was, but that didn't stop him from guessing how powerful it was. Along the way, someone recommended Xiu Qi and the others to join. What do you think Annihilation Dragon is? A garbage shelter? The minimum requirement to join Annihilation Dragon is to be a 4th-level hunter. 3rd-level hunters aren't qualified at all. That was what Lindsay said. He and Zichen were both 3rd-level hunters, but 3rd-level hunters weren't qualified to join. This wasn't a contradiction, but a fact. 3rd-level hunters could only be invited, but couldn't join. Those who were invited were all level 4 existences with extremely high potential. Annihilation Dragon didn't want ordinary 3rd-level hunters. Lindsay was a beastmaster, so he was naturally qualified to be invited. Zichen had killed Tor, who was qualified, so he was also qualified. However, the 4 2nd-level hunters clearly weren't qualified, even if they knew that Xiong Xian had a mystical eye technique. Zichen, you came at the right time. What do you think of this puppet? Seeing Zichen's arrival, the 4 of them were overjoyed. Tang Pu even pulled Zichen, wanting him to take a look at the puppet in front of him. It was a saber-toothed tiger, 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It looked very powerful. Tang Pu pointed at the saber-toothed tiger and introduced it. This is one of the best 2nd-level puppets. It's very powerful in both speed and combat power. It can be used to kill enemies or as a mount. It's simply too cool. Tang Pu was very satisfied with this puppet, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. However, the gazes of the people who occasionally walked past this shop contained a rare trace of disdain when they looked at Tang Pu. "How much sacred source liquid does this puppet cost?" Zichen asked. "More than 40 drops, Tang Pu pursed his lips. Tang Pu pursed his lips. This was what he was most dissatisfied with. "The boss is too stingy. He won't even give us 40 drops of sacred source fluid." Zichen looked at Tang Pu and teased, "Don't you usually say that you're very good at controlling puppets? Why don't you buy a third-level puppet?" "I'd like to, but it's too expensive, and it's too taxing on my body. I can't afford it for the time being, and it's not practical." Although they had gained quite a lot from following Zichen, they had wasted a lot of it on their breakthroughs, so they didn't have much left. "Not bad. Let's buy it then." Seeing the saber-toothed tiger nod, Zichen looked at Xiuqi and said, "Have you exchanged everything?" "It's over." The moonwolf pelts were exchanged for 3 drops each, and the moonwolf king pelts were exchanged for 10 drops each. That's a total of 750 drop. Xiuqi took out the sacred origin fluid. There was a lot of 700 drops in the jade bottle. Zichen took all of them and didn't distribute them to them. They didn't have any objections either. Tang Pu reluctantly took out his sacred source fluid and bought the saber-toothed tiger. After a brief moment of heartache, a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he saw the saber-toothed tiger move. Zichen took the sacred origin fluid and walked into the shop. There were 3 humanoid puppets in black armor and weapons in their hands. With Zichen's Grandmaster eyesight, he could tell that the quality of the weapons was pretty good. "What's the price of these puppets?" Zichen looked at the puppet in the middle, which was a head taller than him. "They're grade 3 puppets. They're clad in iron armor and require 245 drops of sacred origin fluid," the attendant respectfully explained. "Zichen, you're interested in puppets too?" Xiuqi and the other 3 walked over. "No, I'm just asking." Zichen shook his head and continued to wander around the shop. The attendant followed beside him. Zichen pointed at a set of women's light armor and said, "How about this? It's made from silver crystals fused with the scales of a grade 3 pseudo-divine beast. Its defense is extremely strong and doesn't affect its speed. It requires 180 drops of sacred origin fluid. How about these 2? Zichen pointed at the 2 inner armors made from scales. 80 drops of sacred origin fluid each. "And these swords?" Zichen pointed at the 2 swords. "These are high-quality weapons. 100 for each." Zichen nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the sacred origin fluid Xiuqi had given him and said, "Here are 750 drops of sacred origin fluid in exchange for these items. If we have a deal, we'll take the items." "Ah!" The attendant following Zichen was taken aback. He did a quick mental calculation. The total price of those items was 785 drops of sacred origin fluid. The other party had only offered 750 drops, which was 35 drops short. "Zichen, what are you doing?" The 4 people following behind Zichen looked at Zichen with complicated gazes. They had originally thought that Zichen was just being curious. They had never imagined that Zichen would really want to buy those items. None of the items he had chosen could be used by him. Needless to say, Zichen couldn't use the puppets at all. It was the same for the women's light armor. As for the inner armor, it would affect Zichen's speed. Although he could use the swords, they couldn't compare to Zichen's broken saber. In that case, it was obvious that Zichen had bought it for them. That was more than 700 drops of sacred origin fluid. Before they met Zichen, the largest amount of sacred origin fluid they had ever seen was only about 20 drops. Zichen looked at the hesitant attendant and said, "Look, they don't want it. If you don't agree, I'll take the sacred origin fluid." The latter subconsciously snatched the sacred origin fluid away. What kind of joke was this? How could he give something back so easily? Moreover, the price was completely acceptable. The deal was thus concluded. Zichen received the items and handed them over to the 4 of them. "You guys don't have an advantage in terms of speed. It'll be much better if you have inner armor in battle. The same goes for weapons. Only good weapons can bring you greater rewards. Zichen handed the weapons and inner armor to Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin. Two of them were in charge of fighting in this four-man team. Our fate began after you crashed into me. I'm very glad that I didn't die because of you. However, you won't be a meat shield in the future. You'll be the main force. Use your power wisely and don't consume too much of it. Zichen handed the humanoid puppet to Tang Pu. The latter nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know what to say. It was rare for a man like him to have red eyes. Finally, it was Xiong Xian, the beautiful girl. Your position in the team is very special and crucial, but it'll be very difficult for you to escape if there's a real crisis. With this, you'll be of some use. Zichen handed the female armor to Xiong Xian. The usually carefree Xiong Xian's eyes turned red as she threw herself into Zichen's arms and asked, "Are you leaving?" Zichen gently patted her back and said, "I'll be leaving soon. That organization is very special. Those under level 3 aren't qualified to join. They can only passively wait for an invitation." This was Zichen's explanation. After leaving Zichen's embrace, Xiong Xian wiped her tears and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going on a mission." "I'll listen to their arrangements. Then you have to be careful. You've known me for a while, so you should be even more careful. If the Huoti family can't find me, they'll transfer their anger to you." After that, Zichen hugged the three of them one by one before turning around and leaving. The four of them watched as Zichen left, their eyes red. After today's parting, they didn't know if they would ever meet again. Not only is his potential better than Tor's, but his mentality and character are also much better than Tor's. "I'm very satisfied with this kid." Dun Li nodded in satisfaction as he watched Zichen walk over. They had all seen the scene just now. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that those hundreds of drops of sacred origin fluid should belong to Zichen. However, Zichen had used them to buy defensive equipment for them. Indeed. Compared to Tor, he's much better in every aspect. He's indeed the best candidate. Yuan Hong also nodded, a trace of admiration in his eyes. Even as a grade 4 hunter, he didn't think he had such courage. "Humph, since you're so generous, why don't you compensate me with 2 green dark snakes?" Lin Sai snorted, but the dissatisfaction and hostility he had towards Zichen from before had disappeared. Behind Xiao Qi and the other three, an old man and a young girl walked past them and entered the shop. "Let's go. Our accommodations have been arranged. Now we just have to wait for the mission." Dun Li stepped forward and put his arm around Zichen's shoulder. Like old friends, they walked forward. Zichen's room had already been arranged in the inn. After returning to his room, Zichen swallowed a drop of sacred origin fluid. As for Xiao Qi and the other three, this was all he could do. What they chose next was up to the four of them. After swallowing the sacred origin fluid, Zichen's strength continued to grow, and he was very satisfied with this growth rate. Dun Li's team had a total of 5 members. Including him, there were 6 in total. In the following day, Zichen met the 2 members separately. The more he saw, the more he felt that his strength was too low. Both of them were grade 4 hunters. One of them was a puppeteer like Tom, while the other was an existence with extremely powerful strength. In comparison, he and Lin Sai were the weakest of the group. Lin Sai was a beastmaster and should have many pseudo-divine beasts under his control. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Zichen was the weakest. In the following 2 days, Zichen gained a deeper understanding of the two. The puppeteer was called Yage, while the one with extraordinary strength was called Mentor. Both of them had been invited to join the team when they were grade 3 hunters. Clearly, they had outstanding abilities. On the 4th day, Dun Li gathered everyone and said that it was time to go out on a mission. In the room, the 6 of them gathered together. Dun Li took out 2 bottles of sacred origin fluid and said, "There are 300 drops in this bottle for you, Zichen. Here are 400 drops for you, Lin Sai." This distribution might be a little unfair, but it was based on Dun Li's evaluation of the two's strength. At the same time, Dun Li said, "If you make any special contributions during the mission, the reward will be increased after the mission. Do you have any objections to this arrangement?" Chapter 25-21. C_T. Dunlee's arrangement was very appropriate. It was distributed according to everyone's battle strength, and no one had any objections. Little Cotton, Flower Candy says, his evaluation of Zi Chen was limited to that battle. As for Zi Chen's anti-poison methods, if Dunlee knew about them, he might be able to get some extra points. However, Zi Chen didn't intend to be so ostentatious. That was his greatest trump card against the level 4 hunters. Lindsay took his share and deliberately glanced at Zi Chen with a teasing smile in his eyes. His expression was clearly saying, "Look, you can't compare to me." Although Lindsay didn't deliberately give Zi Chen a hard time these days, there was still some unintentional competition between them. Zi Chen chose to ignore it and silently took his share. In fact, he was still very shocked. A single mission and they were rewarded with hundreds of drops of sacred source liquid. This was undoubtedly a huge mission. Needless to say, the 4 of them, who were level 4 hunters, would get even more. The total reward for this mission was over 1,000 drops. Zi Chen couldn't help but wonder what kind of mission would be worth such a high reward. He guessed that this should be a large caravan. There should be a long queue of goods, and all of them should be extremely valuable. In this way, the rewards of this trip would be directly proportional to the effort they put in. However, after seeing the employer, Zi Chen was completely dumbfounded. The employer was just an old man, and his so-called long queue was just a carriage pulled by a wildebeest. What kind of goods could such a small carriage hold? Unless it was filled with sacred source liquid, the old man would suffer a huge loss on this mission. Steward Mac, this is a new member of our team. He's called Zi Chen. Dunlee introduced the old man. Steward Mac looked at Zi Chen and nodded. I watched the battle a few days ago. It was very exciting. Steward Mac, you're too polite. After a simple exchange, the team left the town. Outside the town, Yuan Hong and Yage were already waiting. Behind them was a wildebeest cart with many things on it. Let's go. Dunlee motioned for Zi Chen to follow. He took the lead and walked in front of Steward Mac's carriage, taking the initiative to lead the way. Lin Sai followed behind him. As for Yuan Hong and the other 2, they jumped directly onto the wildebeest carriage and followed behind unhurriedly. The entire team appeared to be very lazy and relaxed. They did not look like mercenaries at all. However, Zi Chen considered that they had just left the town, and there shouldn't be any danger, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Dunlee, who was clearly stronger in the team, was still ahead of him. Once something unexpected happened, Dunlee would be able to react in time. What are we escorting? As they moved forward, Zi Chen asked in a low voice. He was very curious about this high-priced mission. Things. Dunlee was startled. Isn't it a thing? Do you know how to put things in your carriage? Then what are we escorting? You'll understand after a while. Dunlee never told Zi Chen what was in the carriage. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Dunlee suddenly stopped. This made Zi Chen tense up. He immediately released his perception, but did not find anything unusual. He also stopped with Dunlee, but the carriage beside him did not stop. Lin Sai did not stop either. Instead, he smiled at Zi Chen. Is there a situation? Zi Chen asked. No, keep going. Dunlee waved his hand. Zi Chen did not leave. Why aren't you leaving? Dunlee asked in confusion. You're not leaving. I'm tired, I need to rest. While they were talking, the wildebeest handcart behind them had already caught up. Dongli jumped directly onto the handcart. It can be seen that there was no other space on the small handcart at this moment. It was filled with goods. Dunlee spread his hands at Zi Chen, showing a helpless expression. Yuan Hong and the others looked at Zi Chen and laughed. Zi Chen looked back at Lin Sai, who was walking in front. He seemed to understand that this trip might not be dangerous, and he and Lin Sai, the 2 level 3 hunters, were just running errands. Therefore, he could only move forward resentfully. He returned to the side of the carriage and silently followed it, like a loyal guard. Just like that, they traveled for about a mile. Suddenly, a fierce tiger rushed out from the forest. This was a saber-toothed tiger, and its size was similar to the saber-toothed tiger puppet Zi Chen had seen. After it appeared, it immediately rushed towards them, an icy glint in its tiger eyes. Roar. The tiger's roar was deafening. If Tang Piyu saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Such a sudden change shocked Zichen, and he subconsciously reached for his broken sword. But just as his right hand was about to move, his next step was abruptly stopped. At this moment, with his sharp senses, he saw that the others were indifferent to this sudden change. There was even a hint of mockery in their expressions. He was sure that the mockery was directed at him. They were waiting for him to be humiliated or make a fool of himself. Damn it, it must be Lin Sai's doing. Zichen immediately guessed the reason, so he pretended to have nothing to do and continued to move forward. The saber-toothed tiger came quickly. Seeing that it was heading straight for Zichen did not even have the slightest defense. Wind whistled as the saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Zichen. It opened its mouth and leaped. When it was inches away from Zichen, the saber-toothed tiger leaped past Zichen, circled around him, and returned to Lin Sai. Haha, good job Zichen. Yuan Hong's voice rang out from behind. Good job. Really good job. Yage's dissatisfied voice followed. This little guy is really gutsy. He lost 100 drops of sacred source liquid just like that. I say, that's a saber-toothed tiger. Why didn't you dodge or attack? Where's your professionalism as a mercenary? It turned out that the two of them had already made a bet to see how Zichen would react to the saber-toothed tiger that suddenly charged at him. The saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Lin Sai and crouched down. The latter stroked its head, turned around, and gave Zichen a teasing smile before jumping onto the saber-toothed tiger's back. Thus, an awkward scene ensued. The 4 rank 4 hunters sat on the handcart and silently followed behind. Lin Sai sat on the saber-toothed tiger's back and walked at the very front. Zichen, who originally looked like a bodyguard, now looked more like a coachman following beside the cart. Moreover, he was the only one walking in the entire group. Is this the treatment of the weakest? Zichen rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. Zichen, don't mind it. We all walked like this back then. You'll get used to it slowly. Yuan Hong's voice rang out from the cart behind them. He seemed to be in a good mood after winning 100 drops of sacred source liquid, and he even began to consider Zichen's feelings. Zichen, you can only walk like this until you reach rank 4. You'll have to get used to it even if you don't want to, Yage said. Yuan Hong, let's make another bet. Let's see how far Zichen can walk before he gets angry. I remember that Tor got angry after walking 50 miles, and that was with 100 drops of sacred source liquid. I bet that Zichen can last 100 miles. After all, he's someone who killed Tor. His endurance should be better than Tor's. I bet more than 200 miles. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Dun Li, mentor, do you too want to join in? Yage's voice rang out again. The 4 people on the cart started gambling without any scruples, and they didn't even try to lower their voices. Zichen smiled bitterly when he heard this. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and turned to Yage. Count me in. I bet 300 drops of sacred source liquid that I can last more than 300 miles. Upon hearing Zichen's voice, Yage and the others all turned to look at Zichen. When they saw his expression, they were slightly stunned. They remembered how Tor had been so angry when they'd been traveling with him. He'd wanted nothing more than to fight them to the death. However, Zichen hadn't. He'd even wanted to join in. Yuan Hong's eyes immediately lit up. He turned back and said, I'll also bet 300 drops. No, 500 drops. Dun Li stroked his chin. Since everyone is interested, I'll bet 500 drops as well. Me too. Mentor's voice rang out. It's too late to wait for the expiration date. Yage turned to Zichen and said, Little guy, as a newcomer, you don't have the right to bet. Just keep walking. You'll only have the right to bet here when you reach rank 4. It's fine if you don't have the right. If you want to win, you can give me half of the resources. I guarantee that I'll get angry after walking for a while. I won't even be able to walk 50 miles, Zichen said without turning back. That's not bad. Who else wants to bet? Yage seemed to take it seriously, and his eyes began to shine. Lindsay, who was walking in front, also smiled when he heard the conversation. Compared to Tor, Zichen was stronger in all aspects. The most obvious one was that he didn't have Tor's arrogance. Tor kept on talking about how the Huati clan was. The more he talked about it, the more people felt disgusted. Therefore, everyone jokingly called him Tor instead of Huati Tor. Although that sounded more cordial, it wasn't the case for Haut Tor. He felt that they were ignoring his greatest reliance. Along the way, Zichen thought to himself that this was probably how newcomers were treated. Wasn't there a saying about bullying newcomers? That was probably the case with his current situation. Judging from everyone's expressions, they didn't seem to care about this escort mission at all. It was obvious that they didn't expect any danger to occur. However, he didn't understand why Steward Mac was willing to spend so much sacred source fluid on a journey that wasn't dangerous. At that moment, Steward Mac, who was in charge of driving the cart, smiled as he listened to everyone's teasing. Soon, they were 50 miles away. Zichen didn't complain and remained silent the entire time. Because he was right next to him, Steward Mac could see that Zichen would occasionally throw a drop of sacred source fluid into his mouth. On one hand, it was to ensure that his body had enough sacred source fluid, and on the other hand, it was to improve himself. This was clearly different from Tor, who had complained that he needed to rest after walking the same distance. No one had any intention of stopping, so Zichen could only follow along. They walked another 50 miles. After such a long journey, the 4 people on the cart were drowsy and didn't have the mood to play around. "Little guy, are you tired?" Steward Mac asked as he watched Zichen walk 50 miles. "Not tired." Zichen shook his head. "There's another seat here. Come on up." The old man pointed at the empty seat next to him. "That won't do, right?" Zichen was startled. After all, they were both employer and employee. "Look at them. Do they look like disciplined people?" Steward Mac smiled. "That's true. Thank you, Steward Mac." Zichen boarded the cart. Chapter 25-22. C_T, a black leopard was traversing through the forest like a ghost. Read the full article. Its body was vigorous, and its nose was trembling as it looked around vigilantly. After this black leopard passed through the forest quickly, a green snake shuttled through the forest at a very fast speed. After the green snake left, another big bird flew past silently in the sky. In this forest, 4 types of pseudo-mythical beasts had passed by in a short period of time. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were a distance away from each other, and were constantly wandering around as if they were searching for something. Outside this forest, there were 2 carriages moving forward, one in front and one behind. The 4 pseudo-mythical beasts always kept a certain distance from the carriages. Every once in a while, the big bird would soar into the sky and circle around the nearby area to check if there were any abnormalities in the surroundings. It was because of the existence of these pseudo-mythical beasts that Dun Li and the others were not as vigilant as mercenaries should be, and seemed very relaxed. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Sai. With such a beastmaster, they could save a lot of trouble and be less vigilant. They only needed to be alert and make a move at the critical moment. Zichen got into the carriage and chatted with Steward Mac. Of course, most of the time, it was Old Man Mac who was asking questions, and Zichen who was listening and answering. During this time, Zichen secretly released his senses. He was still very curious about the items in the carriage. However, he could not sense anything in the carriage, as if there was something magical blocking his senses. "Zichen, how long have you been in this world?" Steward Mac asked casually. "Almost a year." Zichen thought for a while and said. He did not have much concept of time, and did not calculate it carefully. "Oh, you have achieved so much in such a short time. That's really amazing," Steward Mac praised sincerely. Zichen could sense the kindness of the old man, so he did not hide these insignificant things from him. Steward Mac seemed to be praising sincerely, but in fact, there were huge waves in his heart. To have such achievements in less than a year, how many people in this world could achieve this? No one knew the exact number, but Steward Mac believed that none of the geniuses he knew had such an achievement. Previously, his evaluation of Zichen was already very high. At this moment, He couldn't help but look at Zi Chen in a new light. When Dun Li and the others woke up from their drowsiness, they found that Zi Chen was nowhere to be seen. Of course, they did not believe that Zi Chen had run away. When they looked at the carriage in front of them, a strange light flashed in their eyes. This steward Mac was definitely one of their regular customers. During this period, the 5 of them had visited many places, and Tull had joined them later. However, Steward Mac had never let Tor, who was walking, into the carriage. He had never even spoken to Tor. However, they hadn't expected that when it came to Zi Chen, not only would Steward Mac become more talkative, he even invited Zi Chen into the carriage. However, the rude and unreasonable owner of the carriage didn't react at all. That owner had caused Tor quite a bit of trouble back then. That rude and unreasonable personality of his had given them quite a headache. Yage and the others also perked up. They were also very surprised by this scene. After the initial shock, they became proud. It was obvious that they had invited a pretty good teammate. Perhaps there were some flaws in his battle prowess, but there were no problems with his character. After traveling for a day, the group stopped to rest at night. Mentor went to find some dry branches to start a fire, while Dun Li took out some raw meat from the handcart and roasted it over the fire. Yuan Hong held a bottle of wine in his hand and waved it at Zi Chen. How was this a mission? This was clearly an excursion. Zi Chen shook his head, refusing the other party's good intentions. Drink some. You'll be fine. Yuan Hong smiled, indicating that Zi Chen didn't need to be nervous. This wasn't the first time they'd gone out, and they'd never encountered any danger. Even if there was danger, there would be people who would be alert in advance, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Zi Chen shook his head again. He wasn't used to drinking while on a mission. It was irresponsible to his employer. Of course, the most important reason was that Zi Chen felt that there was some sort of danger here. Of course, this was only his feeling. He didn't sense anything out of the ordinary within his range of perception. Don't be so nervous. There shouldn't be any danger on this road. It's good to relax appropriately, Steward Mac said to Zi Chen. Zi Chen smiled, but didn't say anything. The others busied themselves. Something's wrong. Lindsay's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. As for the 4 people who had previously looked lazy, they instantly became alert. Dun Li picked up the weapon next to him and turned to look at Lindsay. What's the situation? There's a group of people heading this way. Their target should be us. Lindsay quickly said. How many people are there? It's unknown at the moment. Yuan Hong put down the things in his hands and walked towards the handcart. At this moment, Yage and Mentor had already taken quite a few things from the cart. Mentor was clad in heavy black armor, and he held a very heavy axe in his hand. Beside him, a mechanism clicked as a humanoid puppet appeared. It was like a door god, holding 2 heavy hammers in its hands. Yuan Hong took out a long blade from the cart. The blade flickered with a black light, and one could tell at a glance that it was made of sacred black crystal. Its quality was extraordinary, and it was abnormally sharp. Their movements were quick and nimble, and they didn't seem to be panicked. 20 people. Realm unknown. Lindsay's voice rang out again. You 2 little fellows, back off. Leave the rest to us. Dun Li walked forward with a large sword in hand. Immediately after, the earth shook as Mentor and the humanoid puppet arrived in front of the cart. Lindsay took the initiative to back off, at the same time telling Zi Chen, back to the cart. We won't participate in this battle. Zi Chen nodded his head. Even though he still did not sense anything, the sense of danger in his heart had become increasingly intense. Old Man Mai had returned to his seat at some point in time. He silently watched their movements with a calm expression. A head popped out of the cart. It was a beautiful young girl. She was standing behind Steward Mac, and not only was she not nervous, she was actually abnormally excited. There's a good show to watch. Safety is of the utmost importance, Old Man Mai said softly. The young girl stuck out her tongue and went back into the cart. Zi Chen and Lindsay returned to guard the cart, while Dun Li and the others stood 10 meters away, guarding the cart in 4 directions. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. When it rang out, Lindsay said indifferently, "There's a rank 4 hunter in the team. At that moment, in the forest, a green snake was cut down at the waist. Beside the green snake, a person fell down, dead from the poison. Black Panther hid in the distance and stared intently at the rapidly advancing group. At this moment, a shrill whistle sounded. An arrow pierced through the air and pierced through Black Panther's forehead. Beside the cart, Lindsay said in a low voice, "There's a powerful archer, at least rank 3. Fart." Another arrow flew into the sky and hit a large bird. The bird flapped its wings and struggled for a while before falling to the ground. The archer's ability is close to rank 4. After losing another beast, Lindsay came to the conclusion that this was the real deal. At this moment, Lindsay's backup was disappearing one by one, leaving only a palm-sized rat hiding in the weeds, its intelligent little eyes watching the team closely. Fart. Just then, the rat's vision darkened, and it lost consciousness. It had been crushed by a large foot. "There's an assassin in the dark." This was Lindsay's last message. His surveillance methods had all disappeared at this moment. According to Lindsay's information, there was definitely a powerful enemy attacking this time. However, Dun Lee and the other 3 weren't nervous at all, and even seemed a bit excited. It's been a long time since someone made a move against the Dragon of Destruction. How nostalgic. Dun Lee licked his lips, his eyes flashing. "I hope it's a worthy opponent this time, or we won't be able to bring out the prestige of the Dragon of Destruction." Mentor sneered in his heavy armor. The people in the dark appeared in Zichen's perception. There were a total of 20 of them. 19 of them were in one direction, and in another, there was one approaching like the night. His figure was almost invisible, as he blended into the night. This should be the assassin Lindsay had spoken of. But in Zichen's perception, he was able to see all of his movements. Out of the 19 people, one of them left halfway, leaving 18 people behind. That person had a robust figure, holding a black longbow in his hand and carrying a row of arrows on his back. It was the archer. The archer leapt about in the night, looking for a suitable position to attack. He didn't continue forward. The 18 people quickly charged forward, appearing in everyone's line of sight. "Haha, we really found a big fish." The leader held a large blade, the blade still stained with the blood of the green snake. When he saw Dun Lee and the others on guard, he laughed heartily. "You're courting death." Mentor roared and charged forward without the slightest hesitation. He wore heavy armor, and his figure was like a mountain. The earth trembled with every step he took, and he was like a moving mountain as he charged towards the 18 people. "Kill him." The leader with the large blade shouted, indicating for the others to charge forward. Peng! 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 These people immediately charged forward, but they were sent flying in a single exchange. The sound of bones shattering could be heard as most of them were injured, while the rest died on the spot. Rank 4 hunters. The leader with the large blade was clearly shocked when he saw this. At this moment, the humanoid puppet charged forward, the 2 heavy hammers in its hands dancing. It was like a cutting machine, quickly reaping the lives of the injured hunters. Rank 4 puppets, damn it. The leader cursed, his expression extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 17 people under him had died, while the rest were injured. They were almost completely wiped out. More people are coming from behind. At this moment, Zichen's perception picked up traces of others. Chapter 25-23. C_T. As soon as Zichen called out, Yuan Hong, who had been on guard, turned around and dashed in that direction. Quick update. The website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website. Make sure to give it a good review. Although they did not see any enemies, nor did they hear any movement, at this moment, they had absolute trust in Zichen, who had just joined them. In the carriage, Steward Mac's calm gaze contained a hint of curiosity towards Zichen. The head that had poked out again was also curiously sizing up Zichen. At the moment, Zichen was completely on guard and didn't notice the situation in the carriage. When he saw Yuan Hong go to guard behind them, he immediately said, "Yuan Hong, come back. Humanoid puppets, go over." Zichen's tone was calm, but there was an undeniable meaning in his words. This stunned Lindsay, who was beside him, and he found it a little funny. The weakest existence in the team was actually giving orders at this moment. How was a rank 4 hunter supposed to go? Even Yuan Hong himself was stunned and stopped moving. Yage, who was hiding in the humanoid puppet, also turned around to look at Dun Li. It seemed like he was the one giving orders in the team. Yuan Hong, who had stopped moving, turned around and looked at Dun Li with a questioning gaze. Dun Li didn't participate in the battle. He turned around to look at Zi Chen and saw Zi Chen's serious expression and furrowed brows. Zi Chen didn't look at him. Switch. Dun Li clenched his teeth and said decisively, clearly choosing to believe in Zi Chen. Yage, who was in the humanoid puppet, immediately turned around and walked back without hesitation. His footsteps were very heavy, making thumping sounds wherever he passed. Although they reacted quickly, they were still a little distracted and wasted some time. By the time Yage reached the designated position, there were already black figures charging in their direction. Every single one of these shadows was very tall, and every single one of them was a colossus. Puppets. With Yage's eyesight, he naturally saw that these were all puppets. The force of their impact was definitely not something that Yuan Hong could block. In the entire team, only he and Mentor could withstand such an impact. Although Mentor's defense was strong, his weapon of choice was an axe. It was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage against these defensive puppets, so he could only be the most suitable candidate. While he was secretly surprised by Zi Chen's choice, Yage didn't hesitate to charge forward. The two large hammers in his hands began to dance. They were like high-speed rotating boulders that collided with the puppets. Peng! Peng! The two sides collided, and a muffled sound of impact echoed. One puppet after another was sent flying by Yage. Full text reading, however, even more puppets rushed forward and pounced on Yage. During this time, the number of violent bears was the largest. Their defense was very strong, their speed was slightly slower, and their strength was moderate. The most important thing was that he could withstand Yage's powerful attacks. Yage blocked these attacks. The others admired Zi Chen's choice very much, but at the same time, they were also guessing what method Zi Chen had used to know the opponent's strength in advance. It looked like Yage had blocked this wave of attacks, but Zi Chen didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, his expression grew even more solemn. He didn't understand what was going on with this team, nor did he understand his employer's situation. However, he could guess that this wasn't an ordinary ambush, but rather a premeditated one. This was because he could sense that an enemy had appeared on his left. The enemy's aura was very strong, and he was a powerful enemy. Yuan Hong, left. Zi Chen called out once more, his tone even colder and more unquestionable than before. This time, Yuan Hong didn't look at Dun Li, directly charging to the left with his blade in hand. Then, he saw a person charge out from the forest on his left. The person in the lead wielded a long blade as he charged at Yuan Hong at an extremely fast speed. Clang! Clang! Two blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere as the two became entangled. Yuan Hong clearly had the upper hand on the battlefield, but he didn't have an overwhelming advantage. It could be seen that his opponent was also a rank 4 hunter. Immediately after, another person charged out from behind and joined the fray. 2 against 1, Yuan Hong was suppressed. The newcomer was also a rank 4. In an instant, 2 of the 4 rank 4 hunters on their side had been entangled by their opponents. The remaining 2 didn't even have time to rescue them. Another rank 4 hunter charged out from Mentor's direction. He was similarly proficient in defense, with a tall figure and heavy armor on his body. He began to clash with Mentor. There's an enemy in the last direction as well. There was no time for Dun Li to rescue him. Zi Chen's voice rang out once more, and he could sense that a powerful enemy had appeared on his right. With so many rank 4 hunters coming at once, it wasn't hard to see that this was a premeditated ambush. Dun Li didn't hesitate to stand on the right side of the carriage. Someone had charged out from there, and although he couldn't make out the person's appearance in the dark, Dun Li recognized him at first glance. He exclaimed in shock, "Edgar, it's you." "Haha, Dun Li, long time no see." The black figure that had charged out smiled coldly at Dun Li. "Has your dragon mountain eaten the guts of a leopard?" You actually have the guts to come here and attack us, the Dragon of Destruction. Do you want your Dragon Mountain to be destroyed? Dunley said coldly. When Steward Mac heard Dunley's words, his calm expression changed slightly. He understood the organization Dragon Mountain very well. It was the only organization in Dragon Mountain Town that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Dragon of Destruction. When he'd first made his choice, he'd considered Dragon Mountain as well, but in the end he'd chosen the more reputable Dragon of Destruction. He didn't expect to meet Dragon Mountain here today. They were supposed to be mercenaries, but today they'd become bandits. Dunley, you don't have to be so absolute. As long as I kill you, only the heavens will know what happened today. The level 4 hunter named Edgar sneered and charged towards Dunley. Dunley's expression was extremely serious. In this area, only Dragon Mountain would dare to attack the Dragon of Destruction. And Dragon Mountain would definitely be fully prepared if they were to attack. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way because Dragon Mountain had been secretly observing them and understanding their team. Although Zi Chen had made the best arrangements at this moment to allow everyone to maximize their strength, they were already at a disadvantage when they met Dragon Mountain, who was fully prepared. A few thousand meters away from the battlefield, there was a mound. At this moment, two figures in black stood on top of the mound, staring at the battlefield in the distance. This is an ambush we've been preparing for half a year. This time, he'll definitely die. A hoarse voice sounded. This time, we're fully prepared. My son will definitely die. But I don't understand. Why did we keep hiding instead of attacking with full force? The person next to him asked. No one knows how strong my son is, but there have always been rumors that he's very strong, suspected to be level 6. This time, we're targeting him to find out how strong he is. Although the guards around him aren't much, there's still a problem. Let's get rid of them first. At this moment, Dunley and the other three were surrounded by the other level 4 hunters. It would be difficult for them to escape at this moment. Only Zi Chen and Lindsay were left. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they weren't in a good situation. Lindsay had already lost his biggest reliance. The only beast he could control now was the saber-toothed tiger beside him. He had always been the scout in the team and had never encountered a situation like this. Although he appeared calm, it was obvious that he was nervous at this moment. Zi Chen remained silent. He spread out his perception in all directions. He was getting more and more pessimistic about the situation. Because other than these strong existences, there were other people in the distant forest. These people were rushing towards them. Perhaps they weren't level 4, but there were many of them. They would be more difficult to deal with. At this moment, in Zi Chen's perception, a black shadow was moving quickly towards Yuan Hong. It was the assassin. He was one with the night and moved silently. Yuan Hong was currently fighting with 2 level 4 hunters and didn't notice the assassin's appearance. Yuan Hong! The black shadow began to speed up. Zi Chen shouted. Before he could say anything else, the black shadow was already behind Yuan Hong. Clang! Yuan Hong turned around in an instant and slashed forward with his sword. With a clang, the black shadow appeared from the darkness and was forced to retreat. In Zi Chen's perception, the black figure was still as agile as before. He could tell that the opponent was a 4th level hunter who specialized in assassination and not a 3rd level. Otherwise, with Yuan Hong's strength, this attack alone would have shaken the opponent to the point of coughing up blood. Good job, Zi Chen. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. If it wasn't for Zi Chen's shout, he would have really fallen into the trap this time. A level 4 hunter who specialized in assassination. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Yuan Hong, behind you. Right at this moment, Zi Chen shouted once more, and he spoke even faster. Go to hell. Yuan Hong tapped his foot and retreated in the middle of the 2 attacks. He jumped up and turned around in midair. Holding his sword with both hands, he slashed down at the black shadow who appeared again with a shocked expression. Clang. The long sword slashed down. The black shadow tried his best to block it and knelt on one knee. He used the force to roll backward. As he rolled, he coughed up blood from Yuan Hong's powerful attack. Trying to run? Yuan Hong's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to chase after the black shadow, but two blades slashed at him from the side. He had no choice but to turn around and block. The black shadow, who specialized in assassination, flashed quickly and blended into the darkness. His two assassination attempts had ended in failure. It was obvious that his movements could be accurately captured. Fortunately, his opponent didn't attack and hid in the darkness. However, Zichen could see his position clearly. This is a problem. Get rid of him. On the hill in the distance, the hoarse voice sounded again. He's only a level 3 hunter. Killing him is a piece of cake. The person beside him took out a transmission stone. After the order to kill was given, the hunters who were standing outside the battlefield walked out of the forest. Chapter 25-24. C_T. In Zichen's perception, those who had been biding their time were now moving towards the battlefield. Zichen could guess why they were coming. Lindsay, you guys back off. The you guys here were, of course, Lindsay and Steward Mac in the carriage. With the 4 level 4 hunters trapped, the only ones who could fight were Lindsay and him. Obviously, as a beastmaster, Lindsay had only one saber-toothed tiger left. It was already a problem for him to protect himself, let alone fight. Zichen grasped the sheathed longsword in his hand. Zichen's eyes were fixed on the forest. Lindsay was still a little confused. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Many people rushed out of the forest. Level 4 hunters were already very powerful. It was already very impressive that there were 4 of them in this team. The reason why Dragon Mountain could send out so many level 4 hunters was because they had sent out several small teams, which was equivalent to mobilizing their entire force. Lindsay was dumbfounded by the appearance of the hunters. Steward Mac's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Behind him, the head that had poked out seemed to be a little too excited. Kill. Battle cries were heard. Everyone rushed towards them. Damn it. Dunley cursed. He wanted to break away from the battlefield and help. That little guy must have been summoned by you. He's too annoying. You should wait a while before you collect his body, Edgar sneered. He and the people beside him strengthened their attacks, preventing Dunley from breaking out. In the other 3 places, Yage and the others were also going all out. However, the people from Dragon Mountain had a good understanding of their combat strength, so they were firmly suppressing them. Zichen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I'll guard this place. Don't be careless and get hurt." His expression was surprisingly calm at this moment. "You're asking for death," Edgar sneered. As for Dunley's team, they had long since made precise calculations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cripple all of the level 3 beastmasters in a single exchange. As for Zichen, they naturally knew when he had joined them and why he had joined them. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was only slightly stronger than Hoteta. This time, in order to deal with Zichen, they had sent out many level 3 hunters and dozens of level 2 hunters. They believed that it would be a piece of cake for them to kill Zichen. Therefore, he found Zichen's confidence laughable. These people rushed forward quickly. The young girl in the carriage was eager to give it a try, but she was stopped by Steward Mac. He wanted to wait for a while before making his move. When these people arrived in front of Zichen, all kinds of weapons flashed with cold light. Shua. In Zichen's hand, the broken sword was unsheathed. The black arc of the sword flashed, and at the same time, his figure changed rapidly. Like a shadow in the dark night, Zichen changed 9 times and went in 9 different directions. After 9 flashes, he returned to his original position. His sword collided with the weapon of a level 3 hunter, and he took advantage of the momentum to take 5 steps back and stabilize himself. Among the people who were rushing forward, 9 of them had stopped halfway. The weapons in their hands were still raised high, but they didn't make any further moves. There was a clear line of blood on their necks. Their expressions were frozen, and their lives were fading away. Soon, a thud was heard, and they fell to the ground one by one. 9 lightning strikes, 9 people killed in an instant. Even though he had only killed 9 rank 2 hunters, this scene was still enough to shock everyone. In the carriage, the housekeeper and the young girl who saw this scene were also shocked. The housekeeper's expression didn't change much, But the young girl's eyes were shining, as if she was attracted by the move just now. Kill. Edgar also saw the changes on this side, and his face was filled with anger. He naturally knew that Zi Chen had killed more than 10 people in an instant outside Mingfei town. However, he didn't think that it was Lin Fan's normal fighting power. It was probably caused by something special that couldn't be used for long battles. However, seeing 9 of them die in an instant still made him feel heartache. These shocked level 3 hunters immediately reacted. Without saying anything, they waved their weapons and slashed at Zi Chen. In their eyes, Zi Chen could kill level 2 hunters, but he couldn't do anything to them. Zi Chen's speed was indeed fast, but if they encountered him, it wasn't impossible for them to dodge. Shua. 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 Zi Chen took a few more steps back and flashed again. This time, it was 9 flashes again. After 9 flashes, 6 hunters died. 3 of them were saved by level 3 hunters. Their faces were pale as they retreated with the other level 2 hunters. They looked at Zi Chen with fear in their eyes. A level 3 hunter blocked the level 2 hunters and saved 3 of them. They were even more certain that Zi Chen could only kill level 2 hunters, but couldn't do anything to level 3 hunters. I didn't think that using this kind of speed to bully low-level hunters would be so good. The young girl who was already standing on the carriage said, her eyes shining. Level 2 hunters, go kill that guy. Level 3 hunters, go. Edgar ordered indifferently. Therefore, the level 2 hunters quickly retreated as if they had been granted amnesty. They then turned around and went to kill Lindsay. As for the level 3 hunters, they rushed towards Zi Chen. There were 8 of them, and they were full of confidence. Sigh. Looking at these people, Zi Chen sighed. He knew that it was impossible to hide his true strength. Back then, he could hide his heavenly thunder wings after killing Hoteta. However, facing today's battle, he obviously could not hide his true strength. Wang. On his back, the heavenly thunder wings appeared like spots of light, flapping gently. This scene shocked the hunters, but they didn't stop. Instead, they sped up. 9 lightning strikes. Zi Chen let out a low roar in his heart. Following which, the lightning wings on his back began to vibrate as he rushed forward at an extremely fast pace. Suddenly, there was a light in the dark night. The light was as dazzling as a shooting star, and as fast as a shooting star. The light shone in all directions, illuminating the faces of the hunters. Under the cover of the light, the fierce battle seemed to have come to a halt. When the light shone, Steward Mac's eyes lit up. They were as bright as Xing Chen's, but they couldn't compare to the light that was shining like a shooting star. The young girl with bright eyes opened her mouth in shock. As for Lindsay, who was preparing to face the level 2 hunters, when he saw the light, he was stunned, just like the other level 2 hunters. What's going on? On the hill in the distance, there was a hoarse voice with a hint of anger. The shooting star flashed 8 times, changing directions 8 times. It was so fast that no sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Those who were confident that they could block Zi Chen's extreme speed realized that they couldn't even see Zi Chen's shadow. All they could see was the light, and it was a very bright light. After 8 flashes, Zi Chen returned to his original position. Under the light of the heavenly thunder wings, his face was abnormally pale. No one knew if it was caused by the light of the heavenly thunder wings, or if Zi Chen had used too much energy. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the changes in Zi Chen's expression. All they were paying attention to was the situation of the 8 level 3 hunters after the light flashed. They shifted their attention to the 8 level 3 hunters. Even though it was night, they could still see that the 8 level 3 hunters were in bad shape. Like the level 2 hunters, they had stopped attacking, and their expressions were frozen. There was a deep wound on each of their necks. Pu. 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 Blood gushed out from the wounds on their necks. With frozen expressions, the level 3 hunters fell backwards. 8 level 3 hunters, dead in an instant. Instant kill. Amazing. Looking at the 8 people who had fallen to the ground, the young girl secretly praised in her heart. It had to be said that under such a battle situation, Zi Chen's killing methods were really too shocking. Moreover, his actions with light effects were surprisingly beautiful in this dark night. Lin Sai felt a chill in his heart. When Zichen's body was shining, he had already looked at Zichen. However, after that, there was only light in his eyes. He couldn't see any movement from Zichen. Other than light, there was only light. When the light disappeared, the 8 level 3 hunters were already dead. He had never seen such speed before. When Dun Li and the others saw this scene, their hearts were also filled with shock. However, in addition to the shock, they were naturally filled with joy. If they had to use words to express their joy, they would only say one thing to Zichen. Even if 300 drops of sacred origin liquid was too little, they should at least give him 400 drops like Lin Sai. In this battle, Zichen had given them a huge surprise. As long as these people could not cause them any harm, then as long as the battle continued, the shield stand side would naturally have a chance of winning. Looking around, there were only a few level 2 hunters left. All of the level 3 hunters were dead. To Zichen, they were no longer a threat. Zichen turned around, the lightning wings on his back gently flapping. His gaze fell on the level 2 hunters, causing their expressions to change drastically as they retreated in fear. Kill him. On the mound, a cold voice transmitted through the sound transmission stone into the forest. In the next moment, Zichen's indifferent expression changed. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Figures rushed out of the forest once again. This time, it wasn't just level 3 hunters. There were even level 4 hunters, and there were 4 of them. Dun Li, you've forced us to use our final trump card. You should be proud even if you die. 4 level 4 hunters and more than 10 level 3 hunters. This was Long Shan's final trump card. When Lin Sai saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. His heart was filled with despair. The girl's eyes continued to shine, as if she wanted to participate in the battle. Seeing those people rushing over, Zichen shook his head and said with a sigh, "This time, it's a big loss." Chapter 25-25. C_T, Zichen's sigh was very clear, so clear that everyone present could hear it. At this moment, facing 4 level 4 hunters and many level 3 hunters, shouldn't despair be the only thing one should be feeling right now? This was Long Shan's last resort, and it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dun Li, Yuan Hong, Mentor, and Yage had already accepted their fates. There was no solution to this situation at all. Lindsay was already speechless. He had always been very confident in his abilities, and felt that with his abilities, the entire team would not be threatened. He could sense all dangers ahead of time with the help of his Beastmasters. However, the scene in front of him made him feel completely hopeless. The girl's expression was still excited, even eager to try, as if she hadn't sensed that danger was about to befall her. Butler Mai's calm expression was no longer as calm as before when he saw these people. He slowly turned his head, his gaze leaving the battlefield and looking towards a certain place in the night, as if he had discovered something. At this moment, his expression became solemn, as if he had sensed some sort of danger. This scene was ruined by a low sigh. If it had been a sigh of despair, it would have been appropriate, but after the sigh, Zichen's regretful tone rang out, as if he had suffered a great loss. This wasn't the tone of someone who cherished their life, but rather the heartache of someone who had lost some sort of property. This sigh was a bit of a spoil sport. Acting all mysterious, die. The rank 4 hunter had already rushed to Zichen's side, and slashed at Zichen with his sword. This strike was full of power, and carried with it a sound that cut through the air. Swoosh! Zichen's figure disappeared from where he stood. This strike destroyed an afterimage, but it didn't come out empty-handed. A gourd appeared in the afterimage, and as the strike landed, it was instantly cut open. Pa! With a loud sound, the gourd shattered, and a thick cloud of 5-colored smoke rose from it, spreading in all directions in an instant. This hunter was the first to be enveloped by the 5-colored smoke. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Not good. It's the 5-colored poison mist." The 5-colored poison mist spread at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it had spread more than 10 meters away, enveloping the level 4 hunters and a few level 3 hunters behind them. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream of pain rang out. The level 3 hunter's skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body began to emit smoke and disappear. It's the 5-colored poison fog. Run. Roars rang out continuously. It was the voice of a level 4 hunter. They did not immediately die under the 5-colored poison mist. This did not mean that they were strong enough to withstand the poison mist, but that they had swallowed the antidote in an instant. After all, they had been training outside all year round and would encounter all kinds of traps, so they would always carry a few special antidote pills to protect themselves. The 5-colored poison fog was a fatal threat to level 4 hunters. Naturally, they would carry special antidote pills with them. However, as the color of the poison mist increased, the power of the poison mist would become stronger. The antidote pills could only temporarily help them withstand the poison mist, but they could not stay in the poison mist for long. Therefore, even though the 4 level 4 hunters had taken the antidote pills, they still ran out of the poison mist at this moment. This was because once the effects of the antidote pills decreased, they would die. Even though they had taken the pills, they still felt dizzy and their bodies were not under their control. Their perception of danger had also decreased by a lot. The 4 of them were running away, and Zi Chen was in the middle of the poison mist. Sensing their direction, his eyes turned cold. As for the level 3 hunters, he completely ignored them. Once the poison mist came out, they would die, unless they were lucky enough to not come into contact with the poison mist. With a flap of the thunder wings on his back, Zi Chen rushed towards a level 4 hunter. The poison mist surged, and the broken sword in his hand drew a black arc in the air, slashing towards the head of the level 4 hunter in front of him. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The level 4 hunter sensed the danger and turned around to block the attack. He looked at Zi Chen with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he borrowed the force of Zi Chen's attack to speed up his retreat. Soon, he would be out of the poison mist. Not only was the poison mist highly toxic, but it was also ridiculously expensive. He did not believe that the level 3 hunter in front of him would have 2 such items. However, when he saw Zi Chen's sinister smile, he did not notice that Zi Chen was also smiling at him. A black light flashed through the poison mist, and the moment the level 4 hunter's body flew backwards, it went straight for the level 4 hunter's temple. This attack was made when the level 4 hunter borrowed the force of the attack to retreat. Even if he sensed the danger, he would not be able to effectively defend himself against the flying knife in a short period of time. Poof! The flying knife came close to the body without any external defense. It was impossible to block the attack of the flying knife with just the body. With a flash of blood, the flying knife completely pierced through the level 4 hunter's temple. At this moment, the level 4 hunter's frozen face was filled with shock. He could no longer see Zi Chen's figure in front of him. He did not know when Zi Chen had disappeared from his sight. Following that, he heard the same clanging sound. It was the sound of 2 weapons clashing against each other. Before he could guess if the other party had encountered the same situation as him, he heard another clanging sound. Then, his vision turned black. His life was extinguished, and his soul dissipated. The antidote pill's effect also ended at this moment. The poison mist fell on the level 4 hunter's body. His skin began to smoke, and then disappeared. As the poison mist spread, screams of agony could still be heard. Some of the level 3 hunters dodged, while others were touched by the poison mist. They retreated in fear, but their bodies dissipated as they retreated. This 5-colored poison mist could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Therefore, in the midst of the screams, everyone heard the 3 sonorous sounds of weapons colliding, but did not hear the 3 poof sounds that followed. Out of the 4 level 4 hunters, only one managed to escape. After escaping from the poison mist, his face was filled with fear. A mere level 3 hunter dared to use such a method to take them down with him. That was right. In his opinion, if Lin Huang did not come out after so long, he must have died inside. Because even with the special antidote, with the strength of a level 3 hunter, he could not stay in the poison mist for long. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without saying anything, he blocked with his weapon. Clang! A black broken knife was blocked by his weapon. The person holding the broken knife was the level 3 hunter that he thought was dead. How is this possible? Looking at the indifferent Zi Chen, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The knife flashed and turned into a cross-shaped knife arc. It went straight for the opponent. This was the second form of the 9 knives technique. The level 4 hunter blocked with his sword and retreated, avoiding the cross-shaped knife arc. However, the corner of his shirt was cut off by the knife arc. This slash was faster than he had imagined. "You're courting death." Looking at the torn corner of his shirt, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards Zichen. At this moment, the 5-colored poison mist had yet to disperse. No one knew what had happened in the poison mist. They were all shocked to see that Zichen was still alive after rushing out of the poison mist. At the same time, they were also wondering why the other 3 level 4 hunters had not come out. However, they did not have time to guess the result. Zichen and the level 4 hunter had already started a direct confrontation. With the extreme speed brought by the heavenly thunder wings and the 9 knives technique, Zichen displayed an extremely strong attack. Sharp knife arcs kept appearing. Facing Zichen's attacks, the level 4 hunter kept retreating. Looking at the battle, it was obvious that the level 3 Zichen was blocking the level 4 hunter and had the upper hand for the time being. This is Zichen's strongest combat ability. During the short pause in the battle, Dun Li looked at Zichen, who was attacking wildly, with a shocked expression on his face. To be able to temporarily gain the upper hand while fighting a level 4 hunter was indeed difficult to do. Yage and the others were also stunned on the spot, shocked beyond belief. As for their opponents, they also stopped fighting temporarily and looked at the battle between the level 3 hunters and the level 4 hunters in shock. Amazing. Lin Sai, who was almost scared out of his wits, finally came back to his senses amidst the continuous clashes. He had thought that they would die soon. Who would have thought that Zichen's 5-colored poison mist would turn the situation around? Moreover, Zichen was currently attacking a level 4 hunter fiercely. It seemed that the level 4 hunter could only parry and not fight back. Steward Mac's eyes were full of admiration. The girl at the side looked at Zichen with eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, there was a hint of craftiness in her eyes. She was already prepared to make her move. She could tell that Zichen was only attacking in one go. Once he ran out of energy, it would be time for her to counterattack. There was no way a level 3 hunter could win against a level 4 hunter. In fact, it wasn't just the girl who thought that way. Everyone present had the same thought. In their eyes, Zichen would be exhausted soon, and the battle would be turned around very quickly. It was because of this that they ignored the 5-colored poison mist in the distance, as well as the other 3 level 4 hunters who should have already walked out of the mist. Clang. After the continuous clashes, Zichen was finally exhausted. His last attack was blocked by the level 4 hunter's sword. At this moment, the sword and the broken sword were clashing. Zichen was exerting his strength and leaning forward. He was very close to the level 4 hunter. His face and forehead were covered in sweat and dripping down continuously. This was a sign of exhaustion and exhaustion. The level 4 hunter exerted strength with his sword and leaned forward as well. His face was almost touching Zichen's face. He said coldly, "You." He stopped before he could finish his sentence. His face was full of fear and shock. At this moment, Zichen opened his mouth. The 5-colored poison mist was surging in his mouth. Phew. At this moment, he exhaled the breath that he had been holding in for so long. Chapter 25-26. C_T. The level 4 hunter saw that Zichen's attack was over, so he was prepared to say a few harsh words to finish off his enemy. In his opinion, what could a mere level 3 hunter do to him? However, before he could say anything, he saw Zichen open his mouth and exhale. There was smoke in the breath, which was the 5-colored poison fog. There was no way to avoid it at such a close distance. The 5-colored poison fog landed on the level 4 hunter's shocked face. Ah! The level 4 hunter screamed and retreated. He was about to take out an antidote from his pocket and swallow it. At that moment, he was extremely flustered. The poison fog was corroding his body, and he could die at any moment. His hands were trembling. The more nervous he was, the slower his reaction and the more flustered he became. There's no need. Save one. At that moment, Zi Chen's indifferent voice rang out. The broken sword in his hand reappeared and slashed across the level 4 hunter's neck. Poof! The sword disappeared in a flash, and the level 4 hunter's head flew high into the air, disappearing into the 5-colored poison fog. The headless corpse began to spurt blood. The level 4 hunter was dead. Zi Chen, who was supposed to lose, had unexpectedly turned the tables and killed the level 4 hunter, ending the battle. This result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Then why did he spit out the 5-colored poison fog? Why wasn't he killed by the poison fog? Did he not take the antidote when he was in the poison fog? All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. They could not understand what was going on. It was at this moment that they realized that there were still 3 level 4 hunters. Where were they? Why didn't they join the battle? They suddenly turned around and looked at the 5-colored poison fog. The poison fog had dispersed, but there were no traces of the 3 level 4 hunters. They only saw 3 sets of smoky clothes and the weapons that the 3 level 4 hunters used. Where were they? After a short moment of confusion, they were shocked beyond belief. They were dead. They were killed by the 5-colored poison fog. No one could believe this result. They all had antidotes on them, so how could they die from the poison fog? However, the truth was right in front of them. It was better than any argument. The only explanation was that Zi Chen had killed the 3 of them, and then the 3 of them had disappeared into the poisonous fog. But how did Zi Chen manage to kill 3 level 4 hunters in such a short period of time? They weren't sure, but the only thing they could recall in their minds was the 3 sonorous sounds that rang out in the poisonous fog. Following the death of the level 4 hunter, the scene suddenly became quiet. Please go here to read a book. Everyone's gazes landed on Zi Chen as indescribable shock filled their faces. 4 level 4 hunters were dead. They were all killed by him. He was only a level 3. Damn it, what the hell is going on? An angry and hoarse voice sounded from the distant hill. Isn't he just a newly joined level 3 hunter? How could he kill 4 level 4 hunters in an instant? The person next to him was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This scene was too illogical. Today's battle was supposed to be a sure win, but because of the level 3 hunter's interference, it was a complete failure. This result was hard to accept, but they had to face reality. Thus, he told the transmission stone to retreat. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in mid-air, breaking the silence of the battlefield. After Edgar saw the signal, he knew that the attack had failed. He looked at Zi Chen unwillingly and shouted, "Retreat." Then, they began to retreat. They had no choice but to accept it. When the level 3 and level 2 hunters heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned, and they scrambled to escape. After seeing Zi Chen's crazy killing methods, they really didn't want to stay here for another minute. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The young girl who had been watching the battle suddenly jumped down from the carriage and chased after the level 2 and level 3 hunters. Her speed was surprisingly fast, even faster than Zi Chen. She quickly caught up with the hunters, the long whip in her hand dancing, and the sound of cracking could be heard. One by one, the hunters were sent flying. "Edgar, leave something behind before you go." Dun Li shouted coldly and chased after Edgar. Yage, Mentor, and Yuan Hong followed closely behind. It was obvious that the 4 of them were deliberately keeping a distance from the young girl, so that they could help her at any time. After chasing for a few hundred meters, they stopped. The results of this chase were extraordinary. They killed a level 4 hunter, and the young girl killed several level 3 and level 2 hunters as well. Zi Chen didn't give chase. The continuous battles had exhausted him greatly, and he really couldn't keep up. However, he'd already released his perception. When he saw that the archer and the assassin had left, he sighed in relief. His attacks had been so strong and fierce that the 2 hadn't been able to seize the opportunity to attack. Lindsay didn't give chase either, because he didn't have the means to do so. Of course, the biggest reason was that he'd been scared silly. Steward Mai's gaze shifted away from Zi Chen, and his expression gradually darkened as he looked in a certain direction. Zi Chen sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The danger was truly gone at that moment. The 5 hunters in the distance all retreated, their gazes unquestionably landing on Zichen. If Zichen hadn't turned the tide this time and used the 5-colored poison mist to kill the 4 level 4 hunters, the outcome might have been different. Dun Li walked up to Zichen and said excitedly, "Not bad, Zichen. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." Yage and the others also walked up and smiled at Zichen. "I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding yourself. You really surprised me this time." Zichen waved his hand. "That doesn't matter. The important thing is that you have to pay more. I've lost big this time. I spent a lot of money to buy that 5-colored poison mist to save my life, but it's gone in less than 2 days. Your life-saving item killed so many experts. Your life is too valuable," Dun Li said from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Hey, you're Zichen, right? Those wings on your body are pretty good. Sell them to me, you can name any price you want." Zichen had yet to withdraw his heavenly thunder wings, so the light on them wasn't as bright as before. However, they would still flash from time to time, making them look very mysterious in the dark night. Zichen turned his head, only to see the girl for the first time. He wasn't stupid and quickly guessed the girl's identity, which surprised him a little. He hadn't expected them to pay such a high price to protect this girl instead of the goods. Moreover, they'd been given several thousand drops of Saint Source liquid for a single mission. It wasn't hard to see how wealthy they were. Upon seeing that Zichen wasn't responding, the girl urged, "What are you spacing out for? Name your price." Zichen smiled at the girl and said, "Miss, this thing can't be sold." The girl tilted her head and said, "What can't be sold? Can't you just pluck it out?" Zichen shook his head with a bitter smile. The heavenly thunder wings on his back automatically disappeared, causing the girl's eyes to shine even brighter. "I'm called my YA. Sell it to me and I'll owe you a favor." The girl refused to give up, her expression very serious as she looked at Zichen. Just as Zichen was in a difficult position and didn't know what to say, Steward Mac spoke up for Zichen, "Miss, you won't be able to use it even if you obtain it." The girl seemed to have a lot of trust in Steward Mac, fuming as she said, "Humph, forget it. So stingy." Just as Zichen thought that this matter was over, the girl's expression changed and she said, "Why don't you give me that movement technique? I'll give you a reward. You can name your price." Zichen couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of this mischievous girl. "Little girl, this movement technique and wings are exclusive to me. They can't be traded." "Little girl, how dare you call me little girl? I'm already 26 years old. You're the little girl." The girl raised her fist at Zichen like an angry kitten. "I'm already over 2,000 years old. Can't I call you little girl?" Zichen smiled bitterly again, but he was secretly shocked. Over 2,000 years old and only a grade 3 hunter. "You're really weak." Hearing the girl's mutterings, the surrounding people all blushed with shame. After today's battle, who would dare say that Zichen was weak? Dun Li very decisively took out a small flask and handed it to Zichen. "Zichen, here's the difference in compensation. 500 drops of sacred origin liquid." Zichen waved his hand and said, "I've already received my reward." "I was just joking." Dun Li said with a serious face, "That's that. Our rewards are distributed according to battle strength. Your battle strength is more than enough to receive these rewards. Haven't I already distributed them? Let's talk about it next time. Of course, these sacred origin liquid spoils will all belong to me." Zichen joked. Dun Li had seen Zichen give away over 700 drops of sacred origin liquid to others, so he wasn't too bothered by it. He didn't mind too much about the fact that he had given less to Zichen. This wasn't their first mission, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the time came, Zichen would naturally not be shortchanged. Zichen's battle strength had indeed surprised them. He wasn't any weaker than an ordinary grade 4. More importantly, Zichen was only a grade 3, which made them value Zichen's potential even more. Zichen had expended a lot of energy, so the task of cleaning up the battlefield was left to Lindsay. Lindsay didn't say anything this time. After witnessing Zichen's battle strength, he was completely convinced. While cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen had already swallowed 5 drops of sacred origin liquid. On one hand, besides recovering his energy, his strength had also increased tremendously during this period, as if there were no bottlenecks to speak of. His constitution, which was very difficult for others to evolve, seemed to be able to continue evolving as long as he had enough sacred origin liquid. As he continuously swallowed sacred origin liquid, his body seemed to have developed some sort of resistance. He now needed to consume even more sacred origin liquid to continue improving. Of course, he could also consume 1 drop, but the effect was too low. The amount of sacred origin liquid Zi-Chen consumed began to increase. After cleaning up the battlefield and Zi-Chen's recovery, the group had no choice but to continue on their journey. Chapter 25-27. C_T. They had been resting and hadn't eaten anything before, so they stopped again after a short distance to start a fire and roast meat. Their goal was to get as far away from that bloody place as possible. This time, they were all on foot because the cart was filled with spoils of war. Apart from the deliberate ambush, they were also very careful as they moved forward. They finally looked like mercenaries. Only the girl called Malt didn't seem to be acting strangely. In fact, she seemed a little too excited along the way. They sat down next to the bonfire while Lin Sai's saber-toothed tiger stood guard outside. Dun Li was roasting meat, and the oil sizzled as it dripped into the fire. It was as if the few of them had completely forgotten about the assassination attempt on Long Shan. No one actually brought it up again. Actually, there was no need to mention it. Everyone knew that Long Shan had come prepared because of their employer. When there was no danger, they had always been paid a high price. Now that they were in danger, they couldn't just run away. Fortunately, Long Shan had suffered heavy losses, and it wouldn't be easy for them to regroup in a short time. There should be a period of peace. Dun Li glanced at the silent Lin Sai and said, "Lin Sai, think of a way to replenish your beasts as soon as possible." Lin Sai nodded. He had always been proud and arrogant, but today's battle had dealt him a heavy blow. The beasts he was so proud of had all been killed. He hadn't even sensed such an obvious plot. Zi-Chen's performance had also surprised him. He was glad that he had only gone there for fun. If he had used all his means to fight Zi-Chen to the death, he probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. Zi-Chen had kept a low profile, but in today's battle, he had turned the tide and saved Lin Sai's life. Otherwise, the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't have been able to stop those people's attacks. "What are you eating?" Dun Li asked curiously when he saw Zi-Chen putting food into his mouth from time to time. "Sacred origin liquid." Zi-Chen took out a jade bottle and showed it to Dun Li. The others turned to look at Zi-Chen. Their expressions became very strange when they saw his actions. "Are you treating this as food?" "The meat will be ready soon," Dun Li said again. Zi-Chen smiled bitterly when he heard this, but he didn't know how to explain it. He discovered that his body seemed to have become increasingly thirsty after this battle. A single drop of sacred source liquid could not be maintained for long before it was absorbed by his body. His body then began to feel a strong need, as if he had not eaten for over 10 days. He could only swallow drop after drop of sacred source liquid. Full text reading: as a matter of fact, his movements were a little too frequent and it finally attracted the attention of a few people. Yage teased, "Zi-Chen, you're rich, but you don't have to show off like that, do you?" Zi-Chen shook his head and smiled. He found himself speechless. Steward Mac, who was also sitting by the fire, glanced at Zi-Chen, and the look in his eyes changed slightly. The young lady beside Steward Mac could no longer sit still. She stood up and said to Zi-Chen, "This is too boring. Zi-Chen, why don't we spar?" Looking at this young lady who was only 26 years old, Zi-Chen asked in surprise, "You want to spar with me?" "Why? Can't I?" Malt stared at Zi-Chen with a provocative look on her pretty face. "Forget it." Zi-Chen shook his head. "Zi-Chen, don't underestimate her. She taught Tor a lesson back in the team," Mentor said with a hint of malice. "That trash Hote taught, he still thinks he's strong." Malt pursed her lips and glanced at Lindsay. "I can't even be bothered to teach him a lesson with his small arms and legs. Zi-Chen, it's your turn. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zi-Chen was speechless. Malt wasn't tall, and when she stood next to Lindsay, who was also young, she looked smaller. Lindsay surprisingly didn't retort after being ignored by the young lady. Instead, he stared blankly at the fire, pretending not to have heard anything. Coupled with what Mentor had said earlier, Zichen was almost certain that this girl had taught Lindsay a lesson. Forget it. I don't know my limits. Zichen shook his head again in rejection. I don't need you to know your limits. It's fine as long as you don't use your speed and that broken black knife, Molt said. How about it? Do you dare to spar with me? Speed and the broken knife were probably Zichen's strongest moves. Without them, Zichen's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. Go on, Zichen. Let us see if you have any other trump cards. Dun Li smiled. Zichen, don't tell me you don't even dare to accept a young lady's challenge. Yuan Hong goaded. Come on, Zichen. Let us see how strong you are. Yage smiled maliciously. The few of them instantly became spirited and insisted on watching the fight. This made Zichen a little speechless. Don't underestimate the young lady. Without those two, you'll be at a disadvantage. Steward Mac also chuckled, clearly implying that he wanted Zichen to fight as well. Alright, since everyone wants to watch, I'll embarrass myself. Zichen stood up and looked at Molt. Young lady, don't worry. I know my limits. Molt said innocently, sure. I hope you'll be as confident later. As soon as he finished speaking, Molt's figure flashed, and he charged toward Zichen at a very fast speed. Zichen was a little surprised by Molt's speed. His body flashed as he tried to dodge. Whoosh! Just as Zichen dodged, Molt's elbow struck toward Zichen's side. The sudden burst of speed actually left Zichen no room to react. Peng! Zichen was hit in the chest by the elbow and retreated 5 steps. His chest hurt, and he looked at Molt in shock. 4th tier. Haha. Dun Li and the others finally couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, they already knew Molt's strength. This time, they just wanted to see Zichen suffer. Zichen didn't expect this seemingly weak little girl to have the strength of a 4th-tier hunter. Again, the shock on Zichen's face made Molt very proud. Hence, he attacked Zichen again. This time, Zichen didn't dare to be careless. He started to take it seriously. However, after getting serious, Zichen realized that there was still some distance between him and Molt, who was a 4th-tier hunter. Moreover, Molt clearly had no intention of suppressing his power. He was going to use his 4th-tier power to suppress a 3rd-tier hunter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zichen had no choice but to use part of the power of the 9 flashes of lightning temporarily. Of course, he couldn't summon the heavenly thunder wings. Peng! Molt's palm hit Zichen's chest, causing him to stagger. At the same time, Zichen quickly counterattacked, but he couldn't touch Molt at all. Peng! 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 Next, attack after attack landed on various parts of Zichen's body, causing him to stagger. However, Zichen's attacks couldn't even touch Molt. When these attacks landed on his body, Zichen could clearly feel the pain coming from his body. This wasn't a battle. It was clearly a torture. At this moment, Zichen finally understood what it felt like to be unable to hit an enemy when he fought in close combat. Bang! The last palm landed, and Zichen retreated more than 10 steps. Molt stood up straight, clapped his hands, and said, "That's it. Let's call it a day." Laughter erupted all around. Zichen shook his head and smiled. It was just a spar. Of course, he wouldn't take it too seriously. However, the thirst in his body became even more obvious. It was obvious that a mere drop of sacred origin liquid was no longer enough to replenish him. Hence, Zichen opened the jade bottle and unceremoniously gulped down a large mouthful. The laughter of Yage and the others disappeared. They looked at Zichen as if they had seen a ghost. Yuan Hong even kindly reminded him, "Zichen, you drank the wrong thing. That's not wine. It's sacred origin liquid." Zichen clearly couldn't explain his condition to them, so he could only shake his head and smile. Steward Max smiled but didn't say anything. Molt sat down beside him and said, "Zichen, you're pretty good. You're a little tougher than Tor. Let's continue tomorrow." "Forget it." Zichen shook his head. He sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the sacred origin liquid he had swallowed. Zi Chen did not know if it was an illusion, but he realized that his body's absorption rate of the sacred source fluid had increased significantly after being hit by the malt. It was as if the malt's attack had stimulated his body. Looking at the little girl's victorious expression, Zi Chen could not believe that the change in her body was due to the beating just now. They rested on the spot for the night and didn't continue their journey. It was obvious that Long Shan's deliberate sneak attack didn't alert Steward Mac and Malt. On the other hand, Dun Li and Lindsay left the group after eating and only returned the next day when they were about to continue their journey. With everyone present, the group continued on their journey. Unlike yesterday, Zi Chen no longer walked. Instead, he sat with Steward Mac. Instead, the 4 rank 4 hunters guarded the carriage like bodyguards. When night fell, they stopped to rest again. During this period of roasting meat, Malt once again requested for a spar. Everyone followed suit, and Zi Chen was once again tortured. This time, he still wasn't able to land a single hit on Malt. Instead, he took many hits from Malt. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zi Chen had no choice but to admit that Malt's spars were extremely beneficial to him on the 3rd day. Or rather, Malt's attacks could help him strengthen his body at a faster rate. Hence, Zi Chen's speed of swallowing sacred origin liquid became faster and faster. In the end, it was as if he was drinking water. The others were dumbstruck and speechless. Finally, after a few days, he had used up all the sacred origin liquid on him. He was also much stronger than when they had first set off. However, he still wasn't able to land a single hit on Malt in the subsequent spars. All the resources on him had been used up. On the 7th day, the expected spar didn't happen. Steward Mac called Zi Chen to the side. Chapter 25-28. C_T. Tell me, what the hell is going on? The hoarse voice was filled with anger. A middle-aged man with a cold face was sitting at the head of the table. He stared at Edgar and reprimanded him. Didn't you guys investigate everything thoroughly? Perfect preparation, but it was ruined by a level 3 hunter. Edgar's face was also very ugly. This time, when he accepted this mission, he had promised his superiors that he would be able to complete it easily. Moreover, he had also made meticulous preparations beforehand. But who would have thought that they, who had gathered several small teams and thought of any unexpected situations, would fall at the hands of a level 3 guy who had suddenly joined? The loss was disastrous. Faced with the middle-aged man's questioning, Edgar could only suffer in silence. He still did not understand how the 3 level 4 hunters had died. How did the newly joined level 3 hunter clearly sense the location of the level 4 assassins, and how did he survive in the 5-colored poisonous fog? Trash, what a bunch of trash. Not only did you not complete the mission, but you almost alerted the enemy, the middle-aged man said angrily. Edgar was not convinced, but he did not dare to show it. He knew that the man in front of him was powerful, and killing him would be easy. But he could not understand why the other party, who was so powerful, did not do it himself, but wanted to borrow their hands. Think of a way to inform Wo Shan and have him come here as soon as possible. Seeing that Edgar didn't have any reaction, the middle-aged man lost his interest in getting angry and said with a wave of his hand. His initial plan was simple. He wanted these people to test Mai Zun's strength after killing the guards. It would be best if they could threaten Mai Zun, and then he would take action to secure victory. That way, the price he had to pay would be minimal, and he would be able to settle everything easily after the mission. But he did not expect that his perfect plan would be ruined by a level 3 hunter. Now, he had to increase his bargaining chip and use a foolproof plan. Wo Shan was one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, and had the strength of a level 6 hunter. Once he got Wo Shan to take action, he would be able to achieve his goal, but the price he had to pay would be great. Zi Chen, who had thought that he would have another battle today, heard Steward Mac's voice before Malt could provoke him. Steward Mac. Zi Chen walked up to the butler. After interacting with him for a few days, he had a good impression of the butler. If Malt was a 4th-tier fighter, then how powerful was this butler of his? Zi Chen did not believe that the man was not a hunter. Do you have time to walk around with this old man? Steward Mac looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Zi Chen nodded. He guessed that Steward Mac had something to say to him. Steward Mac turned around and walked into the darkness. Zichen followed behind, maintaining a distance of half a step. Zichen, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked without turning around. Zichen was puzzled. Wasn't a level 4 hunter just level 4? Did he really need to think about it? Oh, or rather, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked again. Isn't there a level 4 after level 3? Is there a special meaning behind it? Zichen asked after thinking for a while. Only a level 4 hunter can be considered a true beginner. Before becoming a level 4 hunter, the so-called hunter is nothing. Steward Mac turned around and looked at Zichen. Seeing Zichen's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You should be from the outside world as well, right?" Zichen nodded. In this world, more than 99% of people came from the outside world. In the outside world, saints are divided into 3 realms: saint, king, and great saint. Only kings are qualified to enter this world, but it's not absolute. I know of some special passages that can send in some special people. Steward Mac paused for a moment before continuing, but no matter who it is, as long as they come to this world, they have a chance to become a hunter. They also know that there are different levels of hunters, but not many know that a level 4 hunter is the true beginner. Only by reaching this threshold can there be a possibility of moving on to the next step. What threshold? Zichen asked. Of course, there was a standard to enter this world, and that standard was the threshold. Steward Mac stopped in his tracks and looked back at Zichen, saying, "Saint level physical body." Saint level physical body? Zichen was stunned. That's right. If you want to enter level 4, you must have a saint level physical body. In other words, you must have a saint level physical body to be able to enter the saint level. This is the standard of this world. Even if you have the strength of a saint level king in the outside world, if you don't have a saint level physical body, you can't enter level 4 here. Level 3 is the peak. Steward Mac nodded and said. If that's the case, doesn't Dun Li and the others all have saint level physical bodies? Zichen asked again. As long as it's level 4, it's equivalent to a saint level physical body in the outside world. With Steward Mac's confirmation, Zichen finally understood why the minimum requirement to enter this world was a saint level physical body. He also understood why Jiao Tu, Huang Tu, and the others didn't immediately become hunters. Instead, they were building their foundation step by step. He believed that once they had a good foundation, they would be able to become level 4 hunters very quickly and reach the standard to enter this world. This could be seen from Zichen. He didn't have so many resources to support him, but he still became a level 3 hunter in a very short time. Whether you can enter level 4 quickly or not depends on whether you have a saint level physical body in the outside world. If you do, then you can advance quickly. If you don't, then you can only advance step by step, and the speed will be very slow. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and said, "Now, Zichen, tell me honestly. When you were in the outside world, did you have a saint level physical body?" Zichen didn't hesitate for long. He nodded and admitted it directly. After sparring with Molt for the past few days, he could already sense that Molt was actually helping him in the name of sparring. In just a few days, the Molt had played an important role in his improvement. Seeing Zichen nod, Steward Mac chuckled. "I guessed right. The speed at which you absorb the sacred source liquid is really too fast. So fast that you don't even need to refine it. If we compare your body to a large vat, then you already have enough sacred source liquid to hold a level 4 hunter before you came to this world. What you need is to constantly replenish it. Of course, the speed of replenishment depends on how quickly you obtain the sacred source liquid." Zichen didn't deny this point. He already didn't have enough sacred source liquid, so his progress naturally slowed down. What you lack now is resources. If you have enough resources, you can quickly enter level 4. Steward Mac reached into his clothes and took out a glowing pearl. The sacred source liquid you have now is no longer enough to help you break through quickly. Only this can help you reach level 4 in the shortest time possible. What is this? Zichen asked curiously as he looked at the glowing pearl. However, there was no joy or greed in his eyes. A kind of energy crystal. It will be very useful to you now, Steward Mac said. Is this for me? Chen asked doubtfully. Don't tell me I'm just taking it out for you to see and show off. Steward Mac chuckled. Chen didn't take it. Instead, he asked, why? Chen was an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years, while Steward Mac was an existence that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The two of them were pretty much at the level of foxes, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Steward Mac directly said, it's because of your battle strength. Your battle strength is something I've never seen before. You were able to slaughter those above your level. This is truly beyond my expectations. This energy crystal can be considered another mercenary reward for you. This mission is to protect Molt in times of danger. In other words, you are to escape with Molt in times of danger. Why me? Because I believe that you will be even stronger than them at level 4. These words were clearly very sincere. Moreover, it was Steward Mac who had given the deposit first. It seemed that the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages for Chen. After all, if he quickly reached level 4, his battle strength would increase once again. This way, he would have stronger means to protect himself. However, once he accepted this energy crystal, it would mean that his fate was tied to Molt's. When danger arose, he would have to consider and take care of Molt's safety. Protecting their employer was a mercenary's duty. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Chen wouldn't lose anything. Steward Mac's energy crystal was only to make him stronger so that he could protect everyone. Chen had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the temptation of reaching level 4 was indeed very tempting. He nodded and agreed. Swallow it directly. The energy released will spread throughout your body like the sacred origin liquid. Once your physical body reaches a certain limit, you will naturally break through. Upon hearing Steward Mac's words, Chen swallowed it without hesitation. There was no need for Steward Mac to harm him. As the energy crystal entered his stomach, Chen felt an energy similar to the sacred origin liquid. However, this energy was much purer and more abundant. This energy continuously flowed into his body, causing Chen's physical body to rapidly change. After returning, Dun Li and the rest were still roasting meat. They didn't ask the two of them what they had done outside. Molt also surprisingly didn't seek out Chen for a spar. Clearly, she knew about this matter. Chen sat by the fire and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. Just like that, several days passed in a row. Chen seemed to be somewhat listless and spoke much less. Most of the time, he closed his eyes and took a nap. On a certain night, Dun Li couldn't help but ask, Chen, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, Chen opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. His perception began to expand at this moment, extending further into the distance. In his perception, images of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. As his senses expanded, Chen's mind and physical body underwent a perfect transformation. He was advancing towards level 4. Chapter 25-29. C_T. In this special world, it was very difficult to advance from level 3 to level 4 because it had nothing to do with one's strength, but with one's physical body. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Even if you were a peak saint ruler in the outside world, you would still be stuck at level 3 if you didn't have a saint-level physical body. This was the special part of this world. However, if you had a level 4 physical body, you would be able to break through very quickly as long as you had enough resources. The energy crystal that Steward Mac had given Chen had a great origin. It was worth more than a few thousand drops of sacred origin liquid. However, Chen hadn't reached a certain level yet, so he naturally didn't know the value of the energy crystal. His senses were still expanding, and the figures of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another within the range of his senses. Some of them were hidden in the night, quietly observing their surroundings, while others were slowly moving and pacing around. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they were all extremely vigilant and quiet, which was rare for them. Evidently, these were the beasts that Lin Sai controlled again. After the lesson from last time, He was no longer careless. He controlled many beasts and deployed them strictly so that they could observe their surroundings. Zichen's perception had doubled, and in his perception, he found 8 pseudo-divine beasts. He believed that there must be other pseudo-divine beasts observing in secret in the places where his perception could not reach. In addition to the changes in his senses, Zichen's physical body was also undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. The most important thing was that his physical body had become stronger. It was as if a layer of the seal on his body had suddenly been undone. This feeling couldn't be described with words. It could only be understood. Zichen, what's wrong with you? Dun Li sensed that Zichen was a little abnormal and looked at Zichen in surprise. Yage and the others also looked up, their eyes full of confusion. At this moment, they felt that Zichen was a little different, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Molt, who was staring at the bonfire out of boredom, raised her head and glanced at Zichen. Then, her expression changed. She was shocked and in disbelief. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and smiled. His smile was very gratified. With just one energy crystal, Zichen was able to break through in just a few days. This proved that when he was in the outside world, his physical body was no longer at the saint level. Instead, he had already walked quite a distance on this path. He nodded in satisfaction. He didn't bring up this matter, and Molt didn't say anything either. He didn't even ask to spar with Zichen. She was very clear about her own strength. She could suppress Zichen without the heavenly thunder wings and broken blade, but that was only when Zichen was level 3. Now that both of them were level 4, even if Zichen did not use the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would still surpass hers. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't tell them that he had broken through. This was a little secret. Once there was danger, he would surprise them when he reached level 4. When that happened, it would be a pleasant surprise. Come, have some food. Dun Li handed a large piece of barbecued meat to Zichen. Zichen took it without hesitation and ate it in big bites. There were 2 obvious advantages to having a beastmaster in a team. One was that they didn't have to be on guard, and the other was that they didn't have to worry about not having enough meat. That night, Zichen drank a pot of wine, which was rare. After the others fell asleep, he sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and closed his eyes. At this moment, there was still some energy left in the energy crystal in his stomach. It was turning into the last of its energy and being absorbed by his body. Then, Zichen found that after absorbing this energy, his physical body was still strengthening. In addition, the meat he swallowed was also turning into energy and increasing the strength of his physical body. The saint-level physical body was the foundation, and level 4 was just the beginning. Zichen had already entered level 4. Now, he was very curious about level 5 hunters. He wondered if there was a meaning to this level. The sky was bright, and everyone got up and set off. They were not just rushing. During the journey, they would also deliberately take detours. If they found a beautiful place, they would stop and admire it. They would even stay there for 2 more days. Gradually, Zichen found out that the 5 of them had been following Steward Mac for a long time. They were all temporary guards hired by Molt. They didn't have a specific destination, and were just there to protect Molt when he went out to play. And Molt's purpose of going out was just to have fun. Neither Steward Mac nor Molt cared about the previous assassination. Even if Zichen had concerns, he couldn't say anything when his employer didn't say anything. In a valley filled with blooming flowers, Molt was playing with water barefooted with an innocent smile on his face. Dun Li was 20 meters away from him. Yage and the others were guarding somewhere else. Lin Sai and Saber-Toothed Tiger were on the cliff, and Zichen and Steward Mac were on the other side of the valley. The 2 sat at the edge of the cliff, where they could clearly see Molt below. Zichen looked at the blue sky in the distance, and then tilted his head to look at Steward Mac. Steward Mac, what are the requirements for becoming a level 5 hunter? Level 5. I haven't congratulated you for reaching level 4 yet. Steward Mac smiled, and turned to look at Zichen. It's all thanks to Steward Mac's energy crystal. Level 4 requires a saint-level physical body. What about level 5? What are the requirements? Level 5, Of course. Steward Mac sighed, and looked at Molt below. His gaze moved to the distance. As long as you can awaken your abilities in this world, continuously consume sacred origin fluid, and don't die in an accident, you can reach level 4 one day and have a saint-level physical body. But it's difficult to reach level 5 from level 4. What's difficult about it? Zichen continued to ask. 4th tier requires physical strength as long as one's physical body is strengthened. However, 5th tier requires special energy, which excludes many 4th tier beings, Butler said. Special energy? That's right. It's the type of energy you're good at in the outside world. In this world, you need to awaken your energy to reach level 5, and what you awaken is the type of energy you have in the outside world. Steward Mac pointed to a golden cloud in the sky and said, for example, your energy in the outside world is fire, and the energy you awaken in this world can only be fire. But there's a huge difference between fire, and there's also a difference between strong and weak fire. Those relatively weak fires can't be recognized by this world, so they can't be awakened. Only those special and powerful fires can be awakened. This principle is like an item brought in from the outside world. If its quality is special to the point where the rules can't destroy it, then it can stay in this world. But if its quality is ordinary, even if it appears in this world, it will be eroded overnight by time. That's what it's like to reach level 5. If your energy is strong enough, you can ignore the rules here and let it appear in this world. But if your energy isn't strong enough, you can only stop under the suppression of this world's rules. That's why it's easy to reach level 4, but difficult to reach level 5. Steward Mac explained very clearly, and Zichen also understood. Before reaching level 5, anything was possible, even if one reached level 4. But after reaching level 5, the rules would separate everyone according to the survival of the fittest. It had a clear bottom line of the rules, and as long as one crossed this bottom line, one could enter level 5. If one couldn't meet this requirement, one would be stuck at level 4 for life. Zichen's energy attribute was undoubtedly lightning. But what made Zichen somewhat uncertain was whether his lightning had met the requirements of the rules. Then what about level 6 after level 5? What are the requirements? Zichen asked. Level 6. Steward Mac suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Looking at Zichen's thoughtful expression, Butler Mag chuckled, and said, you've just broken through to the 4th tier. You'd better continue building your foundation. As for the 5th tier, don't think about it for now. Zichen nodded. He was actually very satisfied that he had used such a short time to reach level 4. He was not in a hurry to break through level 5, but it was rare to meet someone who knew about level 5. He was just curious and wanted to know more. Molt was tired from playing, so he returned to the carriage to rest. Along the way, Zichen admired the wildebeest's endurance. Dunlee's wildebeest was of high quality, but after pulling a carriage, it would also feel tired after a long journey. However, Steward Mac's wildebeest was full of endurance after pulling a huge carriage. Not to mention that the carriage was very light. Zichen once pushed it when it got stuck. It was very heavy, and was not at the same level as a handcart. During the journey, Zichen asked Molt when he would go back. He knew that Molt was born in this world and had his own family, which was very powerful. Molt told Zichen that he might go back after this trip. In the past few days, Zichen noticed that Steward Mac, who was always calm, seemed to be getting more and more serious. The smile on his face was also getting smaller and smaller. After leaving the valley and walking for half a day, they arrived at an open area. It was very flat, and there were no trees around. Steward Mac suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's stop here." This was the first time Steward Mac said that he wanted to stop at a place after Zichen joined the team. Usually, it was Molt or Dunlee who decided where to stay. Dunlee and the others also sensed Steward Mac's abnormality, so they did not express any objections. He looked at Lindsay, and Lindsay nodded. At the end of their line of sight, there were black shadows moving quickly. Those were Lindsay's beasts. After a while, Lindsay shook his head at Dunlee, indicating that he did not find anything unusual. It was noon, and they had nothing to do, so they could only sit beside the carriage, feeling bored. Chen, who had been guessing Steward Mac's intentions, became more and more aware of some kind of danger as the sky changed. Now he was almost sure that there would be danger. Steward Mac had chosen the battlefield in advance. As night fell, Chen's sense of danger became even stronger. Dun Li and the others also sensed something unusual, and their expressions became more and more serious. However, nothing unusual happened for the whole night. When dawn approached, a roar from a pseudo-divine beast suddenly sounded. Chapter 2530. C_T. A roar came from afar, which woke everyone up. Read the whole article. In fact, they didn't sleep at all that night. Even though those pseudo-divine beasts were on guard, and they would be able to detect the slightest movement, the oppressive atmosphere created an invisible pressure that made them unable to sleep. Chen sensed that those pseudo-divine beasts, who were on guard, began to return quickly with panic in their eyes. Their duty was to monitor the surroundings, not to fight with the enemy. After discovering the enemy's situation, leaving quickly was the wisest choice. From their expressions, it could be seen that the enemy was very strong. Someone is coming. There are less than 20 of them. We can't rule out that it's just the first wave. At the same time, many figures appeared in Chen's perception. Among them, there were some familiar faces. They were the level 4 hunters who fought against Dun Li and his companions last time, as well as a few unfamiliar faces. However, it was not difficult to see that these people were at least level 4. On the wildebeest carriage, Molt was awakened. He poked his head out, but was stopped by Steward Mac, who signaled him to go back into the carriage and not come out. Steward Mac's expression became very serious. In addition to the hunters last time, there were 2 more people in the group this time. One of them was wearing a black robe, which covered his whole body so that no one could see his face. The other was a strong man with bulging muscles on his upper body. He was full of strength. Edgar, who had been the leader in the previous battle, followed behind the 2 of them with a respectful expression. After seeing the strong man's face, Dun Li and his companions' expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed, "Wo Shan, you're Wo Shan." The strong man looked at the 4 people and sneered. He said, "It's said that the Dragon Slayer team is proud and arrogant. I didn't expect you to recognize us from Dragon Mountain." Dun Li wanted to say nonsense. "You're one of the founders of Dragon Mountain." However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to joke. His eyes were full of despair. Wo Shan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, had the strength of a level 6 hunter. That was a level 6 hunter, a level that he had never dreamed of. He never would have thought that Long Shan would actually bring out an existence like Wo Shan. Just what was the other party planning? Chen felt an immense pressure coming from the 2 people in front of him. Among them, the one called Wo Shan made Chen feel like he was facing the threat of death. Clearly, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The difference in combat strength was also like heaven and earth. Steward Mac jumped down from the carriage and walked to Chen's side. He looked at the muscular man in front of him and said, "Wo Shan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain. He has the strength of a 6th level hunter." Cotton candy, Chen's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the man to have such a powerful background. Moreover, he was a level 6 hunter. "Old man, you know me very well, but I don't know you at all. This time, I was asked by someone to kill you. I hope you don't mind." Wo Shan looked at Steward Mac and said indifferently, "I won't. Life and death is up to fate." Steward Mac shook his head and said indifferently. However, just when everyone thought that the conversation would continue for a while, Steward Mac, who was beside Chen, suddenly disappeared like a phantom in the wind. So fast. Chen's pupils shrank. He did not see how the other party disappeared at all. That speed was even faster than when he used the heavenly thunder wings. In front of the black-robed man beside Wo Shan, a blinding light appeared in front of him. A person stood in the middle of the light. It was Steward Mac. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was shining with light, had a tall and sturdy figure and a strong aura. He had changed from a coachman to a true powerhouse. He struck out with his palm and went straight for the black-robed man. The other party raised his head. His eyes, which were tightly exposed, were filled with shock. This attack was so fierce that he could not dodge it at all. A 6th level sneak attack against a 5th level. This is a little shameless. At this moment, Wo Shan's loud voice was heard. He took a step forward and came in front of the black-robed man. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. 2 glowing palm prints collided with each other, bringing about a violent energy vibration. Wo Shan's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed man behind him had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. After missing his attack, Steward Mac flashed back to Zichen's side and stood still. You are indeed a 6th level. How shameless. Wo Shan stared at Steward Mac and said coldly. Dun Li and the others were shocked. They were shocked by Steward Mac's strength. He usually did not show off, but he was actually a powerful 6th level hunter. They were even more shocked by Wo Shan's words earlier. A 6th level against a 5th level. It was obvious that the black-robed man was a 5th level hunter. A 6th level hunter, a 5th level hunter, and more than 10 4th level hunters. How terrifying was this force? With just the few of them, they could only hold back the 4th level hunters, but they could not do anything to the 5th level hunter. Unless Steward Mac could fight 2 of them at once, but that was obviously impossible. He had already given up his dignity as a 6th level hunter to kill the 5th level hunter. Steward Mac was not angry after being called shameless by Wo Shan. He looked at Zichen and said, things are a little out of our expectations. This might be the last battle. Zichen listened quietly and did not say anything. Steward Mac continued, I'll leave this person to you. Dun Li and the others widened their eyes and looked at Steward Mac and Zichen in shock. Obviously, this kind of exchange was beyond their understanding. Zichen was only a 3rd level hunter. How could he fight a 5th level hunter? However, what Zichen did next shocked them so much that they were dumbfounded. Zichen nodded and said, do you want to die or live? Just trap him for now. It's best if you can kill him. Don't force it. Do what you can, Steward Mac said. Zichen nodded again and raised his scabbard with his left hand. Behind Wo Shan, Edgar and the others were also very shocked. They knew Zichen. In the last battle, it was he who had destroyed their meticulous plan. It had only been 10 days since they last saw each other. Could it be that he had grown to the point where he could fight a 5th level hunter? Let's go. Steward Mac looked at Wo Shan and turned to walk away. That's what I wanted. Wo Shan sneered. This place was too small for a 6th level hunter. He followed Edgar. Dun Li and the others also spread out and looked at the 4th level hunters vigilantly. There were many puppeteers among the 4th level hunters. They had thick skin and strong defense. Lin Sai returned to the carriage. Saber-toothed tiger and another pseudo-divine beast were on guard. The other pseudo-divine beasts had retreated far away. He couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Zichen looked at the 5th level hunter and didn't move. Although he had spoken lightly, he was still very afraid of this unknown realm. The 5th level hunter walked forward and stared at Zichen with only his eyes exposed. He seemed to be grinning maliciously. Kill. Battle cries rang out. The first to move were the 4th level hunters. They swarmed toward Dun Li and the others. Scram! Mentor shouted angrily. He tapped the ground and rushed forward in his heavy armor, brandishing his great axe. Next, the unique sound of heavy armor colliding rang out. They were all existences with extremely strong defense. It was as if 2 giants were attacking each other. Yage was among the humanoid puppets. He began to fight with the other puppets. His hammers fell, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Edgar blocked Dun Li once again. Their weapons clashed, and sparks flew in all directions. The 2 saber-wielding experts started fighting with Yuan Hong, sending out saber arcs one after another. Molt hid in the carriage and didn't come out. The wildebeest in front of the carriage stood up and stomped the ground, appearing very anxious. Lin Sai stood to the side. This battle had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could do was let the pseudo-divine beast take Molt and escape at the critical moment. Boom! Energy fluctuations spread out in the distance. 2 powerhouses with strong light effects had begun to fight. In front of Zichen, The black-robed man's body also began to flicker. The light wasn't bright, but it was naturally emitted by his body. At the same time, there was a strong fluctuation of aura in the light. It was the fluctuation of the wind. His black robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Zichen could sense a gust of wind blowing around him. Combined with his understanding of the fifth level, it wasn't difficult to guess that this was a unique wind attribute. Of all the people he knew, only Zhonwu Qingfeng had the laws of wind. As expected, no one who could reach the fifth level was weak. This was because the weak were all blocked by the laws of the fifth level. Whoosh! He unsheathed the broken blade in his hand and rushed towards the fifth level hunter with extreme speed. As he moved forward, the wind around him grew stronger, affecting his speed and preventing him from fully utilizing his extreme speed. Wind blade. The level 5 hunter looked at Zichen, who was charging forward, and said coldly. The wind around him grew stronger, and Zichen's robes began to flutter. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wind blade formed in the strong wind and rushed towards Zichen's face. Zichen shifted his body and dodged the attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind rose again, and 2 wind blades went straight for the back of Zichen's head. Zichen shifted his body again and easily dodged the attack. The wind was indeed strong, but it didn't affect Zichen's senses at all. No matter how clever or unexpected the opponent's attack was, Zichen could still sense it and dodge it easily. After experiencing it personally, he had a deeper understanding of the fifth level hunter. At this level, one could use energy, and that energy was his attribute in the outside world. If Zichen advanced to the fifth level, then his energy would obviously be lightning. However, whether it would still be yin-yang lightning, Zichen wasn't sure. Zichen, who was in the strong wind, kept dodging and didn't take the initiative to attack. It seemed like he was trapped. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten. It was still somewhat dark. A faint black shadow was quietly moving about. The shadow avoided everyone's senses and approached Yuan Hong. Among the 4 of them, only Yuan Hong and Dun Li didn't put up any defenses. It seemed like the shadow thought that this person was easier to kill. Zichen was very familiar with this shadow. It was the assassin who had failed to kill him twice and left immediately. The shadow quickly arrived in front of Yuan Hong. Just as the assassin was about to attack, Zichen's voice rang out, "Yuan Hong, behind you." Yuan Hong's long sword trembled, forcing the 2 to retreat. He immediately turned around and slashed down with his long sword. Clang! A loud clang sounded out, and the shadow was sent flying by the strong force. His sneak attack had failed, and his face was filled with anger. At this moment, a black light shot out from the strong wind. Chapter 2531. C_T, his sneak attack had failed again, and the black figure was furious. As a level 4 assassin, he was usually the main force of the attack. Read the full article, but in the last battle, his abilities had been completely suppressed, and after 2 failed assassinations, he had no choice but to retreat. Today, he had taken advantage of the fact that his opponent was trapped to attack again, but he had failed again. After 3 failed sneak attacks, he still did not know how his opponent knew his exact whereabouts. Could it be that he really had Heaven's Eye? This assassin did not understand, and there was no need to understand, because Zichen had no intention of letting him live. When he was a level 3, it might have been difficult for him to deal with a level 4 assassin, so he could only let him go. But now that he was a level 4 assassin, the pressure on him was much less. He might not be able to kill those thick-skinned puppets, but it was easy for him to deal with an assassin who had lost his balance, no defense, and no control over his body. A black light forced its way through the strong wind, drawing an arc in the air as it headed straight for the back of the assassin's head. A sharp whistle sounded, and the assassin's face changed as he felt the threat of death. He roared, and the threat of death made him explode with unprecedented potential. Without any leverage, he turned in the air and used his weapon to block in front of him. Swoosh! Just as the incoming black light was about to collide with the weapon, it suddenly changed direction without any warning. Then, it turned a corner and pierced into his temple. Fart! The black light pierced through the assassin's temple, and then disappeared into the strong wind again. A level 4 assassin died just like that in front of everyone's eyes. This scene brought great shock to everyone. One of the assassins was killed, and they didn't even see clearly what the black light that killed the assassin was. Damn it! The level 5 hunter roared in anger in the strong wind. When he attacked, the opponent still had the chance to kill the assassin. This was a slap in the face to him. In the midst of the strong wind, there was an even stronger whistling sound. Even more wind blades appeared and whistled through the air towards Zi Chen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zi Chen, who was in the midst of the strong wind, began to display extreme speed, dodging one attack after another. The unsheathed broken saber would occasionally draw a saber arc and split the surrounding wind blades in half. Wind is everywhere, my attacks are everywhere, the level 5 hunter said coldly when he saw that Zi Chen was still able to handle the wind. In the next moment, the howling wind became even stronger. All the wind turned into wind blades, slicing towards Zi Chen. Kai! Kai! Wherever the wind blades passed, they were everywhere. Even with his extreme speed, Zi Chen was unable to dodge them all. The broken saber in his hand brought out layers of saber arcs. All the wind blades that were enveloped by the saber arcs were shattered, but there were still more wind blades that went straight for Zi Chen. Zi Chen's robe was instantly cut open, and even his skin was bleeding. He was in the middle of the wind blades, and it was as if he was being dismembered. There was no way to dodge such an attack. The difference between a level 4 and a level 5 hunter was completely revealed at this moment. Looking at Zi Chen, who was dodging the wind blades in a sorry state, the level 5 hunter's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This level 4 hunter, who had just been boasting shamelessly, would soon be dismembered by the wind blades. Wang. At this moment, there was a slight vibration. Zi Chen's body was also glowing. It was a very strong and piercing light, and there seemed to be electric snakes swimming around his body. The moment the electric light appeared, the wind blades paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, Zi Chen turned into a saber arc and tore through the wind blade's defense, rushing towards the level 5 hunter. He was very fast, like a shooting star flying at high speed. The mockery in the level 5 hunter's eyes disappeared. His body flashed with light, and he struck forward with his palm, causing a strong wind force to surge. Boom! The energy formed by the power of the wind vibrated and stopped Zi Chen from charging forward, causing him to stagger backward. The strong wind had completely disappeared. Zi Chen steadied himself, the lightning wings on his back flapping gently. His face was a little pale, and his body was covered with wounds. The hand holding the broken saber was also trembling slightly. In front of him, there was a cut on the level 5 hunter's palm, and blood was dripping from the wound. A level 4 hunter against a level 5 hunter. Zi Chen had injured his opponent, but his own injuries were more serious. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference between the two of them was a huge gap, separated by the recognition of the rules. In the distance, the surging energy was still vibrating. The battle between the two level 6 hunters was equally matched. During this period of time, the shockwaves of energy made everyone's heart palpitate. Dun Li and the others who were fighting looked at Zi Chen with concern. They were happy that Zi Chen had reached level 4, but Zi Chen's opponent was a level 5 hunter. As level 4 hunters, they knew the difference between a level 5 hunter and a level 5 hunter was much greater than the difference between a level 3 hunter and a level 4 hunter. Even if Zi Chen's combat power was extraordinary, it was still very difficult for a level 4 hunter to fight a level 5 hunter. It was already very impressive that he didn't die. It was too difficult for a level 4 hunter to kill a level 5 hunter. You don't know what's good for you. The level 5 hunter looked at Zi Chen and said. A 3-meter-long wind blade appeared in front of him. After the wind blade appeared, it trembled slightly and went straight for Zi Chen. The wind blade was very fast. Zi Chen's vision blurred, and the wind blade was right in front of him. Zi Chen had no time to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. Clang! The wind blade broke his saber, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zi Chen only felt a strong force hit him, and he was sent flying along with his saber. In the distant battlefield, the two level 6 hunters clashed again, and the dazzling light of energy spread in all directions. In this world, a level 6 hunter could be called a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. Powerful forces like the Annihilation Dragon and the Dragon Mountain only had a few level 6 hunters, and they were all the higher-ups. I didn't expect that a random housekeeper from my family would be a level 6 hunter. Wo Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly to Steward Mac. Since you know where I come from, it's meaningless to threaten you with my family. Steward Mac's face was slightly pale, and he said in a low voice, you took the initiative to show up this time, so there must be more than these few people, right? Are these people not enough to deal with you? Look at what your people have become. Wo Shan laughed sarcastically. On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 were being suppressed. Zi Chen had already been defeated by a level 5 hunter, and what he said before had become a joke. Only Lindsay had no enemies, but it didn't make any difference whether he was there or not. In a battlefield like this, even a level 4 hunter couldn't make a difference, let alone a level 3 hunter who didn't have much fighting power. As time passed, they would be completely defeated, and by then, only death would await them. Steward Mac shook his head, and didn't say anything more. Maybe these people were enough, but if they wanted to kill all the witnesses and destroy the evidence, they obviously weren't enough. It's been 10 breaths. How's your recovery? Wo Shan asked again in a cold voice. How about you? Steward Mac asked. Not fully recovered, but it's enough to stop you. You're only half right. We've only sent a few people, but I'm not the only expert. Wo Shan's lips curled into a smile. You're not the only one? What do you mean? Steward Mac's face immediately changed, and he turned his head to look at the battlefield. Could there be another powerful person hiding there? Wo Shan stood in front of Steward Mac, and said, with me here, you can only watch from here. It's impossible for you to help. A good show is about to start. Steward Mac didn't try to rush in, because Wo Shan was right. The other party could definitely stop him. At this moment, his eyes were scanning the crowd, trying to find the hidden powerful person. It definitely wasn't the level 5 hunter, because there was no need for that. That meant that the hidden powerful person could only be a level 4 hunter. But it wasn't realistic for such a powerful person to hide, unless, Steward Mai looked at the puppets that were battling Yage. Unless that powerful figure was hiding among the puppets, it was impossible. Before he could warn Yage, he saw Yage wave his battle axe and send a human-shaped puppet flying. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the place where the humanoid puppet was flying was exactly where Malt's carriage was. Steward Mac's face changed greatly. He had already guessed that the hidden person was very likely to be the other party. But it was too late for him to warn Yage. The man quickly smashed onto the carriage. Then, his body began to emit light. The layer of puppet defense that enveloped his body instantly exploded. At the same time, a powerful energy fluctuation spread out in all directions, and the carriage behind him began to shake violently. Lindsay, who was beside the carriage, was instantly sent flying by the sudden powerful energy fluctuation, along with the 2 divine beasts beside him. A person appeared among the human-shaped puppets. He was also wearing a black robe, and he held the puppet's long sword in his hand. He turned around in the air and slashed toward the carriage. The glowing long sword in his hand directly pierced through the carriage, and then slashed horizontally at the side of the carriage. As the sword fell, the carriage exploded with a loud bang. The upper half of the carriage was thrown into the sky, revealing Malt, who had a frightened look on his face. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. A powerful level 6 powerhouse was already in front of Malt. Get out of my way, Mentor roared, his battle axe dancing quickly as he tried to rush to the side of the carriage to save Malt. But the puppets beside him rushed forward one by one to block him. Dun Li and the others were facing the same situation. The level 6 hunter stood in front of Malt, looking at him with a cold smile as he raised his sword. Chapter 2532. C_T, looking at the level 6 hunter, Malt's pretty face was filled with fear and shock. Advertisement: the level 6 hunter was also an old man in a black robe. He looked at Malt and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, I'm sorry." His eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. He didn't look apologetic at all. He raised his long sword high and was about to slash down. Dun Li and the others were trapped and couldn't help. Even if they could come in time, it wouldn't change anything. They would be killed in an instant when facing a level 6 hunter as a level 4 hunter. Roar. With a furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger that had been sent flying rushed over and pounced on the level 6 hunter. Fart. The saber-toothed tiger's head was pierced through while it was still in mid-air. It was only a level 3 hunter. How could it face a level 6 hunter? Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a black light shot towards the level 6 hunter. On the other side, Zi Chen had made his move. After he made his move, the lightning wings on his back flapped and he used the 9 flashes of lightning to rush towards Molt. He had a hard time dealing with a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. He would definitely die if he faced a level 6 hunter. However, he had promised Steward Mac and received an energy crystal as a reward. He had to help at this moment. The level 6 hunter reached out and blocked the black light with his palm. Swoosh. The black light changed its direction and attacked from the other side. However, it was useless. The level 6 hunter's palm emitted a bright light. The light seemed to contain a strong attraction force and actually pulled the flying dagger over. So you're relying on this little thing. The throwing knife fell into the hunter's hand. The level 6 hunter looked at the throwing knife and laughed coldly. As a level 6 hunter, he could control the entire scene. No one could do anything to him. Molt seemed to have realized this too. She accepted her fate and didn't take the chance to escape. Even if she ran, she couldn't. After all, her opponent was a level 6 hunter and she was only a level 4 hunter. At this moment, Molt seemed to have lost her soul. She stared fixedly at the 6th tier hunter, as if she had suffered some kind of blow. The fear on her face was replaced by disbelief. Pulling out the sword from the saber-toothed tiger's head, the level 6 hunter turned around and threw the throwing knife in his hand. Pu. The throwing knife went straight to Zi Chen. Among the layers of phantoms, it found Zi Chen's real body and pierced through Zi Chen's shoulder armor. The energy contained in it sent Zi Chen flying. This was the strength of a level 6 hunter. Zi Chen did not die, but at the last moment, he regained control of the throwing knife and made it change direction slightly. After turning around, the level 6 hunter looked at Molt again. Molt recovered from his shock and said, "Steward Cheng, it's you. Long time no see." Miss the 6th tier hunter bowed to Molt. "You want to kill me?" Molt looked at the steward. The level 6 hunter raised his sword again and said, "Miss, please don't blame me. Second uncle wants to kill me?" Molt asked again. The level 6 hunter did not say anything else. The sword in his hand had already fallen. Molt could not dodge this sword at all. Zi Chen was injured, and the others were trapped. They could not help. Steward Mac was still far away. He was busy with Wo Shan and could not come to help. At this moment, Molt only had a wildebeest beside him, and there was nothing else alive. Death was approaching in an instant. No one could save her. Unless a miracle happened and the wildebeest jumped up to save its master. Even so, the wildebeest could only block the attack for a moment for Molt. Just as death was approaching, a miracle happened. The wildebeest broke free from its reins and charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter did not turn around this time. He did not think a wildebeest could do any harm to him. He had to act as soon as possible in order to avoid trouble. In the distance, Butler Mai's expression was surprisingly calm when he saw Molt in danger. He was completely unfazed by the scene before him. This made Wo Shan, who was opposite him, a little confused. Under everyone's gaze, the wildebeest charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter ignored the wildebeest and quickly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, the battle paused. Everyone turned around to look at this scene. Then, everyone's expressions underwent a drastic change. They became shocked and horrified. When the sword light fell, the level 6 hunter noticed that the wildebeest charging at him was a little strange. The momentum of the sword did not decrease. He turned around subconsciously and looked at the wildebeest. He found that the wildebeest was gone. It was a person who was charging at him. A person who looked like a horse. The huge fist was already in front of him. The fist was shining brightly and kept expanding in front of his eyes. Bang! Before the level 6 hunter's longsword could land on Molt, the fist had already struck the level 6 hunter's face. A powerful force surged, and the level 6 hunter was sent flying along with his weapon. The entire place was silent, or perhaps it could be said that it was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the extra person. His face was very long, like a horse's face. His upper body was also naked. There were lines on his body. At this moment, the lines were shining and looked very strange. This was not the first time Zichen saw a pseudo-divine beast that could transform into a human. When he was still at level 2, he had already seen the moon wolf girl who could transform into a human. But at that time, he was just looking at a mountain from afar. He was just curious and was not shocked. At this moment, when he saw the wildebeest transform into a human, he suddenly remembered what Steward Mac said. As for level 6, you will know when the time comes. At this moment, 4 words appeared in his mind. Level 6, transformation. Molt was still standing on the carriage. It could be seen that she was very surprised by the wildebeest transforming into a human. However, there was no joy on her face. There was only sadness. This sadness came from the level 6 hunter he knew and the master behind him. The level 6 hunter rolled a few times before he could stabilize his body. Half of his face was swelling up at the fastest speed. He looked at the wildebeest that had transformed into a human and said in shock, You, under Lord My Chun's orders, I swear to protect the young lady's safety, the horse-faced man said indifferently. He clenched his fist and the lines on his upper body shone with mysterious light. After he finished speaking, the horse-faced man rushed forward and punched at the level 6 hunter. A ripple of energy vibrated from his fist. Clang! The level 6 hunter raised his sword to meet the attack. When the sword and the fist met, there was a sonorous sound. Looking at the 2 level 6 hunters fighting, Woshan's face was also full of shock. Wildebeest, a transformed wildebeest. The wildebeest was the weakest pseudo-divine beast. It could not even be considered as a pseudo-divine beast. At most, it could be considered as food for pseudo-divine beasts. In this world, it could only be promoted to level 2 at most. He had been in this world for so long, but he had never heard of a level 3 wildebeest, let alone a level 6 transformed wildebeest. Before they came, they had calculated all kinds of unforeseen events and made full preparations. They even calculated that the young lady might have the combat power of a level 5 hunter. However, under all kinds of calculations, this wildebeest that had been pulling the carriage was excluded. However, there was a problem at this part of the plan that should not have gone wrong. A 6th rank wildebeest, this was simply a shocking thing. Looking at Woshan's shocked expression, Steward Mac smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect you to work for my Wu. However, it seems that you miscalculated again. Woshan looked back at Steward Mac and said, Indeed, we miscalculated. A level 6 transformed wildebeest, this is very unexpected. However, you didn't have the upper hand. As long as we hold the 2 of you, the others can still kill Miss Mai, right? At this time, on the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 could still hold on. The hunters could not do anything to them for the time being. On the other hand, Zichen seemed to have lost. Once the level 5 hunter killed Zichen, he would be able to kill Miss My family next. In the end, the winner will still be us. Just as Woshan said this, the level 5 hunter's huge wind blade collided with Zichen's weapon again, and the impact sent Zichen flying backwards, causing him to lose control of his body. Whoosh! At this time, an arrow pierced through the air and headed straight for Zichen, who had lost control of his body. That arrow was very sharp and fast, and the timing was very good. It was right when Zichen lost his center of gravity. Just like how Zichen dealt with the assassin, this attack was truly fatal. In this situation, no one could react because no one would notice that there was an archer in the dark. This was a sneak attack, and it had the element of surprise. Even if they could react, they would not be able to dodge because behind the arrow, there were more arrows, one after another, flying towards the same location. In the face of such a sneak attack, everyone thought that death was the only way out. No one could react, but this did not include Zichen. He had already released his powerful senses, and he had a clear premonition of everything around him. Even though the enemy had been moving close to the ground, as if there was no difference between them and the ground, they still could not escape from Zichen's senses. In other words, Chen had been so passive all this time because he had split a part of his attention to wait for this arrow. Now, the arrow had finally arrived. He held the broken sword tightly and blocked in front of him. The arrow hit the broken sword, causing his body to fly backwards continuously. In his senses, the archer was drawing his bow and shooting arrows. His eyes were very focused, and his expression was very serious. Each arrow was shot with all his strength. In the next moment, it was time for him to display his strongest archery skills. Even though he was only level 3, within his domain, a level 4 hunter would still die. He had a record of killing a level 4 hunter before, and now killing a level 4 hunter who had lost his center of gravity and was injured was not a difficult thing to do. But, just as the archer was focused on shooting arrows, he did not notice that a black light had arrived not far from him. Then, with extreme speed, it arrived in front of him and pierced through his forehead.